joy, and inspiration to all the world.
In Disney's 102-year history, there have been many defining moments and countless achievements. Today, we celebrate another thrilling moment, the creation of a spectacular new Disney theme park resort coming to Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi is a place where heritage meets innovation, a place where we preserve our past while designing the future.
Bringing a Disney theme park resort to Yas Island, Abu Dhabi, marks a historic milestone in our journey as a global family destination.
The 7th Disney theme park resort destination represents a new frontier in theme park ambitions. Our resort in Abu Dhabi will be the most advanced and interactive destination in our entire portfolio. The location of our park is incredibly unique. It's anchored by a beautiful waterfront, which will allow us to tell our stories in completely new ways. Ultimately, this project will be a celebration of what's possible when creativity and progress come together.
What we are creating with Disney in Abu Dhabi is a whole new world of imagination, an experience that will inspire generations across the region and the world.
This collaboration represents a powerful fusion of Disney's unmatched legacy in storytelling and mirrors commitment to bringing world-class entertainment to our guests.
Abu Dhabi's vision for the future is to create a legacy for generations to come.
Disneyland Abu Dhabi will be authentically Disney and distinctly Emirati. An oasis of extraordinary Disney entertainment at this crossroads of the world. It will bring to life our timeless characters and stories in many new ways, becoming a source of joy and inspiration for the people of this vast region to enjoy for generations to come.
Here you leave today and enter a world of
Mickey Mouse! A world of princesses.
A world of villains.
And heroes.
Raise your sabers!
A world of other worlds.
A world of all the favorites.
A world of throwbacks. A world of...
for whatever you love. Infinite worlds await.
Open your eyes.
Think of the one place you've always wanted to see.
This is where our magic comes from?
They say if you dream a thing more than once,
Please, please, please.
it's sure to come true.
Everything you see exists together in the great circle of life.
There were stories about what happened.
It's true. All of it.
In every job that must be done, there is an element of fun.
I told you she was tricky.
Life is full of possibilities. What do you want to be remembered for?
The world is in our hands, and we gotta do something with it.
I just want to say a word of thanks to to all the artists, the workers, and all of you. The young and the young in heart. You help make this dream come true.
Well, hello to you, and welcome in everybody to another edition of Rayleigh's Virtual Tour Live. Happy Juneteenth to you all. Yes, indeed, y'all. It's been a minute since we've done a BFP Imagineering Live. And like I said, when Fantasmic is more stable than the company and leadership, you definitely have some problems. Tonight, we are going to talk about the fact that Disney now wants to utilize AI in theme park design. I wonder if there's a group of 3 men that have been doing that for a good long minute, and what they've produced has been better than anything Disney is going to do with this plan. I think their names are Braylon, Phil, and Florentin, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll definitely talk about that. And y'all remember when I flamed Capture the Magic and his squad? No disrespect to Capture the Magic or his panel, but my God, they were talking out the side of their necks. Well, I'm going to bring that back up because it's going to embolden my stance and our stance over here. Not to mention, too, D23 is on the way. Now, as you guys know, I have said that basically no real content is being made until D23. But this is real content here, and follow the red bouncing ball, okay? Because I know it's going to sound like, how dare you have the Black Jazz and Black Parks and Black Imagination to say that people doing Disney content ain't doing real Disney content until D23. Listen to what I'm saying. The Hollywood studios, Magic of Animation, okay? The Muppets Rock and Roller Coaster, those are little pet projects to showcase to you Disney fans. We're doing work, but we don't have the whole park open. But we're doing work. You see there are things happening. You should clap it up for us. Yeah, we have Imagineering hats out here, but that doesn't mean we're doing anything. We're just stand-ins until the real Imagineers come in. But we're working. They allegedly have a very big announcement coming up. And Last Ride of the Night has come out with a video that has gotten 19,000 views, and we are going to review it live here. So let's get to it because higher is weighing, low is available. But either way, we got to go on tour. Yes, indeed, we do. Let me take down this iconic intro here. You see that virtual tour background? Yes, you do. We got the fireworks on and ready. You hear that virtual tour music? Yes, you do. Excuse me. And then there is a me. Oh, wait a minute. There I am. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Phil says, I'm here and say BFP is ahead by a full year in better position than the House of Now budgets. And we are ahead of schedule. All of our projects that we've done together as BFP Imagineering have been completed as the fireworks are going off behind us, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. We are definitely ahead of schedule. Our attractions that have not been built are more dynamic, more engaging, and more of the times than what Disney is never going to do with AI. Okay, so we won't get to that. But before that, y'all know we have a particular way of doing things around here. And we need a particular person, okay, just a particular person to introduce us to the energy of this live stream. So let me pull the gentleman up here. There we go. That's the one I'm looking for. Give me a moment. All right, Walt, you know what you do best, good sir. Please make it do what it do for us, sir. Yes, indeed. All right, here we go. Give me a moment, y'all. Hopefully your Juneteenth is going well, by the way, everybody. Yes, indeed. All right, and here we go. Wait for it. All right, Walt, take it away, good sir.
To all who come to this happy place, welcome. Disneyland is your land.
We're trying to get back to this. Disney doesn't recognize that this D23, and they say is their biggest one yet, could be the one determine how they move for the next 100 years. We got a lot to talk about, a whole lot to get through. It all starts in the space right here and right now. Oh, I love a good damn intro. Yes, I do. Oh, man. I got it. This never gets old. This intro, one of the most classic intros in all of Disney history. Like the two best campaigns, the happiest celebration on earth, a year of a million drinks. That gets bigger than that.
This is a global event as Walt Disney World, Disneyland Paris, Tokyo Disneyland, Hong Kong Disneyland, and Disney Cruise Line.
That part.
Join Disneyland in celebrating 50 years of magic.
It's the happiest celebration on earth.
Disneyland is dedicated to the ideals and the dreams that have created America, with the hope that it will be a source of joy and inspiration to all the world.
Thank you, Walt Disney. Always good to see you, good sir. Yep, finish a concept one per day and plus them two, better than them, and you will agree our announcers will be more wow than what they can do still absolutely. So let's get to this, okay? So for those of you who don't know what BFP Imagineering is all about, it is a collective of myself, Phil, and myself, Florentin, and Phil, and what we do is we take what is happening in the theme park industry by combining our creativity, utilizing AI as a resource, not the source, utilizing AI as a resource, not the source, utilizing AI as a resource, not the source, to be able to see what can be. Now, we've done many things together. We made Animal Kingdom a full-day park, bringing Happy Feet, Ice Age, and a whole tundra that this motherfucker did so brilliantly, okay? Rebranded, this guy right here rebranded Disney's Hollywood Studios into Disney's Imagination Wood Studios. Then did the Frequency Nebula fifth park for Disney World. I did a Walt Disney World rebrand master plan and a Disney World and a Disneyland rebrand master plan where you got 4 theme parks. Keyblade Drive, the themed entertainment district, all tailor-made to the world of Kingdom Hearts, which has never been done before. Kingdom Hearts has never had a presence at Disney parks. Did I mention there's a new Kingdom Hearts game coming out on the Nintendo Switch? Disney, if you were smart, you would do something with that. But you can't, you won't, you never will. That's why we're here. The Epcot hotels, the Sunset Room that Phil done. We've done so much, it's too ridiculous. And now, all of a sudden, y'all want to use AI. And Capture the Magic said, and I quote, I don't know if this AI thing will really work out well. But it's just like, bruh, we've been doing it over here, and everything's been just fine. Okay, and not to mention, too, creativegineering came up with that. The U64 Expo came up with that. The U64 fan club has got better perks than D23. Okay. Now, I'm going to bring up the D23 trailer, if you don't mind, just to showcase to y'all the magnitude of how Disney is trying to promote the fact that they still got it like that. So give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me one moment, everybody. All right, y'all, here we go. I'm going to let it play a couple of times so you guys can get it, okay? All right. Here we go.
D23! Let's go! It's incredible. It's unbelievable. Welcome to the most magical showcase on Earth. There's so many things to see.
Who else but Disney could pull off a weekend like D23?
It's everything Disney!
It's a huge part of our life. You're going to love what comes next.
Dr. Seuss.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. These
biggest
truly are
one yet.
The surprises are going to be huge.
We are building a villain's land at the Magic Kingdom.
Everything is magical. You have to be there. This is the biggest room ever.
There's a lot of you guys out there. Wow.
23!
There's nothing like this. You guys are the best fans. You are the magic.
I'm going to let that play 2 more times, if you don't.
D23! Let's go! It's incredible. It's unbelievable. Welcome to the most magical showcase on Earth. There's so many things to see.
Who else but Disney could pull off a weekend like D23?
It's everything Disney!
It's a huge part of our life. You're going to love what comes next.
Dr. Seuss.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. These truly are my people. The surprises are going to be huge.
We are building a villain's land at the Magic Kingdom.
Everything is magical. You have to be there. This is the biggest room ever.
There's a lot of you guys out there. Wow.
23!
There's nothing like this. You guys are the best fans. You are the magic.
One more time.
D23! Let's go! It's incredible. It's unbelievable. Welcome to the most magical showcase on Earth. There's so many things to see.
Who else but Disney could pull off a weekend like D23?
It's everything Disney!
It's a huge part of our life. You're going to love what comes next.
Dr. Seuss.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. These truly are my people. The surprises are going to be huge.
We are building a villain's land at the Magic Kingdom.
Everything is magical. You have to be there. This is the biggest room ever.
There's a lot of you guys out there. Wow.
23!
There's nothing like this. You guys are the best fans. You are the magic.
Now, I would love to suggest to you that this D23 will be anything, everything, this, that, and the third, all around the world, of the energy you just saw. But may I just suggest to you that that was more hype than me wanting to embrace the energy. That was more hype than an invitation to be embraced. That was more hype than an invitation to want to be. That was more hype than an invitation to embrace that. That was more hype than an invitation to want to embrace that, right? Because when I play this, right, and believe me, y'all know I'm from a media mindset, so follow the red bouncing ball here. I'm going to play this commercial 3 times, okay? And I want you to tell me which commercial you feel more of, okay? Here we go.
Open your eyes.
Think of the one place you've always wanted to see.
This is where our magic comes from?
They say if you dream a thing more than once,
Please, please, please.
it's sure to come true.
Everything you see exists together in the great circle of life.
There are stories about what happened.
It's true. All of it.
In every job that must be done, there is an element of fun.
I told you she was tricky.
Life is full of possibilities. What do you want to be remembered for?
The world is in our hands, and we gotta do something with it.
I just want to say a word of thanks to all the artists, the workers, and all of you. The young and the young in heart. You helped make this dream come true.
Open your eyes.
Think of the one place you've always wanted to see.
This is where our magic comes from?
They say if you dream a thing more than once,
Please, please, please.
it's sure to come true.
Everything you see exists together in the great circle of life.
There are stories about what happened.
It's true. All of it.
In every job that must be done, there is an element of fun.
I told you she was tricky.
Life is full of possibilities. What do you want to be remembered for?
The world is in our hands, and we gotta do something with it.
I just want to say a word of thanks to all the artists, the workers, and all of you. The young and the young in heart. You helped make this dream come true.
Open your eyes.
Think of the one place you've always wanted to see.
This is where our magic comes from?
They say if you dream a thing more than once,
Please, please, please.
it's sure to come true.
Everything you see exists together in the great circle of life.
There are stories about what happened.
It's true. All of it.
In every job that must be done, there is an element of fun.
I told you she was tricky.
Life is full of possibilities. What do you want to be remembered for?
The world is in our hands, and we gotta do something with it.
I just want to say a word of thanks to all the artists, the workers, and all of you. The young and the young in heart. You helped make this dream come true.
Now, based on both commercials, which one felt like more hype and which one felt like more of an invitation? That's what I was trying to say. My rambling comes greatness. Just give me time. Which commercial felt like more hype and which commercial felt like more of an invitation? Which commercial felt like more hype? Which commercial felt like more of an invitation? Now, y'all know, like I said before, I'm from a media mindset. This D23, it was not an invite for you, for me, for any of us into Disney. I'm going to tell you why. Because you saw the magnitude of how many notes they had to hit to let you know that Disney is still that company, to be the one, to be the two, to activate the mother uckin' three. But that Super Bowl commercial, when that came out, this is where our magic comes from. Okay, I'm going to be unfrozen here in a minute. I'm laughing at my frozen state. But no, sincerely. This is where our magic comes from. That is an entry point to bring your magic into the experience. You see how framing does a lot? So when I put down on the thumbnail that this D23 could determine where they end up culturally, I meant that. Because Mickey is always going to be Mickey. Stitch is always going to be Stitch. The characters are always going to be the characters. But can you meet your fans, your consumers, and your supporters right where they are? Or are you going to bank on the fact that your cultural capital is good enough? That's the question that Disney has right now. And believe me, if I wasn't a fan of Disney, I would not have done any content on Disney at all. So let me just show y'all this here. So I typed in BFP Imagineering just to see what we've done, right? That one's live now. We had a whole conversation on Disney Villains Land. We had the Disney Animal Kingdom Expansion Town Hall. We talked about the video game park and some things that other people have said about us. The Haunted Mansion Resort that probably at Disney talked about, that Phil talked about. Right here, Disney Imagineering. We took Disney Springs and we made Pleasure Springs. Yoshi could make an egg at Disney and nothing of value would be lost. That one was hilarious. Okay, listen. The Epcot Resort Hotel Breakdown Town Hall Live. We did that. We talked about if the thrill is gone, does anybody want to wish to see? If the thrill is gone, does anybody want to wish anything well if there's nothing to see? Does legacy only matter to keep fans, or does history matter for the greater good of why things matter? I'm just showing you all the times that we've talked about Disney. Okay, for anybody saying that we're anti-Disney, Walt Disney World 5th Gate Park/Gate Town Hall, right downtown hall. We're gonna revisit that here in a minute. Attraction ideas. Now I know we said Disney, but we're talking about Universal overall. Right, the park capacity, right downtown hall. In addition to everything else I've done on my channel, we have been here doing what we've been doing with AI. So now let's get into the conversation. Okay, here we go. From WDW News today, Disney Imagineering announces partnership with Adobe Firefly to use AI models for park designs. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forget. Listen, this is beautiful. But will this ever be done in life, though, is the question. Oh, you know what would be really cool? Give me a moment. Let's see if I can do some Imagineering live right now. That looks like a Queen of Hearts one. Okay. I don't know what that one is. I just thought something. Now, I know the teacups are only for Magic Kingdom, but what if you could make a teacup on the design of every single Disney princess, or a teacup of every country in World Showcase? Oh my God, did I just create 2 new rides out of my brain like that? Yes, I did. Moving on. Oh my God, Jesus help us. Adobe announced this morning, or on that morning, June 16th, that they are partnering with Walt Disney Imagineering to accelerate park designs with Adobe Firefly Foundry AI innovations. Oh my God. Utilizing the generative AI models with Adobe Firefly Foundry, Imagineers are able to design and do pre-production visualization. According to the release from Adobe, the generative AI models are unique specifically to the Disney brand. Storytelling is in Disney's DNA. Really? Oh, okay then. Trying to look for where it's at. Empowering creators with the latest AI innovations is in ours. Hannah Oscar, Vice President, Gen AI New Business Ventures at Adobe, said in a release, as the teams at Imagineering build new experiences for fans around the world, our tools and workflows will provide creative foundation to explore bolder ideas and make the best ones a reality. While a typical generative AI program allows for any data to be scrapped for information without guarantee of consistency, Adobe Firefly Foundry isn't like that. The custom programming allows for Imagineers to work on designs from their own catalogs. At Imagineering, we've always believed technology and human creativity can work together responsibly. Let me read that 2 more times. At Imagineering, we've always believed that technology and human creativity can work together responsibly. At Imagineering, we've always believed that technology and human creativity can work together responsibly. Do we not do that at BFP Imagineering? I'm just asking questions. I am legitimately asking questions. Me and Phil did 10 concepts to replace Frozen Ever After. Y'all are going to quit playing in our face. Okay? All right? Okay. All right. Just finished the Robinsons with store items today, as it was worked on in October as store items again, budget ready, drafted down to the boardroom. Robinsons is going to be a ride. Wink. We're so good, not to brag or to our own horns, but since you're doing this, can you hire me? Exactly right. I'm just like, we've always believed that over here. What do I always say? We utilize AI as a resource, not the source. We utilize AI as a resource, not the source. We utilize AI as a resource, not the source. Child. I just cannot believe this. Like sincerely, like when I heard about this news, I'm just like, Disney, really? Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're really doing? I just want to make sure that I'm not off in my mindset of it's taking y'all this long to do this when fans have already been doing it. Is this what we're doing? I'm just asking questions. I am legitimately asking questions here because I'm trying to gain an understanding here of how in the flying hell are y'all opening up y'all mouths to say that this is a partnership. We don't want to hear about any more partnerships. We want to hear execution. Will you utilize what y'all have created with AI to update the rides and attractions to bring something new for the people? That's all we care about. I believe. Okay. Okay. Said Kyle McLaughlin, Senior Vice President of Research and Development, Technology, and Engineering at Walt Disney Imagineering. Our work with Adobe lets us bring Disney stories and characters to life in our parks faster with the emotional quality our guests expect. Emotional quality, huh? Brings Disney stories and characters to life in our parks faster. Okay. I'm just wondering here, what the hell me, Phil Fullerton, been doing? Oh my God. For Adobe, some of the other workflow Imagineers will be able to access include a sketch-to-image model that transforms rough hand-drawn concepts into fully rendered 2D concept art, allowing designers to iterate rapidly, refine to perfection, export dozens of creative corrections. A custom image model developed on Imagineering assets that generates on-brand franchise-accurate creative assets across franchises such as Mickey and Friends, Frozen, Moana, Lilo and Stitch, and Cars. This will allow Imagineers to speed up their concept and design phase for future attractions. Okay, let's go. Great! A 3D modeling capability that takes 2D renderings and design concepts and transforms them into 3D prototypes, giving designers the tools to plan, build, estimate materials, and coordinate with engineering teams long before a single shovel hits the ground. For more of the latest Disney Park news and info, follow WDW News Today on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You do realize, like, the people who actually make the actual models that are Apple 23 and inside Walt Disney Imagineering, you still need those people. Just because you utilize a partnership with Adobe to showcase, hey, we're still that company, you still need creativity from human beings. Okay. Trying to remember what my sister said. Breathe and be kinder to Disney. I am trying, sissy. I am trying. This is difficult. So here is the official press release from Adobe. Okay. Just to show you. All right. Now, we're not mad at Adobe. Okay. We know Adobe has been around since Shockwave. For those who remember Shockwave and mini clip games, PC games back in the day before Google Play games came to PC, right? This is the press release, and then shout out to Lada and Harvey. That's their email. We're not going to do y'all that email. If you are a content creator and you want to team up with Adobe, email that email address, because that can lead you to things. Now, this is a Doom buggy right here Very nice dune buggy. Very nice dune buggy. Yes. Very nice dune buggy. Are y'all going to use any of this and put in the parks? Because if it's just going to be, hey, you guys, we're just going to utilize AI to showcase that we can be creative, and we're just going to just put it up online for people to explore like a virtual art gallery, but we're not going to do anything with it. You're basically doing what me, Phil Florentine do. Except we actually want to do our ideas. Y'all don't want to do nothing. Right here from Orlando Business Journal, Disney to integrate AI into theme park design amid a $17 billion expansion. The Walt Disney Company Adobe announced a partnership that will use Firefly Foundry artificial intelligence services to the company's theme park design, attractions, and franchises there. Oh my God. So here is the press release here from Disney. And don't worry, I will read it here in just a minute. Y'all, just showing y'all that this is the article. Give me a moment. There was a video that I want to play for you all. Okay, here we go. Okay, a Magic Cup ride vehicle inspired by a through-looking glass rendered in ice blue, silver, lavender, and white. Queen of Hearts inspired, White Rabbit inspired. So Queen of Hearts, Rabbit inspired, White Rabbit inspired. Okay, so I was right. So that was an Alice in Wonderland thing. There you go. Very nice. Now let's go to this here. While the world's leading tech companies collaborate with Disney, because it's good promotion for them and for you. Some of the world's most influential technology companies, including Adobe, Nvidia, and Facebook, are increasingly turning to Disney to help shape the future of storytelling. Aren't you guys the people that make the stories come alive? So aren't you supposed to be shaping the future of storytelling, not technology companies? Oh, okay. What do I know, though, right? I'm just a black man talking on YouTube. As stories extend across Disney experiences, the company's ability to bring characters and worlds to life and deepen emotional connections with guests makes it a uniquely compelling partner for innovators building what comes next. At the center of this work is Walt Disney Imagineering, where creative ambition meets emerging technology in service of immersive experiences across parks, cruise ships, and beyond. Whether it's accelerating design pipelines with Adobe Firefly, advancing robotics with Nvidia, or exploring new forms of guest interaction through Facebook's wearable Ray-Bans, each collaboration reflects a shared goal, bringing stories to life in new, meaningful ways. We've always talked about our product is emotion. Yeah, I don't think any Disney fan is agreeing with that statement, Kyle McLaughlin, but hey, I'm just speaking what's on my mind. Senior Vice President of Walt Disney Imagineering Research and Development, and these types of tools are helping us make that connection even faster. Adobe Firefly Foundry, the latest example, is collaboration between Imagineering Research and Development and Adobe to bring generative AI into the theme park design process through Adobe Firefly Foundry. The work on this new tool builds on an already strong relationship. We've been a long-time user of Adobe Creative Cloud for decades, Martha said. We have been early adopters of the Firefly products, and Adobe approached us about a very unique opportunity to become one of its first Adobe Firefly Foundry clients. The opportunity came with the goal to accelerate creativity without compromising Disney standards. Well, I mean, if you guys would have people that could just be originators of thought first, then you wouldn't have to have a partnership like this. But hey, the impetus for the use of Adobe Foundry was because we were looking for a way to speed up our process. You know, there are plenty of people that have been doing this with AI, you know, and have actually done great designs better than y'all existence that y'all could just hire right now, you know. And you know, you also can have the Imagineers work virtually and allow them to fly in, you know, on a monthly basis, blase. It's not like you need another department called creativegineering that someone on YouTube created. I wonder who. Oh, that was Braylon Lee who created that division on his YouTube channel. So let's continue. Oh my God, today the impetus. I already read that. Our ability to deliver these experiences and iterate more quickly was a key reason in making that decision. Adobe Firefly Foundry enables Disney to build custom generative AI models based on its own creative assets, ensuring that outputs remain consistent with the company's storytelling heritage of visual language. You know, I think in that creativegineering live, I did say that creativegineering would be utilizing Disney's creative assets to do, you know, cross-reference researching to see if a franchise could be into any Disney park or cruise line or anything that Disney Destinations and Experiences wants to build, like Disney hotels, a partnership with like Marriott or something like that. I do believe I said that. Okay. Trying to remain calm. That means Imagineers can move from early sketches to detailed designs faster than ever. What's most exciting is that it allows months of work to be compressed into days and weeks. Okay, so back to the therapist position. While yes, you can condense that energy from months to days, to different days and weeks, you know what you really are still going to need? It's that one thing. It's review! Because after you do this AI creation for days and weeks, you're going to need months to see if it is coherent throughout all the departments of Walt Disney Imagineering before you give it to Josh D'Amaro and Dana Walden and all the executives to approve the fucking shit. Okay, all right, just give me a moment. I'm completely fine. You know, I'm not mad. I'm not upset. I don't have any emotion on this topic whatsoever. No. It's Juneteenth. I just wanted to spend some time with all of you. That's all. That's it. Complete. All right. Okay. Oh, hi. You're still there. Nice to see you. Okay, let's continue on. A creator-driven company, even as AI becomes more central to the creative process, Disney's philosophy remains unchanged. Technology should serve storytelling and the people behind it. We're ultimately looking to find collaborators that can help us do that responsibly in a way that ultimately respected the fact that we are a creator-driven company. How many content creators have talked about how to improve Disney? Wouldn't it be best if you already have a planned Disney, advisory board that helps people, gives the user-friendly reviews for Disney, even though it's more influenced from you guys because you guys are paying for the trips and this, that, third, it's not raw, authentic reviews. However, even though you have a planned Disney panel, why don't you just do a Disney Parks content creator incubator and say, hey, listen, what would you like to see improved at Disney? We are looking for about 100 content creators to join us at Walt Disney Imagineering, and these 100 content creators will get to bring their original ideas and work with Imagineering to improve the parks. How simple could you do that? You're a creator-driven company, and you're saying we're also looking for a collaborator who could help us do that responsibly and do it in a way that also respected the fact that we're a creator-driven company. Then open the door for content creators, you motherfucking piece of shit. Once again, I'm fine. I'm cool. I am collected. Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. Stitch. Oh my God. Stitch. I don't. Okay, Stitch. Fine. You want to be my translator? Fine. You want to be my translator? Give me a moment, y'all. Stitch apparently wants to say something on my behalf because he feels my stress right now. Give me a moment, y'all. This is a live call coming in. Okay, Stitch. I'm gonna let you speak, bro. I'm gonna let you speak. Okay. Just gonna. You said put you on a loop. Okay. I'm gonna put you on a loop because you want to speak for me. All right. I'm going to let Stitch speak. Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay. Yep. You're good. Okay. Here we go. Stitch wants to speak on Braylon Lee's behalf, on my behalf, rather. I know I spoke myself in third person, but Stitch is really feeling my pain. And, you know, Stitch is about Ohana, which means family, which means nobody gets left behind or forgot. So go ahead, Stitch. Speak on my behalf.
Perhaps it can be reasoned with. Experiment 626. Give us some sign you understand any of this. Show us that there is something inside you that is good.
Stitch.
No.
I didn't teach you that.
Perhaps it can be reasoned with. Experiment
I won't let Stitch speak
626.
for a minute.
Give us some sign you understand any of this. Show us that there is something inside you that is good.
Naughty. I didn't teach you that.
Perhaps it can be reasoned with. Experiment 626. Give us some sign you understand any of this. Show us that there is something inside you that is good.
Naughty. I didn't teach you that.
Perhaps it can be reasoned with. Experiment 626. Give us some sign you understand any of this. Show us that there is something inside you that is good.
Naughty. I didn't teach you that.
Perhaps it can be reasoned with. Experiment 626. Give us some sign you understand any of this.
Okay.
Show us that there is something inside
I'm
you
up, y'all.
that
I'm up.
is
I'm up.
good.
I'm up. Damn it, I'm up. That's what Stitch speak. On my behalf.
Naughty. I didn't teach you that.
So we know you did not teach him that. He was just speaking on my behalf of how fed up I am with Disney. Thank you, Stitch, for defending me. Good Lord Jesus. Loughlin said, we are a talent-driven company. We respect that the creative process has a human as a part of what we do. That approach shapes how Disney evaluates and builds relationships. In case of Adobe Firefly Foundry, that underlying model is built using licensed and proprietary assets, then customized using over 70 years of Imagineering work from concept art and technical designs, creating a Disney-specific creative framework. The result is a system that enhances rather than replaces human creativity. The company and its ethos is always using technology to support storytelling. McLaughlin said, this opportunity is always in support of great storytelling creators that have a vision for what they want to tell guests. So here's a question for you. So create a Disney-specific creative framework, which means if somebody wanted to create an original idea, that means it's not going to fit into that framework. So if myself, Phil Thornton, wanted to do something completely original or figure out if we can use another franchise to bring it to Disney, if it doesn't fit in that Disney creative framework from Adobe Firefly, then it shits. So basically, this is going to be a Disney AI platform with no new ideas. Got it. Should have seen my reaction while Thornton was doing his show yet to be uploaded. I was OMG breaking news. You gotta be king. Shape language included. Cough. Oh no, are they going to peddle AI artwork in Disneyland game? Yikes. Raises hand, it says, Phil, I visit your parks for 13 trips. Know the parks well and what made Disney films great. Exactly. So we're going to go back to a video where we're going to talk about Capture the Magic. Okay, so we're going to just go here. Okay, so
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels.
Is Imagineering's rather AI first approach a good idea or a terrible idea, right? That's not the problem. The problem is, and that was the title of the video. Now I'm gonna tell you, or Braylon's gonna tell you what the problem was with that video. There are 3 gentlemen named Braylon Lee, Florentin, and Phil Mecker, who are BFP Imagineering, who have basically been doing virtual Imagineering, utilizing AI as a resource, not the source. Utilizing AI as a resource, not the source. Utilizing AI as a resource and not the source. And none of the 3 of us have kicked each other out. We're not employed by anybody to be told what to do. But most of all, we recognize the gravity, the magnitude, and the weight of understanding, utilizing creativity with technology, or creativeology. So with that being said, let's make it do what it do, because higher is waiting, low is available. But either way, we got to go on tour. Yes. Utilizing AI as a there are 3 gentlemen. Okay, so Braylon Lee. Okay, so here we go. Now we're going to go. So as y'all can see here, Braylon emphasizes that his philosophy is that AI should be utilized as a resource, not the source of creative work. He argues that BFP Imagineering has successfully demonstrated this by using AI to generate theme park concepts, business pitches, which he showcases throughout the stream. Critique of Capture the Magic, Braylon expresses frustration with the Capture the Magic panel, alleging they were disrespectful and displayed a lack of depth regarding the industry. He critiques their commentary on Disney tech initiatives, specifically their skepticism about AI's capability to generate original high-quality designs. You won't believe the quiet part that's not being said out loud. It had a window view of how Spaceship Earth would be a beacon to new light. Let's go back to the video. Here we go.
Hey, remind me of
So right here, Disney is developing an AI first platform to fundamentally change how Imagineering creates. Right. So let's bring up that article. Blog. Okay, blog. Because all of this connects. Believe me, all of this connects. Give it a moment, y'all. Okay, so here is the blog Mickey post right here. Okay, this is the one right here. All right. Just days after Disney's billion-dollar deal with OpenAI fell apart, Walt Disney Imagineering has posted a new job for executive to create an AI-first platform that will fundamentally change how Imagineering creates. Disney's interest in using artificial intelligence within its creative branch of its parks division isn't necessarily new, but it's the furthest that we've seen Disney show an interest in using AI technology. Here's the latest. So Walt Disney Imagineering creating AI platform to fundamentally change how it creates. A new job listing posted Thursday, or on that Thursday, Walt Disney Imagineering is seeking an executive of AI platform engineering. The executive AI platform engineering would lead a transformative initiative to build the AI first platform that will fundamentally change how Imagineering creates. I am wondering if that person still has a job, because to build out the first AI platform, which would mean it would be an in-house platform, not this part of Adobe. Before we dive more into the specifics of this role, it's worth mentioning that we believe that we're going to see a lot of tech-forward moves from new Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro in his day one memo to employees. D'Amaro listed embrace technology to unlock the possibilities as well as 3 policy priorities that will guide the company. We will embrace technology to unlock new possibilities. Innovation has always been a part of Disney's DNA. Used thoughtfully, it can empower our storytellers, strengthen our capabilities, help us create more immersive, interactive, and personal ways for people to experience technology. All of that. So, right here, first, the executive will architect and deliver the AI platform that transforms Imagineering's design and delivery workflows. Okay. Interesting. Let's see here. Let's go back to this. This is what I do. I say the quiet part out loud, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I do best. So I want to go back to this article right here, because I got a feeling that something in this talks about that. Okay. Right here, that means Imagineers can move from early sketches to detailed designs faster than ever. What's most exciting is that it allows months of work to be compressed into days and weeks. That's interesting. So, the design and workflows, the design delivery workflows, rather. Second, the executive AI platform engineer will be tasked with leading the adoption of AI-powered developer infrastructure across Walt Disney Imagineering software teams. The end result of that will be radically improving engineering velocity and quality. We saw the detail on the Doom Buggy and the teacup, right? My God, today. Okay, so let's go back to the video here.
Tony Baxter hit her.
Yeah, it's weird.
The text prompt is going, you're going to enter in the text prompt, design a ride like Tony Baxter. Now, pop, if I may. I don't switch.
Yeah, B can come.
I don't switch. I don't switch. Did you notice that there was not a title for that ride? What is the throughput of the theme of that ride? Who are the characters? What's the lore? How did it relate to different Disney intellectual properties? Oh, wait, that's the human touch. Capture the magic. So you thought it would just be convenient to just say on your recording that you did, design a ride like Tony Baxter, enter, without all those different parts. I'm gonna say it 2 more times. Capture the magic. You thought it was convenient to say design a ride like Tony Baxter, enter, without all those faculties. You thought it was convenient to say design a ride like Tony Baxter, enter, for all those parameters. Guess what? Whatever project myself, Florentin, or Phil do, right here, or Phil do, we have those parameters already in mind. Let me tell you, we talk, and y'all keep it a buck with me, Florton and Phil. I believe we talk about the parameters a lot more in a higher frequency than the actual idea itself, because I feel like by the time we get to the idea, it's just refining the idea at that point. Y'all let me know if I'm off. Y'all.
So Tony Baxter or Joe Rody were permission to create something new, and they said they wanted to use AI to brainstorm an idea. He had in mind that would be fine because by Orange Grove, because it's them.
Let me know if I'm off. Y'all let me know if I'm off. I feel like we talk about those parameters, those containers, those boundaries a lot more than the actual idea, because the boundaries, the parameters, the containers, they are a guide. They're not the manual. They are a guide, not the manual. They are a guide, not the damn manual.
You know, one thing to know and two things for sure about Brandon Lee. He'll let you know what's on his mind. Flip flop. My God, today. Let's see here. Let's keep going. Let's see. Demonstration of work to counter the panel's claims. Brandon presents extensive examples of his own projects, including a rebrand of Walt Disney World, Universal Epic Universe concepts, and the Six Flags rebrand master plan. He uses these to prove that when executed correctly, AI can be a powerful tool for complex creative planning. And also, too, we talked about the Epic Games thing. So right here, let's go here. Let me flip the reverse line back. Let's go back to Vash Sky, who has the disease of wanting to be creative but is scared to execute disease. Let's go back to Vash Sky. Let's go back to Vash. Listen to this. I want you to listen. 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 I want you to listen.
Like, I don't think there's anything. I don't know in what way you implement AI and you keep everybody around, especially with how Imagineering works today. Now, if it was a group of builders and robot makers or installers and finishers and all that kind of stuff as Imagineering used to work, then yeah, I can kind of see it being a tool in order to facilitate these projects.
Wait, can we go back 2 more times, please? Okay.
Now, if it was a group of builders and robot makers or installers and finishers and all that kind of stuff as Imagineering used to work, then yeah, I can kind of see it being a tool in order to facilitate these projects. But
one more time. Just one more time.
Especially with how Imagineering works today. Now, if it was a group of builders and robot makers or installers and finishers and all that kind of stuff as Imagineering used to work, then yeah, I can kind of see it being a tool in order to facilitate these projects. But
now let's go back to this. That means Imagineers can move from early sketches to detailed designs faster than ever. I'm gonna wait till it pops up here. I'm going to read a couple of these statements here. That means Imagineers can move from early sketches to detailed designs faster than ever. What's most exciting is that it allows months of work to be compressed into days and weeks, Laughlin said. The impetus for the use of Adobe Foundry was because we were looking for a way to speed up our process. Our ability to deliver these experiences and iterate more quickly was a key reason in making that decision. The opportunity came with the goal to accelerate creativity without compromising Disney's standards. So would that mean that what Vash guy said about I don't know how you utilize AI and keep everybody's job was a lie? I think so. And like I said, all I'm doing is just utilizing their words. That's it. Let's continue.
There's you, and then there's travel you. We're about to get on our boat, elbow deep in pasta dough.
For the voice where I'm at, let me say my friend said correctly. Human beings, they sure can capture the magic unless you let others capture away your magic. That's AI. Human beings, they sure can capture the magic unless you let others capture away your magic. That's AI. Human beings, they sure can capture the magic unless you let others capture away your magic. That's AI. Yep. Filmmaker says, I agree. Back to the video. No, are we still got other BFP projects and Brainly virtual tour projects to see? Let's keep going.
Well, every new technology does, though, to some degree.
100%. And
Very much so, yes.
One thing I will note is a lot of the predictions of what AI is going to overtake, you have to remember these are coming from the AI companies themselves. So they're trying to justify these massive evaluations by saying, well, yeah, we're going to take over this sphere and that sphere. And if you look throughout history, like the internet's a good example. Like it changed, like nobody knew what the internet would become when it first popped up in the 90s. So I think the same way with AI, like it'll morph and change. But I don't think necessarily just as a given, it's going to be this massive thing that gets rid of jobs. I think a lot of the job cuts you're seeing now are using AI as an excuse because you see this with companies, and Seymour has talked about this in some of your streams, OG, about they go through these phases of growth and they cut and they grow and they cut. And you kind of see this in the tech world. So I think AI is an excuse all these companies use to say, well, of course we're going to do that. And it's going to replace some jobs, but a lot of it, it's still so new. It's really hard to know exactly how it's going to impact everything. But if it does start replacing actual like Imagineering work, I don't think that's going to end with good results. I guess I'll put it that way. They're not creating AI doesn't create anything new. It's just taking a bunch of stuff.
There it is.
Going to end with good results. I guess I'll put it that way. They're not creating AI doesn't create anything new. I guess I'll put it that way. They're not creating AI doesn't create anything new.
Jerry? Lies! Upon lies, upon lies. In the words of Will Ferrell from Elf, you sit upon a throne of lies. I'm going to say this disrespectfully. You are about to look like a fucking dumbass for that statement you just said. You're going to look like a whole dumb ass. And he did that night. With that statement you just said. You are going to look like a whole dumb ass with that statement you just said of AI doesn't create anything. Oh, we're not done. No. We're going to finish your video. We're going to go through the comments. And then I'm going to show you what AI plus human beings can create. So now I'm just going to fast forward it just a little bit. Just to show y'all. Little something for this part. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. That was rebranding Disney's California Adventure because it didn't have any direction. Disney's composition of Magic Theme Park. Okay, came with a whole new identity. That was an original from Brainly. Okay, all right. Then, of course, we got the Universal Epic Hotel concepts. Now we talked about the Kaleidoscope Hotel, right? Which is the, old school Universal Studios Florida hotel. We talked about the Legacy Resort, where we had Universal Studios Florida, House of Adventure, Volcano Bay, and one hotel. Then, of course, we had the Great Hall Hotel for How to Train Your Dragon. We had the Cauldron for Harry Potter. We had Darkmoor Manor for Dark Universe. We had Mushroom Kingdom Hotel for Mario, right? And then we did the Kronos Hotel. Let's continue on.
I just built a budgeting app.
What? How?
Base 44. Look, it pulls all our expenses.
Or creates anything. Listen to this.
Welcome, travelers, to a world of floral wonder. Let the white rose guide you with its light of purity. The red rose awakens the power of love within your heart. And the golden rose unlocks a future of shining prosperity.
Right? Yeah, for those of you who don't know what that is, that was music created replacing Frozen Ever After. So it boggles my mind. Right? And we're not even done. I'm going to show you some more here. It boggles my mind that now Disney wants to do the thing that myself, Phil, and Florence have been doing for a while. Let's continue on. Oh, hang on. Let me do this. Sorry. That was the intro. We're past the intro. Give me a moment, y'all. It's all making sense. Don't you worry. So here, right, this was the Universal, Epic Universe concepts here, right? We talked about bringing receipts and talked about Theme Park Avenue and the new park that's right there's Lockheed Martin, and then there's another hotel right there. Okay. Talked about that already. And then right here, I even did a Six Flags rebrand master plan, bringing in Sharpie. So, like I said, it's kind of mind-boggling to me that Disney now wants to all of a sudden utilize AI. But hey, hey, oh yeah, good to see you, good sir. I definitely do not like AI. LOL. It's good to see you, my man. Oh yeah, Beats. Me and him, we have a history from Clubhouse. It's good to see you, good sir. He is in the world of music. I will say this. Oh yeah, what myself and Phil and Florence do with theme parks, we actually have brought great concepts utilizing AI. And like I said, I don't believe AI should be in everything. I really don't. I think that at the beginning, middle, end of the day, that human beings should be everything, right? But sometimes when I am pitching business concepts, right, like the Uno Social Club, Family Entertainment Center, I will put in my ideas into ChatGPT and like, ooh, okay, I like that, don't like that. Okay, that's where my mind was going, just to refine it. But the final decision's on me, right? So I think context, conjecture, and connection matters when it comes to it. So good to see you, my friend, as always. We're just talking about this because Disney all the same wants to utilize AI. And it's like, what the hell, and what the hell. So that is that conversation there. Now, that's not the only conversation we're having tonight. Let's look at this video here from that park place, okay? I'll call him back. Okay. All right, I'll call him back. I'm live. Okay. Here we go. Let's watch this. Here we go.
This story out of Forbes. Disney expected to announce new theme park. Yes, it's true. Is it a fifth gate? No, not so much. This one out of Caroline Reed at Forbes. We always love hearing out of Caroline Reed and her writing partner, Kristen Silt. Disney is tipped to imminently announce that it is developing a new theme park as part of a $60 billion investment in its experiences division, which generates the majority of its operating income. It's widely expected that the park will be built in Shanghai alongside its existing fairy tale themed outpost there, and the announcement could come as early as next week.
Now, when you think about that, they already have actually a park already announced. I will let y'all see this, and then I'm gonna be right back.
There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward,
with the hope that it will be a source of joy and inspiration to all the world.
In Disney's 102-year history, there have been many defining moments and countless achievements. Today, we celebrate another thrilling moment, the creation of a spectacular new Disney theme park resort coming to Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi is a place where heritage meets innovation, a place where we preserve our past while designing the future.
Bringing a Disney theme park resort to Yas Island, Abu Dhabi marks a historic milestone in our journey as a global family destination.
The 7th Disney theme park resort destination represents a new frontier in theme park ambitions. Our resort in Abu Dhabi will be the most advanced and interactive destination in our entire portfolio. The location of our park is incredibly unique. It's anchored by a beautiful waterfront, which will allow us to tell our stories in completely new ways. Ultimately, this project will be a celebration of what's possible when creativity and progress come together.
What we are creating with Disney in Abu Dhabi is a whole new world of imagination, an experience that will inspire generations across the region and the world.
This collaboration represents a powerful fusion of Disney's unmatched legacy in storytelling and Mira's commitment to bringing world-class entertainment to our guests.
Abu Dhabi's vision for the future is to create a legacy for generations to come.
Disneyland Abu Dhabi will be authentically Disney and distinctly Emirati. An oasis of extraordinary Disney entertainment at this crossroads of the world. It will bring to life our timeless characters and stories in many new ways, becoming a source of joy and inspiration for the people of this vast region to enjoy for generations to come.
So when you already have that park announced, right? And when fans are feeling that Disneyland is not getting any love, Walt Disney World is not getting any love, and now on top of Abu Dhabi, already announced, now you're going to do this. Like I said, Disney is trying to do anything and everything to look like they're still that company leading up to D23. Let's go back to that park place.
Tomorrow, the resort will begin 2 days of celebrations to mark its 10th anniversary with Disney's Chief Executive Officer, Josh D'Amaro, flying in for the festivities. The invitation received by this author doesn't refer to an announcement and simply invites media to join us to celebrate 10 years of making magic together. However, there will be plenty of opportunity for an announcement to be made. You know, Disney's in an interesting spot right here. It has been 10 years since Disney Shanghai opened up. And that is a resort that it's impressive in some ways. And in another way, I wonder if it lives up to what maybe Bob Iger's expectations of what a Disney Shanghai park should have meant. The bottom line of the Disney company. Ron, you're chuckling. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm just thinking everybody here at Walt Disney World is like, oh, maybe we'll get a fifth park, and then oh no, we got Shanghai.
Actually, really funny.
I was,
I'll come back.
I've seen talk about this. I've seen the rumors that are flying around about this second Shanghai park, and it makes sense. I mean, Shanghai's a big location. Chinese people like it. Iger was apparently pretty good with the government there.
Yeah. It takes a lot of economic activity and relational activity to make sure that China loves you enough to allow you to build something as large as a Disney park on that scale. And I'll say they have forced perspective in every single castle park in the United States, Paris and Hong Kong, Tokyo Disneyland, all of that. The Storybook Castle at Shanghai, I'm not sure that they had to use forced perspective on that castle because it is just that large. This is, if we go by size alone, it's an amazing park. I've watched the walkthroughs of that park over and over and over again. And then when they did an overlay of the park map so you could see where you are relative to everything else, I watched it again. It's a fascinating park physically, but it's also in a place that I'm not sure that Walt would be crazy about there being a Walt Disney Park. Erica, we're 10 years in on Shanghai Disney. What do you think if Walt Disney were alive today, he would think of this company having a park there that is in a country similar to China?
I don't know. That's a hard one. That's a really tough one to answer.
Well, I'll gladly answer it. Here's the thing, right? I think Walt Disney understands that his films do reach all audiences, right? I don't think Walt Disney will actually have a problem with it, because if you think about the movie Mulan, right? And you think about how historical that was for a Asian princess, right? I think it would make sense for it to be over there, right? So really, I don't think Walt Disney will have any problems with it. I think the biggest thing that Walt Disney will have a problem with is, why are we duplicating so much? Do we have any creativity in the tank? I think that would be his biggest issue.
Speaking for a dead guy, either he would see the evolution of where we are today and be like, sure, why not? Or he'd be really against it. There really wouldn't be a middle. It would either be absolutely, let's go for it, or no, we're not doing this.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that happened when Bob Chapek was in charge of the Disney company, supposedly in charge of the Disney company, he had the chief executive office, even though Bob Iger was still technically his boss at the time. He tried to lessen the economic impact of the Shanghai park on the rest of the company. There was rumors going around that Bob Chapek was trying to figure out some kind of licensing deal, that if things went south in U.S. relations between them and China, that there would still be money coming back to the Disney company, even if, say, there was some kind of business split that said that U.S. companies couldn't own a park like that. For instance, the TikTok deal comes to mind, where TikTok couldn't operate in the United States while being owned by a Chinese parent company. Mm-hmm. So I think that internally it's still controversial. I know Bob Chapek has been since exited from the Disney company, but China and its ever-changing stance with the United States, I wonder if this is the kind of thing where Walt's universal image, the idea of the small world after all, where we're all this brotherhood of man, just one moon and one golden sun, all that idea from the Sherman Brothers, if that would outweigh the idea that Walt Disney himself absolutely 100% despised deep down into his bones communism. Like, he hated it more than I think most Americans hated communism.
Now, that is true. I mean, there's a documentary called The Secret Lives of Walt Disney. It's on YouTube, and he was an agent. And he didn't have to, but he ratted out everybody who thought they were communists, right? And really, there was nothing of that sort in the United States. It was a labor dispute going on with Walt Disney, and And so went against him, then they were communists. That pretty much was it. Okay. All right. Moving on. Just wanted to add that context, conjecture, and connection. That's not to say that they weren't real communists, but Walt Disney was very misguided in his thinking with that.
Wasn't he called? He was accused at one point in his career, and he had to fight that.
If he was accused of many things, but I don't think communism was when he was usually the one accusing other people of communism.
Yes.
So when people tried to unionize the animators at the Walt Disney Company, Walt Disney said they're a bunch of communists, which they all said. Those animators said that's ridiculous, which I think it turned out being true, by the way.
I'm just trying to think about the parks in Asia in general. Like we have the one in Japan. That's a pretty decent size park, if you ask me.
Yep.
But
Disneyland
Shanghai
and
is
Disney City,
really right. But Shanghai probably needs this because it's really small.
Oh no, Shanghai is huge.
No, Hong Kong. Hong Kong is small.
Hong Kong is
Okay, the
small,
Hong Kong one is small. Okay, I get confused. There's so many. I'm like, but yeah, I could see why they're doing that. I mean, now, do you guys think, I'm trying to picture the difference between the one in Hong Kong and the one in Shanghai. Yeah,
So the Shanghai one, from the Imagineering story that I remember, the Shanghai one was more about feng shui and culture, and it was more of a peaceful place. Hong Kong, I believe, is more about identity of culture. Now, that's just my take. I can be completely off on that, but that is my take.
are they like how?
Give it a moment, y'all. Y'all know how tech can be sometimes.
Do you need to catch a flight, or is it just a drive away? Thinking if you're living in that continent.
Hong Kong to Shanghai is a pretty far away. Hong Kong, I believe, is an island, and it's in the southern part of China. Obviously, my Chinese geography is bad, so people can call me out in the comments if I'm wrong on this.
Mine is
Shanghai
too.
Is more north and to the east, far to the east in China. So it's a different area of China, which is a pretty large country anyway. So I don't know the exact distance between the two, but they're far enough away that they're not taking each other's business. Other than
That's what I was wondering
Hong
about.
Okay.
It is a 2.5.
In the first. Go ahead.
It is a 2.5 hour direct flight from Hong Kong to Shanghai, or 8 to 11 hours by high speed rail.
They have a railroad that goes there.
I looked it up on Disney's
public.
Well,
Disney AI gave you that information, Ron.
Now, I will say this does remind me, and it's a different economic environment than it was, but Walt Disney Studios, which is now about to be renamed to Disney Adventure World out there, Disneyland Paris, Walt Disney Studios was built out of obligation because Disney would have lost the deal for that land had they not built Walt Disney Studios. And for the longest time, that was the worst Disney park. I think when you're dealing with someone like the Chinese government, which owns a large portion of Disney Shanghai, I wonder if this is something that they have to do, or if it's something that they're trying to do specifically to show the illusion of progress out there at Shanghai Disney. I don't know. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I think it's that, and Disney's just desperate for any kind of business. I don't think they care where it comes from.
My bad. I was talking the whole time and y'all could not see me. Give me one moment. I'll be here. One moment. Hey, everybody, I am. I was talking the whole time. Y'all cannot see me. StreamYard will do that to you from time to time, but if anything happens, I will always be back. Just know that. We were on that park place, so we were talking about Shanghai and how there is an announcement of a new park, even though they have already announced Abu Dhabi. Now, as you know, Erica was saying, with Shanghai, is this to save face? Yes, and yes. It is to save face, but also too, they are building up to a D23, right? So of course you don't want anybody to dictate your story, right? You don't want anybody to do that. So I fully agree with Erica that yes, it is to save face, but also too, they do need to do something in order to make it do what it do, so that way Disney won't lose its cultural relevance. And not to mention too, yes, Shanghai could use the space, but also too, it's like, do the international parks matter more than the domestic parks? So let me put the video back on the screen here.
If that would outweigh the idea that Walt Disney himself
I'm trying to picture the difference between the one in Hong Kong.
The east, far to the east, in
Shanghai, or 8 to 11 hours by high-speed rail.
Oh, they have a railroad that goes there.
I looked it up on Disney's
public.
Well,
Disney AI gave you that information, Ron.
No, I will say this does remind me, and it's a different economic environment than it was, but Walt Disney Studios, which is now about to be renamed to Disney Adventure World out there at Disneyland Paris.
Like I said, only Frozen.
Walt Disney Studios was built out of obligation because Disney would have lost the deal for that land had they not built Walt Disney Studios. And for the longest time, that was the worst Disney park. I think when you're dealing with someone like the Chinese government, which owns a large portion of Disney Shanghai, I wonder if this is something that they have to do, or if it's something that they're trying to do specifically to show the illusion of progress out there at Shanghai Disney. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I think it's that, and Disney's just desperate for any kind of business. I don't think they care where it comes from. And if it gives them the green light to obfuscate how well they're doing or how not well they're doing, that's just where they are right now. Oh, look over here, we're doing so great over here.
Yep.
And speaking of items that were Disney really wants people to look, you know, the last time that Disney got a huge bump in stock price was? Do you remember what the announcement was?
No.
It was
everything's convoluted now.
Disney World Abu Dhabi. And right now, the Walt Disney Company seems to have a magnet pulling it to $100 a share. Now, it does go below $100 a share, which we've watched many times on this channel. But currently, the Disney Company is sitting at $101.62 as of the recording of this segment here. I think that this may be the kind of thing where they want shareholders to believe that there's big movement happening at the company. So the announcement of another park, I don't think they can do that just yet in California. I don't think a fifth gate is a good idea when they've got Disney's Animal Kingdom suffering as a park the way that it's suffering right now.
And myself, Florence, and Phil have already made it a whole day park with Happy Feet, Ice Age, and the Tundra.
But they could do this out in Shanghai, where I think a lot of these American investors go, I don't know anything about that because I'm never going to it. So, you know, this will probably move the stock price up, unless there's some expose out of China that says this is a horrible idea, which there won't be.
But if Shanghai is large enough already, why are they adding? I'm just curious, like I'm trying to process everything. Why are they going to make it expand it or add to it if it's already large?
I think I think it's kind of like when Congress passes laws, even though they don't need to pass laws. I think they like the illusion of movement more than they need to see. It's a perpetual growth idea with Wall Street.
I agree with Jonas on that. Let's just say this. If the look of Disney is it's still so magical, you're going to be focused on the image than the underbelly of how the magic is being made. You're going to focus on the magic of the image than the underbelly of how the magic's being made. As long as the magic looks good, you don't have to care about the underbelly. You don't have to care about how the magic is being created. Let's keep going.
They need to always look like they're expanding revenue. So we'll do a we'll do a fast pass system, or we'll do a multi-pass system, or we'll do a premium pass system. They'll announce a new thing or a reformatting of something that's broken into something that's broken in a different way. This is the kind of thing. I think the Walt Disney Company currently, its largest, most important audience is probably their shareholders as far as all this goes. And announcing another Shanghai park, that seems like just the kind of thing that would move that stock price up, in my opinion. Anybody have any thoughts before we hit the button?
I mean, it does look like, when you look at the layout of Shanghai Disney, you look at the land that's available there, it looks like it might have been in the plans all along.
Oh, yes, of course.
I need to see the map.
So the real question is the timing of all of this, because so many people, like I look at what they're doing at what I guess is considered, I mean, Disneyland is Disneyland, right? California, but Walt Disney World is supposed to be the flagship destination for Disney. It's huge. It's freaking 40 square miles. It's the size of the city of San Francisco. There's plenty of space to do stuff, yet they keep destroying beloved attractions and just replacing that same footprint with something that people that don't like as much. And it's almost, it's hurtful, right? Like when you're a Disney fan and you see, Disney Abu Dhabi, another park in Shanghai, you have plenty of space to do new things at Walt Disney World. Why? I don't know. It bothers me that
I hear you, Ron, because the overseas parks get everything really, like, I feel like they get better stuff than we have over here.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think it's because other corporations outside of the Walt Disney Company are paying the development costs. One thing I will point out, Hong Kong Disney was built on the idea that it would expand. In fact, the second site that was out there eventually was used, but it was used by the Chinese government to create a camp where you concentrate very hard for long periods of time. It was a medical facility where people stay whether they would like to or maybe not.
Nope.
So I'm going to say maybe this is a preemptive move by the Disney company to make sure that they get their theme park instead of maybe having to give it up for something else. I'll just say more power to you, Josh DeMar, if you can turn this company around, and you'll be doing something that will bring you dangerously close to Bob Iger coming back to the company if you actually start to move that stock price.
Thanks for watching That Park Plays News. For more information, consider checking out www.thatparkplace.com.
In Shanghai, allegedly. Shout out to Forbes magazine, Forbes.com.
Send this out on your favorite social media.
So we have one more video, and then I'm going to turn off my camera, and then I'm going to bring up Phil and Florentin for their takes on all of this news. Yes, indeed. I'll draft the budget for what you just mentioned and the time out of the bill of the Tundra section of Animal Kingdom, the courtroom pitch to make to Walt Disney World once the Vacation Kingdom finally again. Yes, for sure. So, like I said, we're talking about Disney finally utilizing AI, even though Braylon, Phil, and Florentin have been doing it for a long time. And like I said, I think our plans beat Disney. I'm just going to say it. Because we actually care about Disney. We actually have the time to be a nerd. We also have the mindset to hold each other accountable in our creativity, because even though we are creative, we always think, number one, could this happen in real life? Number two, how do we bring in different audiences, right? Because y'all know I'm the media guy, right? That guy's the map, and Florentin is the wonder. He's like, I don't see it. There's something over here. So the three of us make sure that whatever our gifts are, we make sure it can happen in real life. There are different pathways for people to access whatever we're going to pitch, but most of all, we feel like it can be an addition, right? It doesn't take away anything. Now, sometimes we do have to take away something in order to make something new, but we definitely make sure that we honor the old, which Disney does not care about honoring history. Now, with that being said, this is a YouTube channel that, you know, was small at first, but as you can see, 2,450 subscribers. Congratulations to Last Ride of the Night. They've been growing, and this video right here has gotten 21,000 views one day ago and 148 comments. So I have not watched this at all. I'm watching it with you for the first time. Here we go.
Theme parks are special for a lot of different reasons, whether that be their ability to transport you to entirely different worlds, put you inside of stories that you've grown up loving, or just to have a place to go to with your friends and family for a day. But perhaps more than anything else, theme parks are a place to make memories. We all have those things that we remember from the parks in such detail, despite them happening years, sometimes decades ago. And while we could never truly experience those memories again, revisiting the place that created them is as close as we'll ever get to re-experiencing them. No matter if your favorite ride, show, or experience has been closed and removed, as long as you can remember something from a childhood visit, you're going to have some level of nostalgia for the parks that you went to. While people have nostalgia for their own personal memories, the Disney parks specifically were not actually created to be a place for those memories, but rather to celebrate the idea of nostalgia itself. A nostalgia for different eras throughout humanity's history, with Walt himself saying that Disneyland contains the essence of America as we know it, the nostalgia of the past with exciting glimpses into the future. There are very few other places on Earth where you can go to a 1930s jungle expedition, walk through 19th century New Orleans, visit the American frontier, and see glimpses of potential futures all in the same afternoon. Over the past 7 decades, Disney has continued this mission, positioning their parks as the most powerful nostalgia machine on the planet, with guests visiting as kids, becoming lifelong fans, bringing their own kids, and then repeating the cycle all over again. However, as time passes, the nostalgic principle at the core of these parks has slowly shifted. Long gone are the days of original attractions and unique worlds that were created both for and belong to the parks themselves, with the company instead targeting the nostalgia that guests have had for their extensive media catalog in order to capture different audiences. And more recently, Disney has begun running ads focused entirely on people having nostalgia for visiting the parks as children, which is in a way using the success of the original model in order to sell you back an experience that the original model created, and an experience that doesn't exist anymore. Regardless of which side of the fence you sit on, I find it genuinely fascinating how the company views nostalgia's impact on guests today versus how it was originally used back in 1955. Today, I wanted to take a deep look into the Disney parks' history of targeted nostalgia, analyze how it has evolved from the era-driven approach it began with into what it is today, and view how the shifting of that vision has both positively and negatively affected the guests and their relationship with the parks.
I want to pause it here. First of all, great introduction from Last Ride of the Night. And here's the thing, right? Disney is very quick to be able to utilize their consumers but not give to their consumers. Disney is very quick to utilize their consumers but not give to their consumers. Disney is very quick to Disney is very quick to utilize consumers, but not give to consumers, right? He's been appearing a lot in my feed now, too. Now I'm watching with you. I think we mentioned last round of the night here on the YouTube channel before for one of our BFP Imagineering lives. I can't remember because, child, we create original content all the time. So all the concepts that we've done, just my Lord. But definitely a great content creator. So like I said, great intro. Let's keep going. By the way, love that transition. Great job.
It's clear that Walt understood that nostalgia was a principle that could take his parks to heights that had never been reached before. The word nostalgia comes from two different Greek words, nostos, meaning return home, and algos, meaning pain, and was coined in the 17th century as a medical term for the debilitating homesickness of Swiss soldiers stationed abroad. Walt, being the endless young at heart person that he was, looked at that feeling and decided to design an entire place specifically intended to expel that emotion in the best way possible. And ever since their creation, the Disney parks were crafted to bring out the very nostalgia that Disney loves so much, with Disneyland's original 5 lands containing 4 that were focused on some sort of nostalgic time period or location. Main Street, USA, a small town based on the turn of the century, was modeled after Marceline, Missouri, Walt's own childhood hometown. Main Street captures a very specific feeling of a small town in the middle of the country that most people who visit the parks have no direct personal experience with, but rather know through American culture and storytelling.
Right.
Frontierland captures the essence of the American Wild West, one of the most culturally iconic eras in the country's history, with cowboys, steamboats, and mine trains all placing guests into a setting that they likely grew up seeing everywhere. Adventureland captures the spirit of exploration, pulling from different corners of the world like the Polynesian Islands, African jungles, and Caribbean outposts, reflecting on an era of discovery that is long gone due to how connected and documented the world has become. And then there's Fantasyland, appealing to the near universal nostalgic feeling of childhood imagination, of flying through the air, or going on a magic carpet ride, or going to hell. Well, you get the point.
Oh.
Fantasyland works so well because it taps into a feeling that both kids and the adults who brought them can connect to regardless.
I don't know if that was from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride or Snow White and Snow White Scary Adventures. I don't know which one that person was from, but
regardless of their age. What all these lands have in common is that they aren't themed directly to an IP that Disney created or purchased, but rather harness the nostalgic feelings that guests have towards broad eras and ideas throughout history, and transport them directly into those moments.
Now I want to pause it here. Remember when I talked about earlier of the D23 commercial versus the Super Bowl commercial, which one was more hype and which one was more of an invitation? The reason why Disneyland worked in the way that it did and the way it still does is because, oh my God, Frontierland is about exploring the unknown and breaking new ground. Oh my God, that's an invitation for me and my contribution of what a frontier means to me. Adventureland, exploring, plundering, being unafraid to go for things in life. That's a universal term. So now that's an invitation for me to add what I think adventure means to me. When you go over to the Fantasyland, who has not wanted to be a king or a queen? Here, King Lee is coming through. Hello. Yeah, Princess Tiana, my darling, it's so good to see you. Yes, I'll be busting you like a beignet later on this evening. Good to see you, Cinderella, my darling. Yes, how's the family? Good, very good, very good. Oh, how is you? That toxic ice queen that just cannot leave anybody alone. How charmed. What are you doing here? Ugh. There's a invitation for you to add what fancy means to you. And then for Tomorrowland, space the unknown technology. So now you get to add. So now it's an invitation for you to add what tomorrow means to you. And then Main Street USA. Well, you get to add what Main Street means to you. Does Main Street mean that you get to meet your friends and family? Does Main Street mean that you add tradition? What does Main Street mean to you? So all of those places were invitations. They were not built on hype. Does that make sense? Disneyland was built on an invitation for you to add your contribution, not on hype. Disney now is known more for hype than providing invitations. Let me say that on the big screen 2 more times. Disney is now known more for hype than creating invitations. Disney is now more known for hype than for invitations. Disney is now known more for hype than for invitations. This is the media philosophy, right? Remember, forced perspective, something looks bigger than what it is. As long as Disney is hyping you up of, oh my God, it looks amazing, you don't really ever think, well, it's amazing that this seems cool, but how can I be a part of it? There's no space for me to be included. So hopefully that made sense. That was Mr. Toes, right? Okay, gotcha. It was the same in Walt Disney World. It's still the same in Disneyland since the 1983 updates. Thank you, good sir, for that there. All right, let's keep going.
This approach still allows specific IPs to be included within the lands, as we've seen with things like Indiana Jones, the Fantasyland Dark Rides, and Tiana's Bayou Adventure, but it does so without tying the entire identity of the land to a single franchise that has the potential to fall out of public interest over time. Genre-specific nostalgia works so well for these parks because of just how flexible it is. Frontierland in 1955 and Frontierland in 2026 both emit the same nostalgic feeling towards a bygone era of American history in a way that I genuinely can't see happening for something like Avengers Campus or Galaxy's Edge, due in large part to how directly they are tied to the film franchises that created them. And obviously, the execution of these lands is much more important to the long-term attachment of guests than anything, and had Avengers Campus been more than just an empty concrete plaza with a subpar attraction, I think I'd feel a little differently about it. But I really struggle to imagine somebody having strong, fond, specific memories about that land decades from now in the way that people still talk about Pirates of the Caribbean, or Horizons, or the original Epcot. And that difference between nostalgia for a place and nostalgia for a franchise is really the core of what I want to talk about today. But before we can look at how the parks have shifted from this original vision, we need to first understand how the Model's own success played a role in that shift.
Macy's gift line. Gift guide. That voice. I'd recognize it anywhere.
Halle Bailey.
How can I guide your gifting?
I need to find some gifts for Father's Day.
Let me guess, you have a lot of great men in your life. Princess treatment,
If you will.
Yeah.
Super protective, but extremely loving.
Well, yes. Help shape your identity from a young age.
That's actually spot on.
Then I say this gift needs to go triple platinum.
I like the way you think, gift guide.
No matter the dad, we've got
By the way, shout out to Melissa Joan Hart and Haley Bailey for that. That was fun. Loving the transitions. Great. By the way,
for a long time,
the lamp right there. Now that is a beautiful sight to see at night.
The Disney parks have been focused on selling tickets, yes, but at the same time, a much larger priority of the company is creating childhood memories and then monetizing those memories back to those same people.
Mm-hmm.
For example, kids visit the parks with their parents over and over again, instilling specific memories about the parks and the different sensory experiences that they contain. And eventually, those kids become lifelong fans. Psychologist Clay Rutledge states that nostalgic memories, quote, tend to be focused on momentous or personally meaningful life events that prominently feature close others, friends, family, romantic partners. The exact type of experience that the Disney parks cultivate. Then those kids grow up and want their own kids to have those same memories that they grew up having, beginning the cycle anew. Much of this feeling also comes from the overall experience itself. Things like planning your trip days in advance, getting up to go early, the painful walk back to the trams that take you back to the parking lot. They all play a role in the we're going to Disneyland ritual.
Wait a minute. Oh, no. Ooh, we are quicker than that.
Early, the painful walk. walk back to the trams that take you back to the parking lot.
Seriously, a universal experience. Oh, God. I will say this, right? I think when it comes to transportation, I think that they try their best to do the best, how can you put it? They try to utilize the best option based on the environment, right? So, of course, Disneyland and Universal Studios Hollywood is more local parks, right? So it's not going to really be too many trams, right? Because it's for the locals. Not a lot of tourists are coming there, but they are trying to make more tourist things, right? Because they want to expand their territory. And there still potentially is a hotel that's going to be in front of Universal Studios Hollywood. So that's a whole separate thing. Now, on the East Coast, Walt Disney World, Universal Resort, those are the tourist destinations, right? So of course they're going to have trams, they're going to have monorails, they're going to have more ways to do it because of the capacity, right? So accessibility and availability are the two things that determines any company's rise or demise, right? How available you are and how accessible, you make yourself for people, right? So the availability on the West Coast is, hey, these are for the tourists. Now the accessibility, we're gonna make sure that they get made to be, but it ain't gonna be sprawling, It's hot, but I'm fine. Where on the East Coast, if I don't get on this fucking monorail, I'm gonna whoop somebody's ass. I'm about to whoop somebody's ass. The monorail's right open for you, Mr. Lee. Would you like to come on in? Because the availability is they have more space, so they should have more room for the solutions for me not to pass out. And the availability and the accessibility of how I can access the availability of those experiences are through bigger solutions based on the capacity of the park. Moving on.
They all play a role in the "we're going to Disneyland" ritual and contribute to making memories even more vivid. This is also why Disney adults exist. Not the typical theme park fan that can visit the parks without making it their entire personality, but the people that only visit Disney, never criticize the decisions that the company is making, and engage with the product on a shallow and superficial level. There's nothing wrong with that, and in fact, it's clear that this is the Disney machine working exactly how it was designed, with the company's high nostalgic identity playing its role as a coping mechanism during times of uncertainty due to their familiar and safe environments. The parks themselves, due to their cultural relevance, are also able to create a nostalgic feeling towards their own creations, even amongst guests that were never able to ride them. I myself have this weird nostalgic feeling when thinking about the original Epcot, despite being born over 2 decades after the park launched, due in large part to the message and the goal that the park cultivated, as well as its weird and quirky 80s architecture. However, as time has passed, Epcot's vision has slowly changed from something celebrating the past of human history and looking towards the future, to becoming more focused on the Disney IP that shares that same vision, which, while on the surface,
it's quite interesting. I mean, I think me, Florence, and Phil have said the exact same thing. We're getting away from being able to utilize these parks to explore the concepts of what can be, rather than just plugging and playing to keep a company afloat in terms of cultural relevance. Let's continue on.
this keeps the vision alive. When looking deeper, it just doesn't have the same impact as the original version. Disney wouldn't be in the position that it is today if this wasn't a capable approach. But companies can't do the same thing forever, and what we're seeing today isn't the Disney machine breaking down, but rather several factors happening all at once that are putting pressure on the foundations that the entire system is built on.
On your next trip, what will you bring home?
The first thing that I want to talk about is the shift in how fans are connecting with the parks, as I think that in the past decade, that relationship has fundamentally changed. Increasingly, The most emotionally charged conversations in the Disney fandom are not about what is currently at the parks, but rather about what used to be there. The Epcot community in particular is organized largely around extinct attractions, your horizons, your worlds of motion, your wonders of life, etc., etc. A meaningful portion of the people have these, your worlds of motion, your wonders of life, etc., etc.
Pause. Let me see something. That reminds me of something that is actually, in Orlando. I wonder if there's something. I don't know. I just wonder. Oh my God. Wow. Pizza Moon, huh? Yeah. Oh, the Pizza Moon says that's not a good enough picture of me. No, I don't like it. Okay, I will upgrade it just for you, good sir. Yes, there it is right there. There is Pizza Moon. Now, if you're wondering why Pizza Moon is so important, there was a movie, right? There was a movie reference, which I cannot remember the movie for the life of me, but here is the film right here. I cannot remember the film for the life of me, but this is the movie reference. So, like I said, Disney and Universal are more family members than next door neighbors. Let's continue on.
A meaningful portion of the people having those conversations, myself included, never actually experienced those things. They're nostalgic for something that they didn't witness due to the architecture, the era of the time, but also largely because of how passionately people that did experience those things talk about them. That's a completely different type of nostalgia than the ones that we previously talked about, instead focusing on bygone things that were never experienced. Like how Stranger Things was huge largely because of the nostalgic 80s setting that it takes place in, despite most of the audience being younger people that never experienced that era. So instead of having nostalgia for the parks that they visited, people have nostalgia for the park's past self, and that's a big difference. Nostalgia for the park drives visits. It drives people to come back over and over again, whereas nostalgia for what the park used to be drives content about the park and community around the park and genuine affection for Disney as a concept, but not necessarily the traffic that Disney wants it to generate. When the thing that emotionally resonates with people the most about a place is something that has been removed, rather than what's currently there, that place has started to exist primarily as a nostalgic object, rather than as a living destination. And Disney themselves aren't innocent in this, and in some ways have actually encouraged it. The Centennial campaign, the D23 retrospectives, and probably the most pointed to example, the Epcot Forever fireworks show from 2019, which was an entire
By the way, just to bring this up.
Pointed to example, the Epcot Forever fireworks.
No one cares about this. We want Illuminations, Reflections of Earth. On behalf of Walt Disney World, the place where dreams come true, we welcome you to Epcot and World Showcase as we gather around the fire, as we've done thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years before us to share the light of a story, and an amazing story of the victories, the defeats, family and friends, uniters and lovers coming together as one. Welcome to Reflections of Earth. Bum, 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 bum. There's nothing there at Disney that makes you want to go inside your brain to pull a memory out to give a fuck about it. Back to the video.
Works show from 2019, which was an entire show built around nostalgic Epcot, from the music to the imagery to the architecture, and it was ran during a period when all of these things were actively being removed, using the audience's love for what is going away in order to generate goodwill during the time period in which it is actually going away. From what I heard, the show was fantastic, and people whose childhood was that version of Epcot stood in the park and cried at a tribute to the park that was actively being dismantled. That's nostalgia being deployed with extraordinary precision and intent, and is a direct instance of the company using your love against you. There's a difference between a park that generates
Using your love against you. Like I said, Disney is willing to utilize consumers but not give to consumers. Utilize consumers but not give to consumers. Utilize consumers but won't give to consumers. Let's keep going.
It's nostalgia, and a park that trades with it. Where a park that generates nostalgia is building new things that will become memories for guests to carry forward. And a park that uses nostalgia as a currency is spending the emotional savings account that previous experiences built, using the feelings that people already have to generate engagement without necessarily building anything new to replace them. Remember Disneyland's Tomorrowland? The original one that was built with optimism about the future rather than a nostalgia for the past. The one that requires constant updates in order to still feel new. The other 4 lanes in the park haven't needed that, and have been relatively the same for 70 years, because the feelings they built around don't expire. Ever since my first time seeing the Jules Verne-inspired versions of the future at both Disneyland Paris and Tokyo Disney Sea, it's never made sense to me that instead of curating a timeless futuristic design focused around extremely popular media, Disney elected instead to add whatever Star Wars, Buzz Lightyear, or whatever space-branded franchise that they could do to the land. Broad and genre-level nostalgia ages significantly better than specific nostalgia, and it's clear that Walt understood that in a way that the current leadership doesn't always seem to. Walt said that Disneyland would never be completed as long as there's imagination left in the world. And while some use that quote in defense of change, I have always viewed it as saying that the parks kept growing, kept imagining, and kept making new things for new generations to fall in love with, instead of describing a park that would just rotate different IP experiences when their culturally relevant timelines had expired.
Boost Mobile has an unlimited plan for $25 a month forever.
Forever? Really?
Forever. Yes, forever.
The second change is the type of attractions that the company has been making since the beginning of the 21st century, which has been even more accelerated since the debut of Cars Land in 2012. The list of what has been removed and replaced in a relatively short window is genuinely staggering.
Now, here's how you can tell if you know your Disney history. There used to be a thing called flying saucers. A little something like this. Really didn't take off too much. But they were trying to do that again with Luigi's tires, because over here is a leaning tower of tires. Didn't work out too well, so then they went to this. Continue.
And replaced in a relatively short window is genuinely staggering. The Great Movie Ride became Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Maelstrom became Frozen Ever After. Splash Mountain became Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
Now, I will say this to all the black people, because I know it's Juneteenth. No, I don't really think anybody hates Tiana. If somebody really hates Tiana, then they're a waste of life that should have been swallowed by their mama. Just like the people that hate the Black Arrow, they are a waste of life that also should have been swallowed by their mama. People want Tiana to be respected with a new ride. And what ends up happening is when you take away the foundation, right, of how the mansion is built, then you have to change the inside of the mansion, and the rooms don't look the same in terms of how big it is. What's inside the rooms don't hit the same. And it's like, you know what? Fuck this place. Why do I come here? So that's what's happening with what Last Ride that I was saying. The foundation has changed so much. Do you really want to go to the Disney mansion anymore? Or do you want to go to a mansion that, while they understand we got to update the mansion every once in a while, we can't change the foundation? Because when we change the foundation, we're also changing how you connect to the mansion. Let's continue on.
Universe of Energy became Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Muppet Vision 3D is currently being replaced at both parks it's at. The Rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island at Magic Kingdom are being taken out for a Cars expansion and Villains Land. And while most of these attractions are pretty good, in particular, I think Cars Land at DCA and Pandora are incredibly well done, both inside the land and inside the themes of their parks. And personally, I'd argue that besides the Great Movie Ride and the Rivers of America removal, most of these were probably justified. At the same time, it's hard to ignore the losses that these changes in attractions create from both a thematic and connective point of view. Legendary Imagineer Tony Baxter has talked about what he describes as the thematic erosion of the park's lands. More specifically, the way that replacing broad, genre-level attractions with specific IP-based ones slowly strips a land of any coherent identity. His specific example involves Tomorrowland, calling the inclusion of Space Ranger Spin to be a larger part of the erasure of Tomorrowland's original theme of A Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow. And I personally agree with this fully. While I do support the inclusion of IP when it makes sense within the theme of a land, like Indiana Jones and Adventureland, I think when the connection is too vague, like Star Tours and Buzz Lightyear in Tomorrowland, just kind of having general space themes, when there is already a better space-themed attraction just down the pathway, simply just feels redundant and cheap. Once again, Epcot is probably the biggest victim of this change in approach. With the original parks being about human ingenuity, understanding different cultures, and embracing a better future, at its core being about educating guests. But nowadays, the park doesn't really have much of any of that left within it, with the so-called experimental prototype Community of Tomorrow only having maybe one attraction that features the future in it at all. Thus, the park itself is left without an identity to it, and as a result, simply lacks the long-term connection-making ability that it used to have. The counter to this entire argument is a fair one. You know, both Cars Land and Pandora are great lands that fit cohesively in the themes of their parks without detracting from them at all, making their impact on guests just as strong. Pandora specifically fits definitively into Animal Kingdom's coexistence with nature theme due to the film's message being exactly the same. And Cars Land, although being Disney's first large-scale IP-based land, still feels like it was curated under the previous teams that created original lands. Aside from these two, it's my personal belief that Disney has missed the mark on their subsequent IP-based lands, with the lands like Galaxy's Edge and Avengers Campus relying entirely on the nostalgia of the franchise itself, instead of building something that feels uniquely Disney. As a result, the parks stop being the thing that people have these nostalgic feelings towards, and instead, that falls onto the IPs themselves. In return, making people less likely to come back to the parks in the long haul when they could simply experience their favorite Marvel movies or Star Wars movies at home.
You know, it's interesting how much this video and me are one, because how long have I been saying that if I can experience Frozen in the movies, if I can experience it on, ABC, right? More so, Disney Channel. If I can get Frozen in merchandise, right? If I can experience Disney on Ice, if I can experience it on a Disney live play, if I can experience it during a Frozen concert, if I can go Party City and get Frozen decorations, by the time I get to the parks, I'm tired of Frozen. You know why Illuminations has never had a movie or a TV show or anything else? You know why Fantasmic has never had a movie or a TV show or anything else? You know why World Showcase has never had a movie or anything else? Because it was something that you had to go experience in person. And the memories from that, going back to Last Ride of the Night's video, that nostalgia fueled the sales, because when you got home, oh my God, I did this and that, you gotta go, I gotta go, we gotta go, and that kept the Disney engine running for a long time. But now, when you just plug and play everything, you ain't got no stories to tell your friends and family, because Disney's all around you. There's nothing exciting that makes you want to hold Disney in your heart and make a space to care for it as much. Let's keep going.
Like, seriously, if I wanted to take a picture with Spider-Man, I'd just go to Hollywood Boulevard and save myself the money. I think this could be something that is perhaps being rolled back a bit, as the company is putting forth a lot of resources in a full renovation and reimagining of the Carousel of Progress at the Magic Kingdom.
Which is very controversial. They're going to add a scene of Walt Disney, but I also think too that the Carousel of Progress is supposed to be a time capsule of this is the foundation of what Progress has formed into, and now it's your job to go into the world and add your contribution to the Carousel of Progress of this thing called life. Once again, it was an invitation. Like I said, Disney is building up rides and attractions and spaces based on hype. None of the rides, attractions, and spaces are creating a space for you to feel like you have an invitation to contribute something. Let's continue.
Showing that they're committed to updating older attractions for new audiences without the inclusion of IP, at least as far as we know. And I think if balanced correctly, doing both at the same time could be a successful direction to take, but as of right now, only time will tell.
Patients around the world are cleaning their retainers wrong. Here are the 3 worst ways to clean your retainer. 1. Brushing. This is really common, but can actually cause irreversible damage to your retainer. Harsh plastic bristles cause micro scratches that trap harmful bacteria, which release enamel-eroding acids that could lead to teeth staining. 2. Chemical solutions like cleaning crystals. While they can have disinfecting properties, chemicals don't have the critical scrubbing action to break down hardened tartar and plaque, the main culprit of tooth decay. 3. Rinsing. The worst method, which relies on hydraulic action that is ineffective at removing even visible food particles, bad smells, or tastes. Introducing the dentist solution, the Dental Pod, ultrasonic retainer cleaner, recommended by thousands of dental professionals around the world and winning Product of the Year in 2024. Powerful ultrasonic waves disrupt stubborn plaque and kill bacterial biofilms at the microscopic level, leaving a pristine and sterile appliance.
You know what? If y'all could figure out a way where you can like make the water where you can put your toothbrush in it and just clean your teeth like that, y'all will really be banking at ZimaDental.com. Shout out to them for that. That's amazing. Let's continue on.
The third and most obvious thing putting pressure on the machine is the pricing. But I want to talk specifically about how the pricing itself is affecting the nostalgia pipeline, rather than just the general pricing complaints that I and so many others have. In 1971, a one-day Magic Kingdom ticket cost $3.50. Adjusted for
1971, $3.50. Inflation, sir?
Today, that's roughly $27. A one-day Magic Kingdom ticket in 2025 started at $189, 7 times the inflation-adjusted price from 1971. Ignoring inflation completely, and deliberately changing the demographic that's able to visit the parks in favor of fewer, wealthier guests. While I understand a significant role of the parks is about making enough money in order to subsidize the company's other divisions that are struggling lately due to the terrible margins of streaming services and other.
Disney Plus has had negative of $11.4 billion since launch. Let's continue.
Factors, intentionally raising prices to heights that cause even diehard fans to not visit the parks simply feels like a severe overstep. A 2024 survey found that 45% of families who visited Disney with their children went into debt to afford the trip.
Yeah.
And the families that can't justify that at all are causing the company long-term damage, since the kids that would be on those trips won't be creating these nostalgic memories that we spoke about earlier, leading to less and less adults wanting to create memories with their kids, completely killing the cycle that has kept the parks as successful as they have been for as long as they have been. And look, I'd be lying if I said I'm not a part of that demographic. I grew up going to the parks all the time because they were a relatively affordable thing that we could do multiple times a year. And if I hadn't done that so much as a child, I likely wouldn't be as large of a fan of themed entertainment as I am. A vast majority of the adults visiting the parks today grew up visiting them in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, when a Disney vacation was achievable for most middle-class American families. But the generation growing up right now, in the era of $189 tickets, is a generation that's likely to break that trend.
I think during the happiest celebration on Earth, I think they had magical gatherings for like group travel. And I think you could go to Walt Disney World for like 7 days and 7 nights for like $5,000. Now, like it's like up to $20,000. And yes, there are tons of videos of Disney adults in debt. Like sincerely, that's a thing. And hey, Thornton, welcome in.
While it isn't something that can be directly measured in the short term, I'd be lying if I said it was a future that I didn't see as a strong possibility. A Harris poll commissioned by the Wall Street Journal showed that 74% of US households say that the cost of experiences like theme parks is becoming financially out of reach. And among those cutting back on things like Disney, 59% of them cite cost as the primary reason. When Bob Iger returned as CEO after Chapek's tenure, he expressed a concern that the pricing strategy had been, quote, killing the soul of Disney. But then he still raised prices, likely due to the financial pressure of being a publicly traded company. The quarterly earnings calls just don't care about what the parks mean to 7-year-old kids who aren't visiting them. And Chapek's response when challenged on the pricing was one of the most clarifying statements I've ever heard about the Disney parks and their current vision, saying, quote, "It's all up to the consumer. If the consumer demand keeps up, we'll act accordingly." Which is a completely rational, completely market-correct answer, but also a fundamental misunderstanding of what Disney is actually selling. Correct. Because a large part of the Disney parks' business model isn't really about consumer demand in the normal sense. They run on emotional inheritance, and that takes upwards of 20 years to see the results of. And by the time you can measure the damage, it's likely already been done. At the end of the day, all that matters is that people are still making memories at the parks that will last a lifetime. And while it may be in entirely different ways than the parks originally did, it's clear that as long as the big hitter attractions like Haunted Mansion, Pirates, and other Imagineering classics are still running, there will always be a portion of the population that will visit. The nostalgia that Disney has generated over the last 70 years runs very deep and won't dissipate quickly. And personally, I think the parks have more resilience than most of the doom and gloom crowd tends to give them credit for. But the nostalgia machine that Disney is running requires fuel. As prices continue to grow, new attractions have less of an impact on the parks themselves due to their IP inclusions, and the rising content about the previous eras of the company continue to reign supreme.
Yes.
Over the next 20 years, I expect these factors to contribute heavily into the company's future for better or for worse if the course isn't corrected. The parks have survived bad decisions before. California Adventure's opening left a sour taste in many guests' mouths. Paul Pressler's reign left many feeling nickeled and dimed, and Euro Disney's launch was historically awful. But nostalgia is resilient, specifically because of the emotional attachment it has generated runs so deep. There's a generation of kids right now who may not be able to afford to go, or only want to go because of a specific franchise being there, and in a few decades, the impact of that won't be insignificant.
Amazing job. That is Last Ride of the Night. Like, comment, share, subscribe to Last Ride of the Night. So with that being said, I'm going to turn off my camera now because we've done the whole show for over an hour. Yes, we have. Yes, indeed. That's Horizons of Golf. Would you like a preview of it? Of course I would. In due time. Yep, laughing to the bank is what Disney did about wrecking Epcot and Rivers of America, among other things. Rivers of America being removed and the island is unforgiving. I don't trust the update of COP ride. Give some context. What do you mean COP ride? I'm confused there. WTF, I don't either, but I can't help it with the eds it can do to improve and create. Howdy, drop Disney Plus. If it can't run properly, if it decides to drop Disney Plus, it helps with nostalgia. Hey, I'm working as usual, as you know. Hey, Phil. Hey, Bray, I'm returning home, so I'm listening in. Love the style. It's got slow jazz groove, my vibe, and good point. So, with that being said, as the fireworks are going off behind us here, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to drop the link if Florentin or Phil want to come up and give their take on everything that we've talked about. So tonight we talked about Disney teaming up with Adobe to do what me, Phil, and Florentin have been doing for quite a while in building new rides and attractions and expansions utilizing AI. Then apparently Shanghai may be getting a new park before any new updates in the domestic parks, and then of course the nostalgia problem that Disney has. So a jam-packed Disney Live for you all. So yep, we are just relaxing here. Yes, it. So, a lot going on. All right, BFP Conductor is here. Hello, good sir.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing okay. What did you think of the commentary? What do you think of the commentary that's been given of the evening by myself and of course last ride of the night as well?
Last ride of the night. Yeah, you did mention him before. But I never watched him before. But I was just kind of curious, like, is he popping up on my feed lately? Because I subscribe to like 2 other channels as of late, like small channels. And it's a very good, excellent video, and that's why I brought up Disney Plus in the comments section, because okay, you lose 11 billion with a capital B,
right?
And you're talking about you as you just said, oh, I bought a bunch of Frozen and I watched a bunch of Frozen and I've watched Frozen 100 times at home, or et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
That diminishes the nostalgia to visit the park, and et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
So once you agree, let's drop Disney Plus, shall we say?
So here's where I agree and disagree, right?
That's why I'm presenting it as like devil's advocate. I have no side on this.
Right. I agree with you that yes, they should drop Disney Plus in the current form. But in the same token of that, it is 2026. And there's no way that Disney can, be out here without their streaming service. So should it be more content based on content creators who, like us, love Disney, have criticism of Disney, but still have an affinity for it, and new content being made off of that energy, along with new content that doesn't have a ride or attraction, and that could be just for that? Yes, I believe Disney Plus in that fashion can absolutely work, because it goes back to the nostalgia principle of, oh my God, for example, Gracie's Corner is coming to Disney Plus. I'm so excited about it. But if Gracie's Corner never gets a ride or attraction, right? But when I go to Disney, I can watch Gracie Corner on my phone as I'm waiting for a ride, because I feel like Gracie is my best friend. It extends, oh my God, like I waited on this ride, but I got to hang out with Gracie. So now the kids have their own experience that doesn't have to be felt as a redundant experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, at my job, as you know, I'm a forklift driver. So when you're forklift driving and doing stuff for as I'm talking to you, I'm also looking at a different screen.
Understood. You're good.
Who's here? Oh,
Morton.
Before further with his heavy breathing and everything, because he likes to breathe in his microphone.
Damn it. Sounds like he's going through a wind tunnel.
I must have triggered him if he has to call us during his live call. Anyways.
Hang on, I'll mute this.
What I was trying to say was I was driving Lyft and I come up with ideas, throughout the day at work.
Right.
Busy working. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be great if they added back in the special features that were like behind the scenes of what made the movie?
Right.
Movie into their the movie that you were watching as a sidebar option to watch.
Right.
Could that be programmed that way?
Potentially. For those of you who in Florence, you didn't have to get off the live, good sir. I just muted your mic. It's not that we don't want you up here, good, so don't get that twisted. For those of you who remember, there was a thing called Disney Movie Rewards back in the day, right? Where you could collect the cases and enter the codes and win, particular prizes from Disney. In addition to that, there was a thing besides the coming soon to theaters called Disney Fast Play, where, you know what? Instead of just talking about it, let me just show you. Give me a moment here. Hang on.
Yeah. And I also thought about, wouldn't it be great? Now, I'm not sure if I remember this correctly, just at the moment, but I swore there was something I could do on Netflix that I could play a game. What if we can play games on Plus too?
Yes, so Netflix does have games. Like, for example, Trivia Crack was Trivia Crack is a game that you can play on Netflix, along with Black Mirror and other things. So give me a moment here. I'm good, guys. My headphones are 0 and noisy still around where I am. Understood. All good, good sir. We still love you. It's all good. So here's Disney's Fast Play. Here we go.
This Disney DVD is enhanced with Disney's Fast Play. Your movie and a selection of bonus features will begin automatically. To bypass Fast Play, select the main menu button at any time. Fast Play will begin in a moment.
So that was Disney's Fast Play, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you did not know. No, I think that if I'm hearing you correctly, I think what you're saying is, can there be bonus features that can enhance the ride or attraction that can be on your Disney Play app? So the way the special features and the bonus features enhance your movie experience can be the same thing for the parks experience. It's almost going to the magic bands, correct? If I'm following your logic right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just thinking about those of you, if you wanted to keep the Plus, I guess, you plus the Plus experience with those bonus features.
Right. I do think it would be cool if there was a way to maybe have a Disney Parks section where if you're on vacation at any of the parks, you go to the Disney Plus vacation park bonus feature section. And let's just say you hit Space Mountain and, it's a video of certain things that you can do at Space Mountain, but the only way you'll know about it is if you go onto Disney Plus, and that's like bonus features for those people going on vacation, right? I like the idea and the concept of where you're going there. What did you think about my I'm going to say take. I think it was more of a take than commentary on the AI conversation of this Adobe partnership with Disney. But what did you think of my take on that?
You were right on your takes on it. But I just like, I don't know if I actually called you that night. I actually come think of it. No, I don't think I had. But I wanted to call you while I was talking with Fulton on here. We talked for 20 hours on Tuesday night. And I was like, wow, that just happened. I mean, and then we try to trick Gemini with asking if it can define what image we are sharing to it as is, and we've Gemini failed. So, I agree with your assessment on Adobe and Disney. What is Disney going to do with Adobe? God, please don't do that. Do not make that AI artwork. Please don't. Don't try to do that crap to the people. Remember that controversy that was like at the Haunted Mansion? You know, when they opened the storage shed from Home Depot? Because people said that was the Home Depot shed. To slander Home Depot, that they're a good store. But and plus also the scale of that building is absolutely wrong too. But there was like some supposed artwork on the top of the shelf near the ceiling of the store. And it didn't look like it was, but was it? It looks really much like AI. So people pointed it out, and you know what? It disappeared in 2 weeks.
Understood. I see that, yes, we almost had a marathon show, lots of content unplanned. Phil mentioned Vast Sky. And listen, when I utilized our footage to reframe, capture the magic in his panel, is not to be mean or malicious. It was to bring up the point of, is this Adobe partnership more vanity than for productivity? Because I feel like, and y'all can let me know if I'm off with this, I feel like this is more of a vanity project, and I don't think that they will actually utilize this in the parks. Like, we won't see anything actually, in the words of Dwayne The Rock Johnson, how he puts hands to ass. I don't think we're going to see wand to ground at all with this AI partnership with Adobe. What do y'all think of that? Do y'all think that this is more of a vanity partnership to advance Adobe with their technology to showcase that, hey, anybody can use it? If Disney can use it, you can use it. Or do you think that this could actually do what we have been doing and it will be for more of a productivity purpose?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Disney can have the advantage of that. They're going to pay for the whole entire expert AI, which is probably charging like $200 or $100 or $300, okay, for the expert. We saw how ridiculous the prices are out there.
Right.
As me and you and Thornton, we kind of have budgets. We want a multi-billion-dollar company.
Right.
Will they understand how to use the concepts, and choose wisely as we do? That's up for debate.
Understood.
That's what the differences are between us and Disney or any other company that does this.
No, I definitely.
I wouldn't put it past them that they want a logic to it, but when they ask the questions like I do in my chats, how much will it be and what's the timeline and etc.
Right.
That's where they probably go put on the brakes and go, can I do for cheaper and less?
Right.
As for me, I just want the best experience for you, me, and Florentin, and everybody for the next generation.
Yes. No, I fully agree with
Walt
that.
touch, do the Walt thing. What would Walt do to this? Make it great.
Yes. No, I fully agree with you. I think that is the big difference here with what we have going on is with Disney and this AI project, right? This AI partnership with Adobe, they do have the budget to do it. Unlike us, we don't have the budget to execute any of the ideas that we've done. But in the same token, it's going to be very interesting to see if their ideas, now that because y'all basically, this is a branded partnership where Disney really ain't got to pay for it as long as they, showcase it and, they meet the terms of the agreement. Then it's basically free for Disney and it's free for Adobe. I think the biggest thing with this is we have been able to make some amazing concepts based off of the free model, right? And I think the thing that I'm curious about is, will what Disney is, the concepts that Disney will create, will those be better than what everyday people can do with AI for free? I think that's the biggest thing. Will the concepts be bigger because they have this technology? Or do we think that if you don't have the soul of Imagineering right with the right people, then the AI is going to fall down around it?
Update on the you call it Ice Age land, I call it Tundra land. Just
Oh no! I did say Tundra. I was just saying we brought in.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Both names could be correct, but but I prefer Tundra.
Yeah.
I mentioned in the chat that I'm making file of this. Guess how big was the file?
I'm guessing gigabyte or terabyte energy.
Apparently in here I can't exceed 64 megabytes.
Oh wow.
So I have to because I saw got a message from the tabs that I have open here while you're chatting. So I'm going through here, doing it all over again, and I'm just trying to deselect probably half of it at least to split into two sections, two PDF.
I'll still listen to it, making something to eat real quick.
I want to present this to I'm just saving all my projects onto a USB stick. The golden ticket.
I'm still right here with y'all. It's just making me something to eat.
I'll be doing the same. This PDF actually. Let's do it. I strolled all the way back to Happy Street.
Yes.
Good Lord.
And
that's
then
not even under a building.
Go ahead.
It's not. It's beyond. That's the one that's before the Clovis building.
Right.
Which Clovis building, as people don't know, go back to the Halloween show that Valen did. Okay, for context, and
Yes.
Clovis is like inspired by the Living Seas people. The immersion of it.
Right.
And that's what inspired the Huskies.
Yes, because it was snow dogs.
Yeah.
And it was snow buddies. That came to be for that.
So, I mean, you're in the tundra, but what the heck? I'm in Florida. Well, hold on. You go in here, and we transport you to the tundra. Wow, amazing! Just like in Epcot, Living Seas Pavilion, when it was all fully functioning and stuff, before they removed the elevators, to break the immersion. You could go down to the seas. Now I bring to you Huskies that will take you from Florida. You were probably in this showroom, learning about Antarctica, how the history of it, and you're going to take the Husky, go along with the Huskies through the tundra.
Right.
And you're going to be in the tundra lab pavilion inside that mountain. But you want to know that you're inside that, show building mountain, because this is a, same concept of living out in the seas. You didn't know you were in a show building of living with the seas.
Right.
You just like, oh, I'm under the ocean.
But I think what was so brilliant about that, and what really kicked off this idea, right, of us wanting to do this expansion, was you had a great anchor of Expedition Everest. And the
It's
part
funny
that
I was the one that pointed it out then too, like, oh look, this is just perfect. Because don't you know there's Mount Everest over here?
Correct.
Oh, you're right. Told Thornton, like, oh my goodness. You're right.
And that's what made us want to do the expansion, because for those of you who don't know, Disney's Hollywood Studios is a half-day park, and so is Animal Kingdom. And so with Expedition Everest there, we were like, okay, well, we're in Asia, but we need to make sense of the fact that there's a snowy mountain. So Happy Feet and Mumble, which is 21st Century Fox, right, and Blue Sky Studios. So you have that. Then you have Ice Age, which the new Ice Age Boiling Point teaser trailer is out. It looks very good. And people love Ice Age. So you have the Paleolithic era with the mammoths and, the saber, tiger, and of course the sloth and the squirrel. Then you have penguins. And then the tundra, when you're thinking about going up a mountain, you usually have huskies help you go up the mountain. So that cohesion really brings out Mount Everest. So now you can go to Africa, you can go to Asia, you can go to the tundra, all in that one area. So if you really want to look at, it's basically it's more of a World Showcase boosted for Adventureland. No, I'm sorry. It's more of a World Showcase boosted with Adventureland energy, but it's through the world of the Animal Kingdom.
Speaking of Adventureland, Thank goodness for people like Mouseless that get stuck in my head, you know.
Amen. The thick one is my wife, ladies and gentlemen. I just want that. Okay.
They were talking about Adventureland on abandoned Disney. Now, this would be stuff I would not. They would talk about things that people would not remember, and maybe only few would. We all know about the hideous magic carpet ride in Adventureland, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I proposed a proposal to remove the ride and restore what they detailed, the Adventureland Bazaar, which was a little section, you know, that was deleted entirely when they built the magic carpet ride.
Right.
It was right beside the near the tiki room, and where you get the doors nearby it.
Understood.
Yeah, so I rebuilt it, and it looked very amazing. And two, I utilized the tavern space right across the way from Pirates of the Caribbean with a show inside it.
Understood.
Because they've been trying to figure out how to open that place for a better part of a decade now.
Right.
So, yeah.
Understood. Probably at Disney just came out with a video talking about opening date rumors for Disney World at Disneyland. Y'all want to watch it and give predictions?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just going to listen to the audio as I keep my fingers crossed. I probably won't get my wish because I get limited to 3 exports a day, and this was my 3rd export, and it didn't work because too big. So we'll find out. If not, we'll tomorrow.
There's the great debate as to the Jungle Book, whether there's still room for Animal Kingdom or Elseworld or Elseworld Showcase in another India pavilion. I think the Jungle Book definitely should be represented.
Oh,
without question, it is definitely classic Disney.
Wait a minute, hold on. Did he say India pavilion?
Yes.
Oh, let me ask you this, Florentine. Braylon. Did you watch Traction Ideas video the other day? Traction Ideas had a video about the World Showcase.
Yes, it came out 2 days ago. I haven't seen it yet.
Ooh, man.
I've been meaning to get around to it, so.
I was wondering if I should just have you guys react to it later, or yeah, I mean, because it mentioned my country there. That's the top of the list.
I mean, it's from a video. Yes, it is so good.
But yeah, let's watch probably Disney at first because see what
she's got this one, and then she's got is Disney World hinting at D23 at new D23 announcements. She's got those 2 videos here, so let's watch and see.
Yeah,
we may finally have some answers about some of the biggest questions regarding the Disney parks.
Yeah.
Disney
really the same background and okay, all right, all good.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, I understand.
This turbocharged future is well underway with more lanes, rides, experiences, parks,
really
even cruise ships in the works than ever before. But the question we all want to know is, when are they gonna open? While some answers are expected at D23 in August, several new rumors and some new speculation has bubbled up on the interwebs about a select number of projects. And if you're like me and you don't want to wait and you're looking for info and or predictions about the future of the parks right now, I've got you covered today. So this is Probably at Disney, and we are going to tackle a lineup of rumored and predicted opening dates at Walt Disney World and Disneyland. So let's get to it.
Almost forgot. With Firefly, you can edit videos using prompts. So watch this right here. This is related to Disney and Adobe Firefly. Here we go. So as you saw in that video, that's how detailed they can make spaces for rides and attractions through Adobe Firefly. So just to give you some context, conjunction connection there. There we go.
It is important to note that Walt Disney World in particular has been crazy productive over the past year and a half. From 2025 until
Chewy, like, hey Disney, I'm tired of y'all ass. Hang on. Watch this.
Productive over the past year and a half.
Like, get the fucking work.
Yeah. Get off my land.
That was hilarious.
From 2025 until today, Disney has opened a whopping 14 new or refurbished park experiences, including Test Track 3.0, The Little Mermaid: A Musical Adventure, Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets, Villains Unfairly Ever After, Magic Kingdom's Disney Starlight Parade, Zootopia Better Zootgether, The Beacon Barrel and Geo 82, Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin, the Cinderella Castle's new paint job, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, Soarin' Across America, Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run with The Mandalorian, and now the new Animation Courtyard. And this speed, this level of productivity, and this intentionality, it is all something we need to keep in mind as we talk about what's coming up next, because at least for the moment, everything we used to know about Disney's construction timelines, they're no longer relevant.
How many did she say they had worked on?
14. She said new rides or refurbished experiences, but I feel like
8 refurbishments.
Yeah, I feel like these have been more like I said to y'all before. These projects that they are doing and that they are having openings for, these are busy worker projects to keep y'all tied over until D23. That's all this is. This is not just
Rock and Roller Coaster refurbishment. Grand Thunder Railroad refurbishment.
Test Track a refurbishment.
Test Track refurbishment. Yes. 8 out of 14.
Right, and like I said, this is not to disrespect the executives, Imagineering, or the fans of Disney. And I know it may seem to y'all mind like, Bray, you cussed out Disney as a dumbass because you feel floored to have been doing what Disney is doing now. Many things can be true, okay? Listen, are we ahead of Disney on everything? Yes, we are. Do we want Disney to fail? No, we don't, okay? Those two things are true, all right? But also, too, we are not so blind that we can't say what needs to be said, right? And when I said this, Phil and Thornton both agreed with me that this was busy work until D23, right? So it's not like these aren't significant projects. It's almost like, how can I put this? It's almost like how it's a hot day and you want ice cream but yet you're still hot in the day that you're having, but it just holds you over, right? That's what's happening here. They're basically offering Dole Whip to keep you cool, but you're still hot. You know what I mean? So, Phil, over to you, good sir, if that makes sense. And by the way,
that makes sense. And by the way, when I met Scrooge McDuck in Diamondland back in 2018, I asked him for a job, and he offered me to pay me in Dole Whips because I Dole Whip shirt on, and I agreed upon it. So
that is hilarious. Oh my Lord!
Because Dole Whips is life.
No, absolutely. No, for sure. And let me say this, right? Isn't it interesting, right, that somehow there is a Yeti behind Josh D'Amaro? Now, does that mean that that the Yeti will be out of B mode?
No, that's the Disneyland Matterhorn Yeti. Different.
Oh, okay. My bad, y'all. I gave y'all.
If it was the Mount Everest Yeti, it wouldn't fit in that room at all. Because it's like 30 feet, 35 feet tall, or 40 feet tall.
Right.
Go back to a video of Rhodey, with the Expedition Yeti animatronic functioning right behind him. It's massive. They had to put him in a big warehouse to be tested out.
No, understood.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, at least I recognize there was a yay behind him, okay? Listen, it could have been worse with what I thought it would be. Let's continue on.
We are truly in a new era. So again, just keep that in mind as we talk about this stuff today. But in terms of that new animation courtyard at Hollywood Studios, its anchor attraction, the magic of Disney animation, that is what's next on Disney World's lineup. And we have a new rumor about when it could be opening. This experience, which is a blend of Disney's Once Upon a Studio short and the park's old Magic of Disney animation experience, will offer animation classes taught by an audio animatronic Olaf, pictures that magically come to life, a playground, and a number of character meet and greets. And it is already confirmed to open in late summer of this year. But here is the problem. Since fall begins on September 22nd, late summer could range anywhere from late July all the way to September 21st. But according to some reports that have surfaced online, which as always is not official, they could be wrong or Disney could change their plans. But according to these reports, they are suggesting that Disney is aiming to open the Magic of Disney animation in mid-August.
If you feel like you're wasting hours shopping online, watch this. Shopping for one product online turns into hundreds of sponsored results, thousands of options, and hours.
And while it is very possible Disney has made their official announcement by the time you're listening to this, at this moment in time, as I'm recording, I think August 13th wouldn't be unreasonable and likely around the Target opening date, if not the Target itself. So if you are planning a visit to Walt Disney World in mid-August, you may be among the first guests to check this out. Now, after the Magic of Disney animation makes its debut, all of the attention...
The reason why I say August 13th is not bad is because it's getting closer to the end of summer, right? So kids will be, heading back to school. But also, too, it gives it enough time for people to be used to the attraction, right? So that you have the fall. And then, of course, these characters can be interchangeable based on new, franchises and this, that, and the third. So I can definitely see August.
And we got the kinks of Olaf's arm falling off because, I can't draw.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
is expected to shift to Animal Kingdom's Tropical Americas, which will be home to 3 attractions, including an Encanto ride, an Indiana Jones ride, and a character-inspired carousel, as well as signature Animal Kingdom world building, a restaurant makeover for Restaurantosaurus, and a new playground. What is interesting from a prediction standpoint is that this new land is part reskin and part new construction. Indiana Jones is a reskin of Dinosaur. Restaurantosaurus's infrastructure is remaining, as are those gift shops and the bathrooms here. But what is new and being built from scratch is that carousel and Encanto. So predicting just when in 2027 Tropical Americas will debut is a little more challenging since it's a mixed bag. However, like the magic of Disney animation, we do have a new report about when next year Disney is aiming to open the land. And reportedly, that is late summer. And also, like the magic of Disney animation, late summer could go as deep into the calendar as September. Historically, though, Disney World has a tendency to open new lands and rides around either the holidays or at the start of a new fiscal quarter. With summer ending September 23rd in 2027 and the third quarter ending September 30th, that late September target could be the plan. But I also think that Labor Day is definitely a target date we shouldn't overlook and which may be appealing to Disney for other reasons as well. Something else to note is that a late summer timeline could be evidence that Disney is not looking to do a phased opening of Tropical Americas after all. Here's my theory on this. Disney has been averaging about a year and a half to complete major retrofits of existing attractions. For instance, turning Splash Mountain into Tiana's Bayou Adventure took around 15 months, while Big Thunder Mountain...
I'm just saying out loud, refurb.
Say that one more time.
Refurb.
Oh, 14 Ounce Bayou Adventure?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will definitely agree with that. I would definitely agree with that for sure.
Mountain, if I've done the math right, took about 16 months. Considering Dinosaur, which is being retrofitted into Indiana Jones, closed on February 2nd of this year, if the ride in construction follows that same timeline, it should be on track to open around June of next year. So, the fact Disney is looking at a late summer opening, that could be a signal that they want it to open alongside Encanto and not separately, with Encanto understandably going to take more time to get complete. The other 2 additions we are expecting to open at Walt Disney World in 2027 is the new Carousel of Progress, which in addition to gaining a Walt Disney animatronic is also getting a whole new timeline and show scenes, and Disney Lakeshore Lodge, that new DVC resort that's being built next to the Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground. The expectation for Lakeshore Lodge is summer 2027, and Carousel of Progress right now is just 2027. And while I haven't heard any new rumors about changing the timelines for these projects, I would not be shocked if Lakeshore Lodge opens early summer or even late spring. And as for the carousel, new permits suggest a lot of work is being done on the show building.
She's really assured that it's going to open that early. Okay. Thornton and I were debating how they could open that quick, but maybe they're moving that quick after all.
Open that quick for Carousel of Progress?
Lakeshore Lodge.
Oh, Lakeshore Lodge. Hang on, let me go back. I want to hear that one more time.
I think she was talking about Lakeshore Lodge. She just said...
show scenes. And Disney Lake...
Oh, go ahead.
She was just saying that Carousel of Progress was... and that's what I mean by COP. Carousel.
Oh, Carousel Progress. Gotcha. Okay. I was confused. Like, wait, what?
Carousel Progress was just vaguely next year. And what she was talking about right now was Lakeshore Lodge for spring and summer next year. Like,
I think Carousel Progress could maybe open for previews next year, but probably won't be done until maybe the tail end of next year. So I could probably do previews maybe in April, May. But summertime is usually a busy time for Disney. So they can kind of hold previews, but it won't open until like maybe Christmas time and stuff, because when you think of Christmas time, you think of, the Carousel Progress of the year that was, and this, that, and the third. And of course, it's snowing, at Disney World. So potentially, so I'm saying maybe, back in 2027, 2028, potentially.
Yeah, I agree.
Lakeshore Lodge.
Because you also have to think about, the sets and how long it's going to take. Like, sets do take time. So closer to the back end of 2027, but 2028 probably.
A whole new timeline and show scenes. And Disney Lakeshore Lodge, that new DVC resort that's being built next to the Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground. The expectation for Lakeshore Lodge is summer 2027, and Carousel of Progress right now is just 2027. And while I haven't heard any new rumors about changing the timelines for these projects, I would not be shocked if Lakeshore Lodge opens early summer or even late spring. And as for the carousel, new permits suggest a lot of work is being done on the show building, in addition to those new scenes and animatronics. So that makes it a bit of a wild card right now. Still, though, I think a year is a reasonable timeline for Imagineering to turn Carousel of Progress around, no pun intended. So until more news is shared or new reports come across my screen, I'm predicting a late June or early July opening for the new Carousel of Progress.
So when it comes to the Lakeshore Lodge, right, for the record, there has been progress on that. I did see the outdoor water portion of it. It looks like there is some life at Disney. Not saying it's fully resurrected. It's going to take some time before we can say that. But it does look like it's a place that you actually don't mind being at. Phil, can you hear me?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just listening.
Yeah, it was definitely surprising me when I saw a concept art. I'm like, wait, this is Disney? Disney actually put some thought into the water section? And it looks nice? Hell?
It looks nice, but I mean, I would have to say Fountains was great. Can't you do that too?
Listen, I want to say probably at Disney. I want to say is probably Disney Girl is meant to be her speaking voice's perfection for speculating love understood. No, she has a wonderful voice for sure. Let's keep going here.
And of course, there is also the potential for Disney to continue refreshing or redoing pre-existing attractions into next year. After all, Muppets Rock and Roller Coaster and the Magic of Disney Animation and Animation Courtyard, they were not D23 announcements at all. They were just announced on the Disney Parks blog last year, and now here we are. So 2027, it could have more to offer. But let's now get back to the rumors, and we're going to head west for this, to the Disneyland Resort, where we got to talk about Disney California Adventure's Coco boat ride that is currently being constructed behind Pixar Pier.
Blur video? Even on your 4K screen? One click and Tube Hands sets the highest quality. Always. Hit Add to Chrome and get Tube Hands for free. Crystal clear video. Every time. Tube Hands.
This attraction was first announced in 2024, and maybe it's just me, but I feel like it's been slow going. Fortunately, though, within the past couple of months, that has thankfully changed and work is now well underway. I do feel like construction timelines at Disneyland are different than Disney World, and likely due to the size constraints of the Disneyland Resort, which make adding to the parks kind of like a slide puzzle. When you move one piece, it takes the place of another and then another. But according to some new speculation, a 2027 opening for Coco might be possible, but it's also very optimistic. 2028, that is what now seems more likely. And
let's not forget the Disneyland Resort entrance, right? Because if you guys remember, they also announced that on the Disney Parks blog that it will be the original Disneyland Resort lettering, and there will be like a walkway and things of that energy. So no updates on that yet. Don't know if probably Disney will get into that. I'm sure she will in this video, but that also has been announced as well. So
it makes a lot of sense to me too, as it could better align with the release of Coco 2, which, while not confirmed just yet, could also release in 2028 at the earliest. Now, while we're at DCA, real quick, I want to share what I've heard experts and insiders are expecting and even predicting for Avengers Infinity Defense and Stark Flight Lab. When it comes to these two attractions, which could also have a phased opening or could open altogether, that remains to be seen, I am hearing late 2027 or 2028. Personally, I think 2028 is the safest and most conservative bet. I could be wrong about this, but I'm actually leaning toward Memorial Day weekend 2028 for these attractions to open. Infinity Defense is expected to be a very complex attraction, and Memorial Day weekend, that is when Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout opened in 2017, which started it all, and Avengers Campus opened just a few days after Memorial Day weekend in 2021, on June 4th to be exact. Of course, we probably don't have to wait much longer to find out for sure. More news about this Avengers Campus expansion is expected to be covered at D23, and which could be all the more interesting since Disney will also be promoting Avengers Doomsday. But now let's hop back to Walt Disney World, where we have more rumors, reports, and predictions to cover. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to skip Monstropolis at Hollywood Studios for this video. And my reason is, I haven't heard any real clear reports or any new timeline updates about this land, apart from its currently expected 2028 opening or a potentially phased opening beginning in late 2027. And I do think new information about the land's design and how hard Imagineering is going with the theming and immersiveness could be a bit of a wrinkle for those previous predictions. So we're just going to put a pin in Monstropolis for now, save it when I have more to discuss, and hop over to the Magic Kingdom to talk about Piston Peak. Definitely one of the most intriguing projects at Walt Disney World.
Said no one ever. We love probably at Disney. Okay. She is making the video exciting for the Disney fans, but no one is anticipating this at all. You know, I'm going to say a statement right now that really could seem controversial, but there is a man. Wait, what'd you say, Phil?
Shoot for it.
Okay.
I can say words.
Thank you. Thank you, good sir.
You know I can.
No, understood. There's a man named Lindsey Graham who said if you piled Ted Cruz in the floor of the Senate and the trial was in the Senate, no one will convict you. Follow the red bouncing ball. If a bomb happens to be in the middle of Piston Peak and somebody blew it up and it actually went through with it, no one would convict you. No one would be sad. No one would be upset. No one would have displaced emotions. And the words of a meme, and nothing of value would be lost.
Yeah, and I would say, well, that guy just found some leftover dynamite from Big Thunder Mountain and brought it over to Piston Peak and blew it up. What do you know? Some effects are real. Wow. And are you going to reopen Rivers in America? No? Bring some more dynamite.
Now, I know that sounds so mean. But yet, I don't care. Let's continue on, good sir. Here we go.
There's a risk I'm willing.
Piston Peak is the.
Some of you may die.
That's a sacrifice we're willing to make. Yes, indeed. By the way, y'all, just as a side note, there's a snowman in Shrek 5.
I just wondered if he didn't catch it because Thornton had to watch it 2 or 3 times to notice it. That's quite funny.
And when the snowman said, do you want to be with a snowman? Shrek, honey, press forward.
You want to date a snowman? Thornton says he looks like an onion.
Well, I mean, ogres have layers, onions have layers, to use some words from Shrek. But as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh, you know what? And by the way, I want everybody to recognize something, right? Because everybody was talking about the animation style. Did you notice that the teaser trailer said DreamWorks Shrek 5? Not Illuminations Shrek 5. That is very significant. So I feel like because it is with DreamWorks, we should all remain calm. The teaser trailer had enough of an adventure to it. And I think that there are some new characters that could expand the universe. And I think Thornton and Phil will concur with me on this because I have not changed my stance since I've said it. Universal is going to be watching the success of Shrek 5. And if it is successful, all I want y'all to do is look at Universal Studios Singapore and think about how it could be incorporated at Epic Universe. That I have not changed from that opinion. Have I, Phil?
No.
Okay. I want to make sure that we got that on the record because I truly believe that Shrek 5 could be a great addition. And then let's not forget we have Shrek Swamp at DreamWorks Land, which used to be Woody Woodpecker's Kids Zone, and then the Kids Resort also has Shrek in it. So if you don't think that they're not going to try to watch Shrek 5 to see what's going to happen, you must be out your ever-loving mind. Okay, back to the park that no one is highly anticipated for probably at Disney, but we love you anyway. Let's continue.
Is that Cars-inspired Miniland coming to Frontierland and replacing part of the Rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island? And construction on this project has become really fascinating over the past couple of months as we're actually beginning to see it go vertical in some areas.
Hang on. This is not probably at Disney. I just want to play this one more time. Just wait.
And construction on this project has become really fascinating over the past.
That's fascinating? Really, that's fascinating. That's fascinating. There's nothing there. I'm trying to keep my composure. I am. There's nothing there. That's not fascinating. Let's continue.
Past couple of months, as we're actually beginning to see it go vertical in some areas, and courtesy of BioReconstruct, we're seeing it take form. What I have seen and heard from Disney experts that I trust is that 2029 is likely the target year. And I know much of that thinking comes from the fact that it would allow Disney World to open a new land every year, with Tropical Americas opening in 2027, Monstropolis possibly in 2028, and then Piston Peak in 2029. And while, again, I agree with that assessment, I think late spring or Memorial Day for Piston Peak is likely what Disney is aiming for. And primarily because Piston Peak construction is an eyesore. And with the Magic Kingdom being the crown jewel of the Walt Disney World Resort and demand
Piston Peak is no place I want to be at.
No.
Because, Piston Creek, what I will call it, because I don't know.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, no one asked for this.
You take away something that Walt really, really wants in his park.
Yeah.
Remember, Disney Cicerone did a 2-minute video short about how Walt Disney wanted to ride a riverboat. Each time he could have had something came up. He did.
Right.
A lot of riverboats were shut down after the First World War because strikes.
Yes.
He wants to go ride the riverboat again during the Great Depression. Well, all the riverboats have all gone bankrupt and just aren't doing it anymore. So he really fascinated with the Mississippi River. He brings the Mississippi River, or the rivers, of America to his park. And then, he passes away during Walt Disney World, and, Roy brought the mantle of what his brother would do and what he would expect, and he built it in Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World.
Correct.
It's a shame. And yet, I'll bring this up too. I kind of really, really wish that something was said when J.D. Vance had visited Disneyland back in July. Because, he's vice president. He has power. He has sway, to say something. He might have said something, but he probably didn't because he wants to, enjoy this vacation with his family, which I get that.
Right.
Sometimes you want to, relax and not, get yourself involved in something.
Respectfully,
I wish
what would have he been able to do with Disney?
All he has to do is say, this was very fun, because they have him boarding the riverboat, okay? Mark Twain over there in Disneyland.
Right.
He's going to just simply say, this is really good. Now, why is this being removed from Walt Disney? That's all I need.
I can see what you're saying, right? I think in the same token, if Disney is not listening to us, what makes you think that they would listen to them? Just saying. Because it seems like to me, regardless of what anybody would have said, they were going to do this anyway. They just didn't give a damn uckerish about it.
But someone very powerful, second to line to, the leadership.
Right.
I would say that would be very important.
It definitely has more cachet than the three of us or anyone else for sure. I think the biggest thing is would they execute that just to make a request, right? Because I mean, I look at it like this: if they can't even respect the Disney family of keeping things in, like they don't care anymore at this point.
Yeah.
But I do feel where you're coming from. That is that's a different point of view that I did not think about. Very well done.
I mean, I just want to point it out because that's what stuck with me when a week, like a few days after, because I mentioned it onto the X account, and everyone else was in agreement with me. Like, that makes total sense. I mean, and thank goodness we're live, and I just remember things like that to state live that, like, maybe Braylon's going to get 10,000 or 1 million views by watching this live all of a sudden.
Listen, first of all, much love to you.
We got pressure.
Listen, much love to you for that. And it's not that I'm disagreeing with your take. I understand where you're coming from because Disney.
I mean, you're hesitant to agree because, like, Disney just doesn't want to listen to it. Yeah.
Right, and that's why I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with your take in totality, because I do understand that Disney and politics have been intertwined for years. It just seems like at this point Disney does not care about what anyone has to say. Like I said, to me, if they can't respect, for example, like the fans of the Muppets and the Henson family, right, and they can't respect the Disney family, then it's just like, then what the hell? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good counter argument to what I was trying to present here about the Jim Henson family. Oh yeah, by the way, pull up your screen for just a short bit. I got a recording from my vacation.
Okay. Oh, okay. Welcome in. There we go. Hang on. Hey, Florentine, welcome in. Sorry, good sir. Welcome in.
No, you're no good. Hey, how are you doing? Hey, y'all.
Hey, welcome in, good sir. How you feeling?
How I'm feeling? Great to be. Yeah. No, it was good. It was great to hear. Phil's. I always enjoy. So I was in the comment section. I enjoy like the old days. So I think I enjoy the virtual tour, and yeah, great show as always.
No, absolutely. What are you thinking about before we get to the video here? First of all, it's good to see and hear your voice, and glad to know that you're well. What are you thinking about all the conversation that we're having tonight? So the three main topics we have on deck is Last Ride of the Night and his nostalgia problem video. Really basically reflecting what a lot of the fans have been saying and what we've been trying to combat over here at BFP Imagineering by utilizing nostalgia but not forgetting what makes Disney work. Then you have potentially another theme park opening in Shanghai, as you have the parks in the US not really being elevated as they should. And then, of course, you have Disney trying to do what you, me, and Phil have been doing now with Adobe.
Well, for the Shanghai, well, so far they've only announced a new hotel. They have not announced a new park, second gate yet. Am I correct?
Right. Yes, correct.
So, well, of course, it's is it Phil shared with me it was their 10th anniversary? So
yeah, it was 10th
yeah.
So because it's Shanghai Disneyland's 10th anniversary, well, I'm not surprised if they want to open something new in honor of that. Again, I'm not surprised that the international parks, now they're focusing on Shanghai. It was Disney Adventure World, now it's Shanghai, and if it's not another cruise ship, so that I'm not surprised. Yeah, interesting. I'm not interesting that now Disney is going with Adobe AI. So I just hope that they use the creativity the way that we've done, as utilize the resource for more ideas, but make sure that they still go old school and
correct.
They still it's the same as the way they do their animation films. It seems that they're going. I've read that it seems that they want to go back. They've even mentioned they want to go back to classic animation. So, and also for Toy Story 5, they've mentioned that Joan Cusack, the voice for Jessie, she's mentioned that Pixar is actually a tech company, was always a tech company, but they always focus on character. Which Pixar was always focused on character, and instead of going for messaging, they should always focus on the story and then have the message in the story. So it seems that they're going some ways. They lost a lot of money. It's also like now it's June, so I guess it's by how Toy Story 5 WDW Pro, they've mentioned how it will go. So if Toy Story 5 goes back to, they have the original director, so if it really goes timeless, they mentioned actually if it was going to be timeless, but they mentioned that it was in the time for today, it's perfect for the time right now. But the best thing that they do is they make something timeless, just like, for example, as you guys mentioned, something, whatever they do something, then it will impact decades from now. It would impact the next. Actually, that video brought out the great point. Like, kids, they dream to go to Disney just to go for a certain IP. Like, my favorite IP is Encanto, so I dream to go to Disney just to visit Animal Kingdom for Encanto. But I mean, once they do that, where's the nostalgia? What makes them come back after that? So.
And also, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was there one more point that I missed? So I went through the.
No, I think you got them all. Actually, okay. I think you did. Speaking of Toy Story 5, there has been news that it seems to be trending with the audience. Of course, I mean, I think they said that Toy Story has made like $16.3 billion over like 20 years or so, which is astounding for one franchise. It's making me kind of wonder, could Lilypad potentially be, could she have a section in Toy Story Midway Mania on the West Coast? And could they try to do something with Lilypad in Toy Story Land with an indoor dark ride with Lilypad, potentially? I know that this is a live prediction, but y'all also know how we roll. And we also know how Disney rolls with trying to take anything and make it something to exist at this point. So
whatever they do in Disneyland will be just duplicated and
without question.
Nothing different from the other, one, but we're going to give you two,
The thing about that is for attractions, wasn't it more geared for adults or was it geared for kids that they used to have the special games that you could play on the My Disney Experience app? I've never done it. So, when you go to a queue for an attraction, then you have these games you can do on the My Disney Experience app. So the way you bring the Lily Pad thing, that's going to open the doors for smaller kids to participate in that.
I think it's more for the kids and Phil. You mean tell me you miss your good friend Bob Iger? Is that what you're
No,
telling me?
I do not miss Bob Iger.
We're not just building one; we're building two.
And I don't miss Ron's catchphrase. There's not one either.
Oh my God. It's been a long minute since I've heard that. That's crazy work. So you wouldn't want to hear either of them at this point. That's where you are mentally. Okay.
Want to stay in the middle.
Right, exactly.
All right.
Okay, so what is this video that we're about to see here?
Give me a second.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh God. The one and only Bob Iger draining the rivers of America. Oh.
Did you make that, Phil? It's a go viral.
Yeah, it was just a picture. Someone edited a picture with Bob Iger with the plug, and spinning some water. Took that image from that person. I put it to Grok way back in October, back when it was still free, and made that video. And one last time for the last time. Classic. And that's what actually happened. I saw him, guys.
Well, your friend that you love so much, just wants to say what could happen to the other rivers of America.
One more. We're just building one of these. We're building two.
He said he may not just drain one, he may drain two. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Oh no, don't drain another one. By the way, if you dare to try to drain another one in Japan, all the Japanese people are gonna go after with their Duffys. No way you're gonna get away with that.
Yes, that Duffy and that.
Train all the Duffys and fly planes and land to your studios.
Yes, Duffy and his squad will not tolerate that at all. Phil, do you have anything to say to Bob Iger draining the other rivers of America before we finish out? I'm probably going to.
Did you see me leave off camera?
Yeah.
You saw me leave, right? You did see me like, bye-bye.
I got you.
Like, nope, not today, Iger. Nope.
I also focused on presenting the Duffy, but I didn't even catch that.
No, right? Because I
was like, replay around like 3 hours and 49 minutes. Yeah, you'll see me like, bye.
Understood. All right, here's this one. Then we got Disney World hinting at D23 announcements next. Here we go.
Seemingly down at the parks this year, regardless of what's being said elsewhere. I think Disney really wants this completed as quickly as possible and to give people a reason to visit sooner, who may have been holding off on booking their trips until some of these lands and projects are complete. Another reason, though, that I think they want this land to open sooner than later is because of the next new rumor that I have heard lately, and that has to do with Villains Land. There has been a rather heated debate within the Disney Parks community about whether Imagineering has locked down its plans for Villains Land, or if Imagineering is still retooling their ideas ahead of this year's D23. I think that both things can actually be true. I think Imagineering has locked down their ideas for their attractions and what ride systems they want, as well as the land's footprint. But the exact theme of the rides may be a little more up in the air, and I would not be surprised if there has been a lot of internal debate, and still is, about the tone and family-friendly nature of the land, which, despite what adult fans may say, a dark Villains Land has the potential to alienate a significant portion of Magic Kingdom's audience, and which could cut into Lightning Lane revenue in merchandise sales. One only has to go to Epic Universe and see the difference in crowds between Super Nintendo World and Dark Universe.
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no text.
Wait, say that again?
You wouldn't have this problem if you built Villains Land somewhere else. Somewhere else, like Hollywood Studios. Because, Hollywood Studios has so much villains. They have the villain show. And
they have the villain show that most of you all hate. Now, I do believe that the brightest spot out of that show is the Magic Mirror. And I do believe that the Magic Mirror should have an attraction inside Villains Land, whether that is a Magic Mirror house or you do a theater show based on the origin of the Magic Mirror. And you get to see the Magic Mirror, who he is, how he was birthed. You get to meet his family members, all that type of stuff. And of course, you bring that song over from, the show Magic Mirror on the Wall. What you see is what you get. Is a very catchy song. Okay, it's probably the best thing of the show. The other stuff, it's there, so
yeah, you got Captain Hook over there every day at the show saying, please clap, because nobody wants to pick him.
He's the Jeb Bush of Disney. Please clap.
I have a question. Both of you give your honest feedback. Now, I'm just gonna ask this question. Doesn't mean it has to do with it, but is the reason outside of Rivers of America is the reason why Villains is coming to Magic Kingdom instead of, say, Hollywood Studios? Does it anyways have to do with Epic Universe? Because I'm not gonna say for Universal which one is the top dog theme park, but for now I would say Epic Universe is the top dog theme park because it's brand new, because it's no offense to the original studios and Islands of Adventure, but I don't know. Or am I way up? I'm just wondering about that. So.
I have a theory right now. What stories do you find the villains in? What kind of genre?
Well, if we think about it, it's right next to Fantasyland, right? So
yeah, and where do you find most of your villains? Usually in the movies,
You find them in, the fairy tales.
Yes.
Disney classics, yes.
Yes, and that's why reason they chose Magic Kingdom.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely brand association for sure. I see where Phil is coming from with Hollywood studios, because with villains it is very theatrical. You don't just puff up, green fire out of nowhere. You don't just have, Dr. Facilier having all these masks, just show up and asking, "Are you ready?" So there is a theatrical element to it.
But to be honest, I would rather that it was another gate. Not it doesn't. I don't think it belongs in Hollywood studios either.
I agree with Thornton, because if you want to do villains just right, you're going to have to build a new land for them, and probably going to have to do fifth gate, because they got long resume of villains.
And here's the thing, right? When you think about to bring in Universal into the conversation, even though this is a Disney focused stream, because there's a lot happening with Disney, but follow the red bouncing ball here, ladies and gentlemen. With Darkmoor, they have been able to figure out how to make sure it's available for everybody. It's accessible horror. And the horror is also available to everybody, right? So let's just say that you're a little kid and you don't really want to go on Monsters Unchained, but you do want to dress like, the Bride of Frankenstein, right? So you will go to the makeup experience. That is accessible horror that's available on that kid's level, right? And then you have something thrilling for the adults, which is Monsters Unchained, right? If Disney could figure out how to make a village based on the Disney characters, I do think they could do a fifth park. And I think that if they did a fifth park, I think that they would have a lot more room, because Darkmoor and Dark Universe is one park out of 5. So imagine if Darkmoor was all the other parks swallowed and Darkmoor was a whole thing, right? We would be seeing stuff more than just what was announced. And of course, we do know there are updates to Darkmoor that will be happening. That was announced that there will be an expansion for that. But to answer your question, yes, I agree with Phil that it's the Magic Kingdom because of brand association. Could they do more with a fifth park? Sure, but I just don't know I don't even know if their vision for this is even on track, that they are even secure in this before ever thinking of, it's getting too big. We might as well announce it as a fifth gate. And I would not announce this as a fifth gate at D23. No, like I said, people want to see 70% completed projects and opening dates at this point. They don't want nothing new.
I do think the reason why it's not in the fifth gate is because if it was to go in the fifth gate, let's say it takes half the park, the other half should be like more Fantasyland, because you need that perfect half and half of the good side, the princess side, and then the other side, which is
that's actually funny, because you and I, Thornton, have talked about this, being that my concept of Villains Land ballooned to 100 acres plus.
Hang on, I'm going to bring up something here that I think could potentially be the thing that could be the great equalizer here.
I feel like it wasn't being presented something I remember, and then I forgot about it. When I had a hobby.
Phil, sometimes a magician would like to be able to show his magic trick before you reveal it, But you are correct. Descendants is a thing. So maybe, the kids of Descendants, that could be the other side of, Villains Land, right? Because Descendants is very popular. And then you have the, adults, right? So potentially, but would Disney ever do anything with Descendants in the park is the question.
When was the last time Descendants was open?
Let me look up the franchise here to see when the last thing was. And I do think that they announced something at D23, but I'm looking right now. It says 1 week ago, Descendants Wicked Wonderland. That is Disney Channel Music. The first one came out in 2015. So if we go here,
is 6.3 out of 10 is good?
Say that again.
You saw on your screen there from a movie ranking, it said 6.3.
Yes.
I don't know if that's any good though.
I mean, 6.3, it's decent enough. So then you have right here, Sarah Percott pitched Descendants 4 to Disney Channel executives, but never came to fruition. However, Descendants Rise of Red, right there, Rise of Red, was released as a 4th installment of in the Descendants franchise, but as a follow-up to Descendants 3. So,
what does the link do if we click on Rising Red?
It just take us to here.
Well, what's the date on that one?
So this is a 2024 film. This came out July 12th of 2024.
I guess it is kind of relevant. I just say, and I have not watched anything. I've not really been on top of this.
Right. So something.
High quality podcast recording is great. But according to the Disney Dish podcast, who are somewhat aligned with my theory, they are reporting that Villains Land's target opening timeline has possibly been pushed back, aka it has been delayed in terms of when we expected it. And this means we may not be getting this land at the Magic Kingdom in 2030, which is what many of us thought, but rather 2031 at the earliest. Now, it is expected that we will get concrete details about Villains Land at this year's D23. Whether they have been the plans all along or whether Disney just committed to them before D23, we may never know. But there you have it. That is our lineup of rumored opening dates for new additions coming to Walt Disney World and the Disneyland Resort, at least for now. But as we head into D23 season, we're going to have more speculation, more rumors and reports, and thankfully, we'll also have answers. And I plan to be here to analyze it all and break it down with you. But if you enjoyed today's video, and if this kind of content interests you, please do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. I would so appreciate it. And in addition to videos, I share the latest Disney park news and reports in my YouTube post, which is kind of like a private social media for my subs and for all of us to discuss. Also, please do leave a comment on what you think about these reports and theories, and feel free to share your own. But regardless, thank you so much for taking the time to watch and to listen. And I hope that you have a blessed and a magical day.
Thank you. Probably at Disney. So there's that one. And then here's this one here. Is Disney World hinting at new D23 announcement?
3 out of the 4 Walt Disney World parks may have active construction sites right now, but those are not the only changes taking place. 2 of Magic Kingdom's lands are being redone. Existing attractions at almost all of the parks are being overhauled, and certain things have gone missing or have been removed. Individually, these tweaks, these changes may not seem significant. But with D23 just around the corner at this point, I think it's worth considering if they might be pointing towards what Disney plans to announce during this year's D23 Parks panel on Saturday, August 15th. So this particular D23 prediction video isn't your typical D23 video. This isn't just my wish list or rumors. These are predictions, which very well could be wrong, or maybe they'll be right, inspired by real developments taking place at the parks and within Disney leadership. And hey, since part of the fun leading up to D23 events are making predictions, I thought I'd pursue this unique avenue before things get really interesting and news begins to leak out in the days leading up to that pivotal parks panel. But before I dive in, I want to hit pause just for a second and say, if you are new to the channel, welcome to Probably at Disney, where I am all about analyzing Disney park news and reports and speculation and bringing you information that maybe you haven't heard on other news sites and blogs, especially when it comes to Walt Disney World. And if that is up your alley, if you're always looking to learn more about your Disney home away from home, I would so appreciate if you would hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It truly makes such a difference, and not gonna lie, is a huge boost to me as well. But regardless, I appreciate you being here, and now let's get back to those D23 predictions. Let's blue sky what could happen at this year's event based on some suspicious happenings around the parks. And we are going to start with the only park that doesn't have an active construction site right now, and that is Epcot. It is ironic that one of the busiest corners of Epcot is home to an abandoned piece of valuable theme park real estate, and that is the Wonders of Life Pavilion. This building, which was once home to multiple attractions and even dining, has been empty ever since Disney scrapped its plans for the Play Pavilion following the pandemic. And over the past 12 months or so, there has been chatter about the pavilion, silence, then chatter again about its future, with the latest news being something kind of small, which is Disney removing the Play Pavilion flag at the Epcot entrance. Why it has been flying all these years despite never having been opened is odd and definitely unknown. But the bigger question amongst fans is, why is Disney...
I never noticed that before. I never looked up at the flags before. Right. I wish I noticed that.
No, absolutely.
Wait a minute. Did he just say the flags are gone?
No, she said one of the flags is gone. The Play Pavilion flag.
Okay. Because I just discovered today that they took off the there was trees in the front, and there was a post that showed that they took off the trees. So now you have a perfect photo capture of Spaceship Earth. So I forgot about the flags, and I was like, okay. So they took off the Play Pavilion flag.
Yes.
Okay.
Disney removing it now. And why remove a flag for a pavilion that was never built in the weeks leading up to D23 when fans are looking for clues about what might be in store? There are two schools of thought concerning what Disney is likely to do with the pavilion. Months ago, there was a lot of noise suggesting Disney was planning to just demo the Wonders of Life Pavilion entirely. And of course, taking down the flag, that kind of supports this theory. Epcot may be looking to remove all references to the location. But on the other hand, many believe, and I have to admit, I think I'm one of them, that Disney may be looking to retool either the Play Pavilion or finally make use of this space, especially since fans and park goers have reported seeing Imagineers outside the pavilion earlier this year.
and potentially discussing its future, why would they even be there if the pavilion was going to be demoed? I also have two theories of my own about what Disney may be cooking up here. One is that the pavilion could become Epcot's new festival center, much like how it used to be before 2020, and in place of the festival center that was never built during the Epcot redo. The Odyssey simply doesn't have enough space, and nor does Communicore Hall. My other theory is that Disney has overhauled its Play Pavilion concept, given it a new identity, and perhaps one that was being tested with Big Hero 6 and San Francisco Street.
Please bring
IP and what
please bring the Baymax back. I'm going crazy right now. Please. I will be a happy kid on Brand's. This will.
To give Fortune its credit, right?
And this is not Frozen, so please respect me.
No. I'm actually about to bring it back around. About bring it back around town. Make a loop-de-loop and pull, make your shoes.
Big Hero 6 came around the same time as Frozen, and I want to say that Big Hero 6 is so guts. I wanted a hero doll, but there's no hero doll. It's all free. How come Frozen is all Elsa doll, Anna doll? But I feel because Big Hero 6 came near the same time as Frozen, it kind of shattered. I don't know. It kind of shattered the moment for Big Hero 6. I don't know. Big Hero 6 was so good.
Now,
it was So.
Now, to your point, when I did my Walt Disney World rebrand master plan, Fullerton said, wouldn't it be cool if Betamax could appear in the Wonders of Life Pavilion? Because Betamax is about health. So technically, this could be possible, in some shape, form, or fashion. So yes.
And if Inside Out instead of Journey to Imagination, Inside Out would also work. You could combine the two. I would say I don't know. I don't know if it was my idea or Phil's idea or it was us BFP together. The first floor can be Baymax for the health companion, and then I thought since the brain is like on the mind is on your head, which is the top, so the second floor can be Inside Out about the
this is all coming back to me. You might have said it, or I could even said it, and then
or maybe Gemini, or maybe it's Gemini that came up with that. I don't know. No, I think it's one of us. I think it's one of us.
Gemini would be not ever that clever to come up with that, or any AI would be clever enough to come up with what we just said, because
we stick to what we want and we stick to our ideas. We just again we use the AI we use it to
AI to
resource
on the little tidbits of the detail. If it works out, it works out. We go to the next prompt and continue on with that next prompt, etc. So I'm working right now. By the way, if you want to know how many messages were in the Ice Age land concept, 538 messages, 538 prompts, I mean to say, in the Ice Age concept. I reached my limit after 13 megabytes. I'm going to have to generate again tomorrow for that project. And I'm telling you this, I am presenting a draft concept to propose the Life Pavilion to the executives at Disney right now. I just copied and pasted what I always do to all my concepts, summarize a entire concept and present it to Disney and argue why it should happen and benefit Walt Disney World and how long it takes to recoup the expenses and staffing numbers compared to yearly income to Walt Disney World property will offset the expenses and benefits. And it benefits Walt Disney World, making Walt Disney World the vacation kingdom of the world.
Understood.
Do y'all want to know why I'm so hard on this? I'm really so hard on Big Hero 6. Aside Big Hero 6, because my very favorite trip was back in 2019 because I made the determination when I found out that, and this goes with you guys too. I made the determination when I found out Illumination's Reflections of Earth was going away for good, and the final day was I believe September 30th 2019. I made a determination to go in October, and October turned. I've never went to Disney World. That was my first time going to Disney World in October. It was my favorite trip. It was such a wonderful time. It was my first time. To experience the Food and Wine Festival, and it was the final time that I got Illuminations merchandise. I got to see Illuminations for the very last time from the Japan Pavilion, and the very first time and only time that I got to go, or maybe twice, I don't know. That I got to experience the Baymax meet and greet, and the final time that I got to go into Mouse Gear, the final time that I got to see Fountain of Nations, the final time that I got to see Future World in all its glory. So, and the Baymax meet and greet was that it was the Baymax meet and greet was so incredible for Epcot for Epcot for me, and so. I don't know. They quickly moved after the pandemic. They with no word. They didn't bring back this meet and greet, and it moved over to DCA. Not saying that DCA cannot have it, but making a very small San Francisco, and it's only there. Even if the San Francisco area, it's still very small for a representation of Big Hero 6. Very small. It's kind of like Journey of Water for the representation of Moana. So
yeah, you know what?
Yeah, so that was a great time. That was a great Epcot time.
I'm not doing the show tonight because I would take the whole day, as you know. Because if you recall, we have still yet to present the last tiny tidbits of the Sunset Room because my tongue is all tied up. And my voice is hoarse. I almost lost it. But here's a concept of the Life Pavilion strolling backwards, if it makes any sense. Or take your time and not present it. I'm just strolling here.
Oh, understood. I will take this down for a minute here, just to show this right here for a good minute. So what Phil is showcasing here is a concept for the Life Pavilion here.
Yes.
So, and as you guys know, our projects, they do take time. And Phil is, I'll say this, I am more detailed of the creative side of our projects than anything. I think, you know, with Thornton, he is the wonder of our group, right? So he is about those surprises within the details, and with Phil, so you know when Phil presents, he is going to be, as you can clearly see.
Phil is a deep dive, baby.
Yes.
Deep dive.
If you think I'm a deep dive, I do my deep dive in about 2 hours.
Same here. Same here.
Yes, important. Yes.
And yes, it's something that I'm really devoted. Like it's my favorite. It's even for Brian. It's one of our favorite projects. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, for sure.
What if I told you that the Life Pavilion gets not only just Baymax, but they also get Inside Out and Wall-E?
Oh, is the reason the Baymax might come back, is that because since the Olaf animatronic, they've been pitching that more characters would animatronics would continue, they would be introducing more and more characters. So I guess the Baymax has an expansion again. So
if they did that, they would have to go back, and shout out to Defunctland for covering this very deep dive on this topic. They would have to go back to the Living Characters Initiative if they were to go back to bringing Wall-E and Mickey talking and all the other characters, right? So, but hey, potential for sure. I'm going to take this back down so we can get through the other predictions.
Keeps on going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny.
Like I said, Phil is definitely the map for sure. So let me.
Okay, here's one image that is kind of a view leaving the pavilion, I guess. If we don't show anything else for today, here's a really cute image of the People Mover.
That is definitely giving Tomorrowland and Tron energy for sure. Very, very well done.
And you are approaching the the bar ride,
Yes.
That's cool.
And Phil will definitely.
Okay, here's the image you're looking for right here.
Okay, hang on. Let me stop sharing again. Hang on. Oh wow, that is kind of cool.
That's the interior shot.
Oh yeah. I remember seeing these. They're amazing.
I got the genetic code there. That pulsates, illuminates at night. Mm-hmm.
It brings a tribute to the old exterior sign from the Wonders of Life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, now you can drop it. But it exists, and you saw how long it is. So no, people in the comments, saying, "Oh, you're just making it up." Did you see me just strolling for the past hour?
No, and Phil will definitely present his in more detail for sure. This is the thing about BFP Imagineering too. We go from chilling to creating to just basically just being one with each other. Like this live here, because there was so much happening with Disney, something concrete, it made sense to go live. Also, too, the biggest thing was Disney's trying to do what we're doing with AI, so that fueled the live stream. But with this said, probably at Disney, you have made Florence a very happy man with Big Hero 6. Your prediction is bringing people joy, or predictions rather, are bringing people joy. So let's continue on.
I know another audience that would be even more uproar than I am is if they ever announced Wall-E or anything. So
if I come across Wall-E up here, I'll share my screen to Braylon, and you will have to show the audience about it.
Understood. I do think that the Wall-E experience.
I'm surprised they did not incorporate Eva for here. I just thought that's the first time I'm wondering about this. What about incorporating animatronic Eva for the Space 220 restaurant?
You know what? That's a very good idea. Very well done. I don't know why they have not done it. I think it'll be very easy to do. And I do think with, Wall-E, for example, in Tomorrowland, now I think the last time that we talked about Stitch's Great Escape, I think it had like asbestos or something inside the attraction or something.
Yeah, Mouthful Sexual had mentioned something about this.
Say that again.
Mouthful I heard that from.
Yes.
Well, it's great. It's great that Space 220 is not IP. It's great, but I just think that EVA would enhance it. I don't think it would. Make an original and IP it. Sorry.
Yeah. And no, you're good. And I do think that if they could get the asbestos together, I think bringing Wally in the plant, in that format, I think that will work just fine. Let's see if Wally is in any predictions here. Let's keep going.
Wasn't only specifically praised by Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro, but it could bridge that gap between the previous Wonders of Life theme, courtesy of Baymax, as well as the international flair of World Showcase and the Play Pavilion's focus on games and activities. A few weeks ago, I'm not sure if I still had the pavilion on my bingo card for this year's D23, especially since the buzz around it had seemingly died down. But now that Disney has pulled down that flag, coupled with what has been happening over the past 12 months, that could be evidence or even a hint that it is back in Imagineering's crosshairs and could be a sign that the Epcot redo, which continued with Test Track 3.0 in Geo 82 and other updates at World Showcase, isn't over just yet. Now, I will have more predictions about Epcot here in a few. But first, let's park hop over to the Magic Kingdom because some pretty significant changes have been quietly unfolding at this park for months and without any formal announcement. Around the opening of Tiana's Bayou Adventure, Disney began updating and tweaking Frontierland. For instance, we had the closure of the Frontierland Shootin' Arcade, the opening of that DVC lounge, the redo of the Country Bear Jamboree and its new modern timeline and tunes, the recent refresh of Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, and now the changes coming to Frontierland proper with the addition of Piston Peak. But along with that, a similar overhaul has been happening at Tomorrowland with the replacement of the Cool Ship, new signage, and a cleaner, sleeker, somewhat mid-century aesthetic around the land, the refresh of Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, and the major upcoming changes to Carousel of Progress, as well as, in just the past couple of days, the demo of the old Retro Future Towers. Of course, this has raised some eyebrows about Disney's overall vision for Tomorrowland and what could be next. And that brings me to my next prediction, which is that we may hear about changes coming to Space Mountain.
Say that again.
You know what I see oftentimes, at least a few times in the comments? Are you going to bring back the waterfall effect that was on the left and right side of the pathway in Tomorrowland by removing those? Because there used to be like a tower to the left and right that had water flowing out of them.
You know what? I think that if they brought that back, I mean, nobody would oppose it. I mean, it's hot in Florida, so anytime you can get soaked, why not? You know what I mean?
You do know about those, do you?
I believe so.
Yeah, they were pretty big, and looked pretty neat, in pictures.
Yes.
Only one video I can find maybe showed it working, but it's, back in the 80s, it's very grainy, so you can't really see water, flowing.
Understood.
Yeah.
Let's see.
At this year's D23. Consistently unreliable and increasingly becoming more outdated, especially in comparison to Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, Space Mountain could really use some love. And what's interesting is Imagineering has been dreaming up new visions for this Tomorrowland classic at the international parks, like what you're seeing here for Tokyo Disneyland. Now, I am not sure I would go as far as to say that this look is coming to the Magic Kingdom, but Imagineering has a history of using one project to pollinate another. And Disney World Space Mountain, the original Space Mountain, could use a
I would
serious
say that
boost to
compliments
raise its
the
stock a
medium
bit,
reaction.
and who knows?
Say that again.
I would say that concept right there that was from Tokyo complements the neighboring attraction.
Right.
Maybe reflect more of this new era of Tomorrowland that Disney has been quietly bringing about. Personally, I would love to see the return of projections inside the dome. Back in the day, they were clearer and way more noticeable. I also think a new soundtrack would dramatically improve the experience, and not sure if this is even possible. But since Space Mountain has had a seasonal overlay before, give us a playlist. Draw on Cosmic Rewind and Rock and Roller Coaster with different tunes that create different ride experiences as well as rewritability. But overall, given the ongoing work in Tomorrowland and Disney investing in updating lands and aging attractions, it would be kind of shocking if Space Mountain, one of the anchoring attractions in Tomorrowland, wasn't on the table. And that is why I think its future could come up at D23. But we are not done with this corner of the Magic Kingdom, not at all. You know that we have to talk about...
Say that again?
Well, one thing at a time first, because you already have closing down on July 7th, which is coming up very quick, of Carousel Progress. So I would just say this. You will not hear anything about Space Mountain until next D23. Okay? Because you're already working on Carousel Progress right now. And be closing 2 attractions in Tomorrowland. Flaunton, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Drew the Disney dude, his prediction is that Space Mountain would be next, and that would open around this event. After that would open around the same time as Piston Peak. So that's what he predicts.
So when did Drew...
Or his intel, I don't know. He has intel with somebody, I don't know.
Wait, say that one more time?
One more time. There's the YouTuber Drew the Disney dude.
Mm-hmm.
His intel or his prediction was that Space Mountain would be the next thing to refresh or renew.
Yeah.
And his prediction would be that it would reopen when it's the timeline when it's finished would be at the same time that Piston Peak opens around the same period.
Well, I mean, I'll put it like this, right? I think those will be 2 different timelines, right? Because with Space Mountain, right, it's already fully built, right? So you have to think about the interior, right? The projections, the music, if they want to bring in a new sponsor. I think that might take a little bit different of a length of a timeline rather than Piston Peak, which they are already in the process of. That's my only take on that. Not disagreeing that could not happen. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And it doesn't surprise me that they're going, they're Country Bear Jamboree, Carousel Progress.
Yeah, let you know, there's no sponsor for Space Mountain since FedEx pulled out in 2004.
Right.
So that sponsorship, good luck with that.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm not going to do it tonight, but give me some time. I probably could find the right sponsor that could be a space brand that could connect very easily.
I mean, that's the only reason why Space Mountain is the way it is.
No, understood.
He said the original was Magic Kingdom, the first one to have Space Mountain.
I believe so.
Yes.
I just thought about something. Shout out to Offhand Disney for the thing I'm about to say. You have C, the Society of Adventurers and Explorers. There is nobody who is from the world of astrology that is a part of C, the Society for Explorers and Adventurers. So maybe there could be a new original character, and that story could relate to C, potentially. That could be something, because that is Disney lore.
Hey, let me see here. I got you your Wally image from my ride here. Connected to.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think about that idea? Could that actually work?
It's an
I
idea.
Yeah. I wasn't so familiar with what you just mentioned.
No,
I got Wally.
Offhand Disney talks about it all the time. Oh, that is very cute. No, Offhand Disney talks about the Society of Adventurers and Explorers all the time. It relates to John Lafitte and Pirates of the Caribbean. So the next time you go on Offhand by Disney's channel, just type in Society of Explorers and Adventurers, and Offhand Disney pop up.
Oh, here's Wally peeking out from the bushes over here.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, and this is all within the Life Pavilion. Look at that.
I think I see how you're doing it, because when Wally and them came back down to Earth, they started repopulating the planet and stuff like that. So I see where you're going with that. I like it. It's not a bad idea. I do like that. For sure. All right, let's see if Wally appears in the predictions here.
I dropped the window and see if he appears. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be cool if Eva was around Mission Space and Space 220, and then you had Wally at the Land Pavilion?
Yeah, I can definitely see, them cross-referencing both of them in those. Absolutely.
Just like when you brought up
massive Tomorrowland.
Go ahead.
Just like when you brought up for Wicked, your idea was for her name is not Sinfria, but what's her name?
Elphaba.
Elphaba for Dark Universe, and then Ginda for where else?
Yeah, when I talked about Wicked Dominion, how you experienced, Elphaba and Wicked Dominion, the one that you experienced in Dark Horse,
right? Because we always think about the property in one area and just one area, but having them in, if it fits, have them, because it's alternate. The two alternate worlds work, Earth and space. So.
Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt. Did you want to see just a random image of Inside Out?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean,
Let me take this down right now.
Inside Out has multiple stories. You just enter the ride vehicle. You don't know what story you're going to get. This story is babysitting of how Riley's going to process, and the things in her head will process her responsibility of babysitting. Is 4 images combined of responsibility vid.
Very cool. Cool. Thank you for that. Let's see if Inside Out or Wally come up in these predictions here. Here we go.
And question marks. And that is the Monsters Inc. laugh floor in the former home of Stitch's Great Escape. This attraction has been officially closed since the pandemic, meaning the theater here has been unused for 6 years. Much of that, I think, is due to the constraints of the theater and its setup, and to the degree that I really wouldn't expect anything from this space if it wasn't for the box office success of the live-action Lilo and Stitch and the ridiculous amount of money that Stitch is pulling in for the parks and the company overall. As evidence that Disney knows this, Imagineers utilized Stitch dialogue for the revised spiel on the Walt Disney World Railroad a few months back. So clearly, Stitch has value in the parks. My question is, will he be used to help fix some of these empty areas of Tomorrowland, especially amidst the land's renovation? Or does Imagineering have different plans for the experiment altogether in another corner of the Magic Kingdom or even a different park? D23 could be where we find that out, especially with the live action sequel well on the way. As for the Monsters Inc. laugh floor, this interactive show is not closed at the time I'm recording this, but it is safe to say that its future is absolutely in doubt. And the reason for that is Hollywood Studios' Monstropolis, which is also set to receive its own show, with hints suggesting it will also feature.
Okay, I paused it for a minute because I know exactly what you do. You take out the Monsters Inc. laugh floor, which I know how it relates to Tomorrowland, is the kids laughing powers up the container, and then that powers Monstropolis, right? I'm sure
yes.
that
and that's what I've been saying all year round.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure
none of y'all said like, nah, that's not possible.
No, it's not that it's not possible. I'm sure that energy will go over to Monstropolis. But here's what you do, right? Pearl Talk with Crush really revolutionized this game, right? And they also had a thing called Stitch Live. If anybody remembers Stitch the series, there were a lot more cousins. You just turn that into a Meet Stitch live show where you get to meet Stitch's other cousins. And there it is.
Yeah, that was an actual show on Disney Channel back in the
exactly
around 2004.
Exactly. So you just bring that back. You bring in different cousins, and you make sure it's different every show. And there it is. So Stitch can be back in the park. And literally, I don't think that spot is too far from Stitch's Great Escape, honestly. So there it is.
By the way, I have Baymax up here.
Oh, cool.
Okay, give me a moment.
As you know, Baymax is, Montusi body and stuff and health.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
It can run complete, all systems functioning optimal. To truly understand your magnificent self, explore the world, your emotions, waiting your greet upstairs in headquarters. So here's your whole body. And here is some scenes from that ride before you reach that finale. Let's get to it. Your ingestive system.
Are you bringing back Body Wars and?
Kind of in a way, yeah. Because he monitors your health. He wants to take care of your health and everything.
Where's a tribute?
Tribute in a way with Baymax, but actually better for real this time.
And I mean, you can bring back, Cranium Command, and he can be the friend to, Riley and all that
and yes, and that's where the inspiration of Inside Out kind of hones into, like, kind of a Cranium Command sort of way. Okay, because what does Inside Out do?
Do you guys think that D23 would be D23 every time there's a D23
heart, lungs?
Do you think that the D23 would be such a big deal, or more than it is always an excitement if like it's as if every year like you did something with, because we're always focused on D23, like what is next. Well, of course, whatever they go with goes with an IP and the character, but if like this year is all about Stitch, and then they announce Stitch is getting this, and then next year is Big Hero 6 and Baymax is getting this, and then next year is Inside Out, and Inside Out is getting this.
I think what they need to do for this D23, I like the strategy that you have, right? Because it would give people something to root for every other year, because I think the Destination D23 is the odd years, and then D23 is the even years, or vice versa. It's one of those ways that they do.
Here's a rough idea of divide entrance.
Say that again?
Here's a rough idea of the divide entrance. Baymax, health, scan, and care, right?
But to your point, Florentin, I do agree with you that I think having the characters each have a ride there would be good if Disney had the parks to where they need to be. But like I said to y'all before, this D23 is going to be their wedding day or divorce signing day, for sure. So let's see if there's any more
But even if each year each character that they develop or they present, it doesn't feature a ride or anything, it would bring that I don't know, that speculation.
Right.
Is the character is the next character that we're gonna celebrate? Are they gonna get something big or not?
Right. Let's see if there's any other characters here. Here we go.
Feature Mike Wazowski as the host. Now, some fans have predicted that the Laugh Floor may be moved over to that new land when it's expected to open probably in 2028. And that could be true, but I just don't think that would go over very well. After all, whatever show is coming to this space is replacing Muppet Vision. So a recycle or even a refresh of a pre-existing concept seems a little lazy, especially since the Laugh Floor show more of a time filler for most guests and an introvert's nightmare. And yes, I'm talking about myself. Fortunately, in terms of this year's D23, Disney has already revealed that we will be getting information on what that show will be, courtesy of this in-universe newspaper on the Disney Parks blog that says the Glob Theater, aka former Muppet Vision Theater, begins rehearsals ahead of Human Day, which is this land's backstory, and details can be found on page 8, column 15. 8/15, August 15th, that is the day of this year's D23 Parks panel.
Well, there you go.
So that mystery will be solved very soon. But let's just say it ends up being a refresh of the Laugh Floor. In that scenario, I think it's safe to say that the Magic Kingdom's version will close once Monstropolis is complete. But if it's a different show and not the Laugh Floor, will the Laugh Floor stay at the Magic Kingdom? If Tomorrowland wasn't undergoing a transformation, I would probably say yes. But given the investment we're seeing into this Magic Kingdom land, I do think it's possible that something is in the works. So that is why these two Tomorrowland theaters are on my D23 radar. And not gonna lie, it makes me wonder if other Magic Kingdom lands may be on the schedule for a redo as well. But we'll save that question for another day and another video. But for now, let's hop back to Epcot to tackle two other D23 predictions that come courtesy of some recent developments, with the first being, you guessed it, Spaceship Earth.
Okay,
Epcot
that's
Spaceship
funny
Earth
because
is becoming a
I made
popular
a
contender for
remaster
some
plan for that. I made a master plan for Spaceship Earth, courtesy of Florentine over here for giving me a tour guide one day, and I was so fascinated with it that I refurbed Spaceship Earth.
I found a special gift for Phil. It was a rare backstage behind the scenes video when they did a behind the scenes tour of Spaceship Earth.
And it was only exclusive to the cast members working at Disney.
And I was not watching with him, but I was just listening. I was in bed. I was lying down.
And I was giving
he had a kick out of it, like all the details and all the.
And I was like, oh wow. Florentine said I should have recorded myself reacting because I gave commentary to the commentary. Let me ask you. What would you want to replace that space of the laugh floor? Come the time laugh floor leaves.
I mean, honestly, to tell you the truth, like I said, I think the Stitch thing I said would be a good idea, but I think also too, one thing to know, two things for sure. I think that there are plenty of content creators that talk about space and that talk about technology, things of that energy. So I think if you teamed up with some content creators and make that like the Tomorrowland theater of the future, and have content creators speak on like, you know, this is the power of going to space, or this is the power of this, that, and third. I think that would be cool to have, you know, different films or different short videos of content creators speaking about the future, and explaining, you know, what technology is to kids and that energy. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, you know what? We got BFP live. I can do this pitch right now. Stitch comes to the theater, and it's going to be hosted none other by Jumba.
Okay, I can see that. Jumba's presenting his science experiments in the theater, and then you have practical.
Yeah, he's going to present 626 experiments, and he's going to try to make the 6 to 7 experiments live to the audience.
So I'm guessing that's kind of in the same vein of what I said, except with me, it's more of the other experiments talking casually to the kids, but with you, it's more of a structured thing.
Yeah. And chaos happens, and, you know, all the experiments let loose here. Or the 6 to 7 experiment goes really wrong, and, you know, like, meanwhile, over at the former Stitch experience, we all know what's going in there, guys. The Robinsons. So.
The what?
Yeah, if you want to know, yeah.
Meet the Robinsons.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I was gonna bring that up. If I was gonna chime in, what should replace those areas? Yeah, Stitch would take over the Stitch encounter. It would stay Stitch. For the Monsters Laugh Floor, which I've never went there. I've never experienced that, so I don't know. I just I thought of you guys both really passionate about Meet the Robinsons, and it has a futuristic theme, and then I thought of Buzz Lightyear, but you know Buzz Lightyear has his Ranger Spin attraction next door. And I don't know. I always think about. I don't know. I just think about maybe if Wreck-It Ralph was there, it gives so much energy. But I don't think Wreck-It Ralph has anything to do with the future. So
No.
no.
Present.
But Meet the Robinsons. That's the only one that. I don't know. I don't know what else. So.
If you do, future of video games, I think that could be an interesting take it tomorrow.
Yeah. That's what I mean for Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah. Wall-E too, but I think Wall-E is such an Epcot thing.
Right. Well, let's see what they're saying about Spaceship Earth. Here we go.
Some D23 attention, but what pushed it up the list for me was actually Imagineering's plans for the Magic Kingdom's Carousel of Progress. Despite being two different attractions in two different parks, Carousel of Progress's new timeline, including its new 1969 scene with the family watching Man Walk on the Moon and the emphasis on computers, that just sounds a lot like some Spaceship Earth scenes I know. And then there is the reported interest in Disney steering away from history in the parks to be more relatable. And the obvious problem is Spaceship Earth is a ride through history. So, now that Disney is done updating Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, Frozen Ever After, Soarin' in Test Track 3.0, maybe it is time for Imagineering to crack open its pandemic-era plans for Epcot's flagship ride, and with more of a focus on storytelling than, say, history and communication. I think it's possible that at least at D23, if not officially.
I mean, Keys for that revamp that they had that revamp that they wanted to do before 2020 canceled it altogether. They wanted to have the Wayfinder from Moana be the guide.
Oh, gotcha.
What
No, I don't want any Moana.
And also, hearing the whole concept of what I'm hearing from her, they're going to gut the whole entire ride?
I don't think they're going to do that. I think that they just got done with updating the ride not too long ago.
No, they won't. No. She spoke about this. She had these predictions. If you watched her Carousel Progress video, I did a watch and react to that. And because the scene of the family watching the astronaut on the moon thing, and then they're bringing that to Carousel Progress is almost like they're switching out. And remember, Phil, there was that fake website. I don't know what it was in the evening. It popped up on my phone, but it's like those fake websites. It was saying Spaceship Earth is gonna close also and refilm in July.
Yes.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Like they confused Carousel Progress with Spaceship Earth. Yes. I told you so. Like
announced. My only hesitancy would be the budget, especially if Disney is also planning to tackle Wonders of Life and other areas of Epcot. But still, I can't think of a better template for Imagineering to really showcase some of their technological advancements and new techniques. And with Disney World's 3 other parks getting whole new lands and attractions, this could give Epcot a chance to shine without breaking new ground. Still, though, the likelihood of a new vision for Spaceship Earth may have to compete with another potential Epcot redo. And you know it. I'm sure you thought of it when you clicked on this video. And you are right. It is Journey into Imagination with Figment. I know we go through this every year, and at every D23, Journey into Imagination with Figment is the metaphorical football that the Disney brass yanks away from us fans like Lucy does with Charlie Brown. So why, you ask, am I including it again? Like I said at the top, this video is all about predictions that are inspired by actual developments. And there have been some major developments in the company related to the Figment issue, and within just the past couple of months. I am talking about Josh D'Amaro, the newly crowned CEO of the Walt Disney Company, whose previous roles include the head of Disney Parks and Experiences, and who at one time was the president of Walt Disney World. So, unlike Bob Iger, DeMauro knows the parks and their culture, and he is no stranger to the demand for a new Journey into Imagination attraction, and is well aware that this corner of Epcot is not fully utilized nor on par with the rest of the park. He is also the one who announced the return of the Figment meet and greet in 2022. But where we get some real evidence that change may be on the way is that during DeMauro's first earnings call as the CEO of the Walt Disney Company, his first and then his last question from shareholders during a Q&A had to do with the Journey into Imagination Pavilion, and with the very first question dealing directly with Figment. What really raised some eyebrows is that these questions are typically screened ahead of time. So if that was true on this day, how interesting or suspicious was it that this question was how DeMauro began his Q&A session? Furthermore, during this call, DeMauro noted that he was aware of the success of the How Not to Draw with Figment short, which debuted just this year, and which included a ton of Easter eggs to the original ride. So, to me, it seems like the odds are higher than they have ever been for something to get announced at D23 this year for Journey into Imagination. But if you need a little more proof or false hope, depending on how you look at it, this redo also makes sense from a parks ops standpoint as well. Cosmic Rewind and Test Track are drawing huge crowds to one side of Epcot. And while Soarin' Across America is helping a little, crowd flow would be much better managed with an experience to draw foot traffic and boost Lightning Lane revenue on this side of the park as well. So that is why, yet again, I am predicting something will be announced about Figment and Journey into Imagination at this year's D23. But I do have at least one more, although probably two, D23 prediction videos heading your way as we get a little closer to the event. Because, like I said previously, things get more interesting in the days and weeks leading up to the parks panel. And if I hear anything big, you know I'm going to want to share it with you here. But for now, it is your turn. What do you think about these D23 predictions based on recent happenings at Walt Disney World? Which do you think is most likely to happen? And which one would you most like to see announced at the Honda Center during this year's panel? Do let me know in the comments, and please feel free to share some of your own general D23 predictions as well. Not only do I like to talk about them, I also like to read about them. But I do hope that you enjoyed today's video. If you did, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. But regardless, I want to say thanks so much for hanging with me for this round of D23 talk, and I hope that you have a blessed and a magical day.
Thank you, probably at Disney, for that. Y'all, that's all I got from me, because I am kind of feeling a little bit sleepy, just a little bit. But I will say that probably at Disney did give some great predictions. I think, like I said, Disney right now is in a very interesting spot. They need to understand where the audience is, deliver on some experiences that people actually want to see, and make it feel like it is old Disney and get back to the respect of the fan and the customer. That's their job with this D23. It's a heavy job because this D23 can determine a lot of good or a lot of bad moving forward. So.
No mentioning about New World Showcase pavilions.
Yeah, I know.
You know, when
may
you
have
said
to-
as a way for Epcot, so that they did as a way of Epcot, and so they don't build new, you know, kind of like Animal Kingdom and Hollywood Studios and the Magic Kingdom. I would dream about that. It's more interesting. I don't know. For me, when I think about Epcot expanding, it's Epcot expanding again. It's not I know Journey to Imagination needs a rehaul. Wonders of Life needs something inside. I get for those things, and I would even argue that World Celebration needs a redo. But other than that, I want expansion. I want Mary Poppins ride and attraction for the UK. I want a real Mary Poppins attraction, OG Mary Poppins.
Speaking of which, Florentine, about Mary Poppins and United Kingdom, haven't made it happen yet. But like I said, Braylon, I come up with ideas while I'm working at my job. And I have a original idea for the United Kingdom Pavilion. Now, Disney hates original ideas. They want us to throw an IP at it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, but I am thinking original idea, throw some bits of IP in there that complements Alice in Wonderland, Peter Pan, and Mary Poppins, and maybe possibly 101 Dalmatians. Because where did that all take place? Oh yeah, United Kingdom. Cleverly put them together, and they can tell you a wonderful story about the United Kingdom.
Oh, that sounds very charming. That sounds very quaint and charming.
Yeah.
No, it does. It absolutely does.
Because there was a video that came across my Instagram, I believe it was Instagram, that talked about this all takes place in London. Actually, come think of it, I forgot one movie as well that also takes place in the UK. Something that actually recovered all the money lost that was lost in Black Cauldron. The Great Mouse Detective recovered the lost money from Black Cauldron, and that took place in London as well. And that's like
and if we cannot have tea time in the UK, and it would be awesome to have if that concept of yours was like a, you know, kind of like a relaxing dark ride, and then you get to see these characters, like you get to see Mary Poppins, like a moment with Mary Poppins, like a spoonful of sugar in the tea, and then you see a moment of Alice with a teacup. It would feel almost like a moment of bliss. You have a little bit of tea time while you you know, a whole tea time British experience through a British experience with these characters.
Yeah.
Which you both argued that Norway should be that. If it was Frozen giving you a Norway tour.
By the way, I pointed this out to Florentine the other day. Do you know what? There's a pattern at World Showcase for reasons why the countries are where they are, or where they are. Exception for Norway.
Except for Norway, but there's a reason for that.
Yes.
Norway is where it is because of the Russia plot. Which I believe that because when they were gonna build Norway, at the same time they were really into Russia. They made a model about Russia. They made footage about Russia. I think if Russia was not on was not one of those really committed projects, that perhaps I think Norway would have ended up where Equatorial Africa, the African outpost is, because Norway was part of the Scandinavian. Then it was supposed to be Norway, Denmark, and Sweden together. Where the Russia at the today's African outpost is.
Yeah, exactly. So from the Canada, you go east. From Mexico, you go west. And that's why Thornton said it could have been a plot for Russia. But it went to Norway. So we ended up in China. And then they still wanted to build Russia back in the early 90s, but still fell through. And that's why they ended up in Germany. And that guy, to, attraction ideas, I told Thornton about him, and he just watched them. And we could watch it some other time. It gives me, context for my presentation because, I did this country. It's number 1 on its list too. Oh boy, I like it. I like it a lot. I like it. And another country too that made the list too. What 3?
Say that one more time.
Top of the list. Do you think I could present it as much enthusiasm as I just did?
Phil, if you have this enthusiasm and this energy, I'm sure you can do an episode and you can make an entertaining episode.
Well,
just be yourself. Be this way. Be the way you are right now with the enthusiasm. Your enthusiasm is not embarrassing. So it's pure. It's pure. What would you call it?
Pulling the brain, because the Brainland's always enthusiastic about everything we do.
Well, I mean, listen, I try my best to be. The biggest thing I would say is if you care about it, then other people will as well. The biggest thing with me, it is I try to make sure that the facts, remain fun. You know what I mean? Even when I'm pitching my concepts, I try to make sure that the facts remain fun, because to do a pitch, I try to keep it to at least minimum like 2 hours. Like I did a whole pitch on Altel Wireless coming back as a technology brand. So there will be Apple, Google, Samsung, Altel, right? But I kept it to 2 hours because I didn't want the whole stream to not be able to be viewed, right? So whenever you are presenting something of a magnitude, you have to allow your enthusiasm to, how can I put it? You have to be an executive producer over your facts, which what that means is you have to present the facts in a fashion that will be fun for the audience. So the way you do a deep dive, that's a 5-hour video. This is YouTube. They want to know that what you're pitching can be exciting to think about. So you have to take the best facts of your pitch and condense that down to at least 2 hours and 30 minutes. So that way you feel comfortable with the facts that you want to present, but the audience doesn't feel that it's too dragged out. It's not easy.
I want to say that is the number one thing for us, for BFP Imagineering. That's the number one thing for us. We know how to present concepts. We know how to present things. We know how to present a good show, we know how to present a show, whether it's live or it's recorded, because it's still in real time. We know how to unite. We know how to discuss ideas together. We got all that hands down. But I want to say that on Brian's virtual tour, we got the energy and all that. But I'm not saying that even when we do it by ourselves, or me and if Phil does by himself, or just me and Phil, we do a show together, or Phil does a show with Brian. The number one thing for me is that what we just said right there, the enthusiasm, because I cannot have a show called Florentine Visionary of Wonder, and the wonder has to have wonder, right? It has to have that.
Correct.
It has to have enthusiasm. So, that's the number one. That's the number one thing. So, even for myself, I done a show, and then I decided to cut it because I didn't. For me, it has to have make sure that it's alive, just like here right now, it's alive.
Yeah. She mentions Spaceship Earth, right? I think I heard it. Well, I'm going to show you maybe the best image from my remodeling plan for Spaceship Earth. Boom. That's going to be a scene you're going to see on Spaceship Earth.
Very interesting. I love the RGB colors to represent TV. You know, that's a nod to that. I definitely see that. It looks like the City of Ember. By the way, the City of Ember is actually a book, everybody. I did that for the Toon Lagoon retheme. And then I know that you talked about the UK Pavilion. And we spoke about this before. I think the thing that we do very well is recognize that the world is a great canvas, right? And you don't have to really do too much to your resources in order to create something new, right? As we talked about, with Ratatouille, you have Remy, right? And then you have actual Gusto's restaurant. But then if you add Lady and the Tramp, which was in Paris, right? You have a Paris section with, with Mary Poppins, right?
That's all you're going to get. I think I showed too much.
Understood. You have the Mary Poppins Pavilion, but then you combine it with something else from another film that was filmed in the UK as well. And so I think if you can figure out a way to make it make sense, right? Like even Winnie the Pooh, for example, the author, I believe, was from England, right? So you already have Winnie the Pooh and the
Winnie the Pooh, yeah.
But you could probably bring Winnie the Pooh and Mary Poppins and make that the UK Pavilion. So it's not like you have to really do the most in order to create something new. You just have to be still and think about, okay, here's my reservoir of whatever it is. So the UK, the United Kingdom is my reservoir. What from the United Kingdom can I pull that makes sense to Disney for the imagination of it all? But there's a thread that I can make a story out of that will be good enough where if I never go on Disney Plus to watch it, I know the lore and I feel that I can connect to it, then I want to invest into it. That's how you create what we do.
Yeah, and that's why I had to bring up how many IPs I got from just the UK alone.
Right.
I got more.
But can you throw in? You can throw in Merida for Scotland because isn't the UK pavilion like a mixture?
Yeah.
I think Merida brings so much energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think Meredith. I don't think Meredith gets enough play in the parks. I really don't. I think he deserves more play in the parks.
Mm-hmm.
I will say Meredith should be a BBW for the rest of us, okay? Because we listen, just keeping it a buck, okay? Or showcase.
Man, I've met the most amazing Merida character meet and greet. This person that does Merida, the feeling that I get after meeting this Merida, oh my gosh, that's the whole Disney magic. And then when they announced that where Merida used to meet and greet in Magic Kingdom, then they now they changed it to Encanto Mirabelle meet and greet. So for some time she was moved over to right by Liberty Bell. It's not the Liberty Bell. Right by Liberty Square. So I don't know if she still meets and greets over there on the canopy.
That'd be pretty befitting site for her to be at.
Right.
Do you guys want to each say which one was your favorite thing from what would probably Disney expected?
Yes, you guys go ahead first. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to listen first, and then I'll respond. Go right ahead.
He mentioned if you had to pick one that you would want to be announced at D23. So if I had to pick one, a more realistic. She said your favorite, or she said which one would be realistic for D23? I don't know. I think that. Saying again. She said. Well, she said, what will be your favorite to be announced for D23? I'm going to go with what's more realistic. I do think there's going to be an announcement for the Monsters Yacht Floor. What would replace that? If they intend to get rid of that.
You know, I personally think that a plan to revitalize Tomorrowland would probably be the thing I would like to is the thing I would like to see. And if I may, you know, there's this thing called Festival Disney where choirs and bands can do what they do. And I'm going to come on camera and give this idea because I think it's been long overdue that an idea like this should have been thought of. Okay. Can we please do a Tomorrowland Science Fair for kids that are in high school and college studying science, technology, engineering, and math? Thank you very much.
Yes, and maybe not no in that location, but I got a new pavilion that is an old pavilion with a added-on building to it that fits your criteria that I made last week.
Okay, I'm willing to hear it out. Because no, you know what? I literally just thought about that now. I'm like, wait a minute. We're in Tomorrowland talking about the future, and y'all don't have a science fair.
and like you can have actual scientists at the Tomorrowland Science Fair. Like that could be a thing. Like, I'm sorry, not to mention too. Okay. See, this is what we're doing. Okay, Frontierland, Boy Scouts, and Girl Scouts. Really, we can't do a Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, competition from Frontierland, Adventureland. We can't have an Adventureland fair where there's like expedition guides and all that type of stuff. And then Fantasyland, hello, the Fantasyland book fair and art fair. Hello, you got art festival at Epcot. There's all your festivals for Magic Kingdom. All right, will Disney do any of this? Fuck no, they won't. They're allergic to creativity, as we all know. Okay.
So why is it so important that they do it at Epcot, but they don't do it at Magic Kingdom?
Well, I don't think they've had the mindset to do what I just did for it. To just
no, but I mean, what is the? I mean, aside from the, well, I guess, why is it so important? Well, Food and Wine is additional countries. Flower Garden, that's the whole. And the art festival is just so they can make money and present all the art from those artists.
Right.
I was saying about the art festival, I was saying to Phil, I can't believe there's no they don't have Bert like a Bert doing chalk work on the floor. Like in Mary Poppins.
I don't think Bert did chalk in the movie. I don't think he just was a chimney sweep.
No, he did chalk a drawing in the. Well, he drew with chalk. That's how they. I think he's the one that drew it, and then that's how they jumped into the scene.
I'll have to go back and watch it. By the way, I'm gonna scratch the Magic Kingdom thing that I just did. I think books. I think the Fantasyland Book Fair would be amazing, but the Fantasyland Renaissance Fair would be amazing. The only problem is with that there were buxom women in the Renaissance fairs that happen across the country. I don't know how Disney would feel about that. I would thoroughly enjoy myself. I would just kick all y'all out and just enjoy the fair by myself. I would just make it all plus size women in Renaissance garb, but unfortunately I can't do that. What? I'm just saying, Florence has a thing with Olaf. I'll kick everyone out of Fantasyland to have my Renaissance fair. We all have our proclivities. Phil, I'm sure there'll be some type of.
You don't want to find me in the.
I don't want to pay Olaf. Come on. I'll spend my time.
You're going to find me in the Polynesian resort having a good old time.
Understood. And Florence, I'm being facetious, good sir. I mean, I'm not being facetious with what I said, but I am being facetious with about.
Well, wait, Phil, what did you mean by you want to spend time in Polynesian? Are you saying you ever be at the Polynesian than all these festivals that Brian had in mind for the Magic Kingdom?
I made Polynesian fun again, and there's a lot of pretty people.
Ah.
Okay.
Because Braylon is going like, oh, I like these pretty women over here too. Like, okay.
Well, I mean, I'll take the Polynesian, Samoan, and Hawaiian BBWs as well. I'm equal. Okay, so listen, Nani can be mommy. Okay, all right, moving on. Just.
I mean, my wife is kind of looking Polynesian, so that's awesome too. I'm married her, I guess. Anyways.
You give honesty with the three of us, okay? Hell.
Hey, Braylon, you mentioned about science fairs and like creativity of projects.
Yes.
I got 1 and 2 for you, but I'm going to present the best one to you first.
All right.
With a picture. with sponsors to make you blush.
Okay.
What is down below in the screen? Huh?
You mean on your ideas?
On my picture down below.
I see horizons.
Yeah.
That has definitely been fought for. It has to come back for a very long time.
Step aboard an 18-minute journey to the frontiers of tomorrow. Sponsors are General Electric, SpaceX, Hyundai, Supernal.
Oh yes, you're picking
Toyota.
Oh yes.
Autodesk. I don't like that one, but also Eli Lilly, which is a company based in Indianapolis. They will have sponsorships at the exit of Divide at 1,000 cubicles for guests to interact with and create ideas.
There you go. Cool. You know, I think
there is an AI computer somewhere in the basement or backstage area that will hold your ideas for probably at maximum 5 years. So I made sure that you had enough compute to hold all those ideas.
You know, I just thought about this too. You know, for Epcot, because it's all about the experimental prototype community of tomorrow, you know, can there not be like a people mover, like soft ride, where, you know, you just put on like a purple sleep mask and you're just riding around through this dark set, like, and all of it is just purple. That's all it is. It's just a light show that you just are in your people mover and you're just falling asleep. Like, I feel like that would, because think about it, you think about sleep science, that's edutainment, right? And you're hearing these facts about sleep and everything. It's edutainment.
Okay, Brian. So I'll take you to my. Sounds like you want a Tinky Winky ride where you can sip on your tubby custard.
No, not that. I think the way I did it with purple, mattress, it's more of a relaxing type of thing. That's okay. I appreciate the effort though, for tonight.
Yeah. Oh my God! Hey, do you agree with me, Phil, that if Brian, if we took Brian to Epcot back in the day, his favorite attraction, I bet, would be the Universe of Energy, because the Universe of Energy is you can just chill and you just fall asleep for 45 minutes.
What's good about Universe of Energy is where you can take a nap. That's the place where
right?
For me, what is that ride? I don't care. It's a good place to take a nap.
Oh no, I know that ride is for that, but no, sincerely, think about it. When you think about how far we have come with sleep science and all these custom mattresses, right? And the mental health that's related. I do think that could be a legitimate ride to learn about how to get REM sleep, how to be responsible for how long you need to sleep and all that stuff. And then you think about mood lighting and stuff like that. I think that really could be a really unique attraction.
Okay, I got a logo.
Sponsored by Sleep Number Bed. I don't know.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you can call it Horizons because when you're in deep sleep and your dreams, like you're over the horizon.
Yes. There it is. Yeah.
There it is.
For real. I think that actually could be a really good ride. Let me tell you something. A lot of people go on it.
Yeah, well, my attraction while fall sleep is on Spaceship Earth.
You ain't gotta do the icon like that, Ford. And good damn.
What? I mean,
Yeah, I really got. I went all out with the concepts that could happen in here, because not just because of Horizons, but what happened a day or two before I made this concept was that Netflix has The Fifth Element playing on the classic 1997 movie, Bruce Willis. Where they tried to save the Earth from the darker energy of evil, claiming the Earth was a meteorite. Anyways, they had a 3D printer that recreated the perfect fifth element, the perfect being. I included how to do it, or you could attempt to 3D print a human concept into the Horizons Interactive Lab. And anything that happens in the labs can be sent back to corporate, and corporate can look upon it and see, can we do that? And there's other options than just the health element of it. There's also, can we make flying cars? Can we make new ways of making energy, more efficient, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? How can we make more plentiful food? Okay, those are the 1,000 cubicles that we have at the Horizons post-show pavilion. In a 24th century sandbox.
No, understood.
Yeah, Brian, I love that concept. I've never thought of that, about sleeping and resting and dreaming and all that. Which that would have been something for the Wonders of Life billion.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about what IP they could use for that, and the only CP is a Snow White.
Yeah, I know.
We don't need IP, right? We don't.
No, and I'm glad you said that.
Or it can be a future. It can be a future Pixar film, because since Toy Story 5. What is fascinating about Toy Story 5 is they said that one person said what's fascinating about it is that they never imagined that a Pixar film would focus on addiction over tech,
right?
over mobile device or tablet. So they were really fascinated by that. So if they can go with that, why maybe there can be a next Pixar film about how the importance of sleep.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
yeah.
And think about this, right? I will still say one of the greatest underrated films besides Wall-E is Elemental. I am telling you, what they did with Elemental, it deserves to be. And you know how, like in the NBA, like when your jersey gets retired, it hangs on the rafters. Elemental is a rafters movie. I am telling you, the way they brought earth, water, fire, air, it goes back to the Tomorrowland Science Fair of you can make education fun. And like I said, when it came to the Walt Disney World Rebrand Master Plan, we brought Fitbit in the Wonder of Life Pavilion. We brought Roku when it came to technology and stuff like that. So there are brands out there that they would love to be able to showcase the power of what they do within a ride or within an attraction. You know what I mean? I mean, hell, there was even a piggy bank that got heavier as you went along. Don't know how they did it, but that was entertaining. And plus, knowing that, think about how many parents were actually like, Disney actually did a ride just for us. This is cool. This is actually cool. We actually learn about sleep, and we get to fall asleep listening to a wonderful voice tell us about sleep. Like you put on, you get in the bed, right, and or you get in your vehicle, and you have your sleep mask on, and you have these noise canceling headphones, so you don't see the environment around you, but you feel the environment around you with, you know, with the colors and everything. And even if you want to do virtual reality, right, that put on these goggles and you see the environment around you, and they can go from blue to purple and to orange, and
I got another poster for you. It's a lesser.
Did Disney make that a 7-minute ride?
Grand opening. Now, there used to be a theater in Tomorrowland. Just between the Carousel Progress and Buzz Lightyear's spin. Now, this takes back over that space as a very large, multi-storied expo theater. Third floor is a
fireworks in the Epic Universe.
Somewhere along the first floor and has very tall ceilings is a Tesla lab, with the exterior being the holographic garden. Maybe some holographic gardens inside too. But you go past the bottom floor entrance, you go into a 5D Innovations Theater. And it's right beside the Carousel Progress that you already mentioned about.
Right.
So you got one show here and a mini show in a separate room with Tesla cores, because the Tesla cores are very cool. Which, I don't think this is happening, but look, it's Skybuckets. Because I don't think how I can manage to put any sky buckets through Magic Kingdom again. But it was part of the old concept I had.
Understood. Well, you
but
all
this
just...
But you mentioned about Elemental. I don't know what's the story about the Lion King adventure, whatever, Lion King show at the Land Pavilion, which is very yawn and boring. Wouldn't it be better if you replaced it with Elemental?
In the Animal Kingdom?
No, in the Land Pavilion. I mean, in the Land Pavilion, the very boring, environmental story. Yawn, you know.
I've never seen it, so I've never took the time to go there, so I don't know.
Yeah, we went in there because, like, well, we're bored and stuff, and we're just like. And all the other attractions got 2-hour waits, so I'm just like, nah. And thank goodness I did not go over there and stuff, because I'd be like boring. So replace the environmental fable with Elemental.
Potentially, I could definitely see that. I will. In Fullerton, I will say this.
I'm not even sure.
If you get the chance, please watch it. It is really.
Elemental, yeah.
Yeah, the director. The director of Elemental. I can't remember his name, but he's an Asian guy. But he I think gave a voice to Inside Out. Like he's been there for a very long time at Pixar. And the way you get to hear about Ember and not knowing who she wants to be, but having to, carry her father's legacy, and think about how many people have, done things of, oh my God, I gotta carry on this family name that I don't want to, and then, Wade try to figure out who he is, and the way they humanized the elements was really a masterpiece. And honestly, to tell you the truth, like I know that I've said Elemental could be, it could come back for a Lightsmore action extreme stunt show. But if you brought back Illumination's Reflections of Earth,
oh wow, yes,
and combine that with, because Illuminations has fire, so there's Ember. The water is Wade. Then you have Earth, which you can have Fog on the World Showcase, and then Earth, you can have the Rumble of World Showcase. So, like I said, I think Elemental deserves more play too. There's a lot of franchises they don't know what to do with. That's why I always say Disney is allergic to creativity. I don't say that because I want them to stay in that state. I want them to get the Benadryl. I want them to get the allergy shot. I want them to be able to overcome this allergy, but they seeming like they can't do it. So until they change it, I have to keep being honest.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that Elemental would be more interesting than Inside Out.
Update on what I just said. I'm behind by like 8 years, and it was replaced back in 2018 with something I don't even know about. Probably still wouldn't be interested in watching, which is a 10-minute film, just probably as boring what was as before, called Awesome Planet. That's where Elemental could go in its place.
Is it a picture you have, or
no? It's a 10-minute show that I'm just looking up on the phone. This is
I'm surprised they've never put a film on a Wall-E nature or something. Yeah, the parent thing. I think more people would go in and just to watch that.
Wall-E. Elemental or Wall-E. Because they're kind of both, coexist with the land.
I'll say this. I think that I just thought about what if, right? Because there are so many people who love gardening, right? And what if Wall-E could, be over this garden and showcase you different plants from the earth, right? Like, wow. And then, hibiscus, and wow, a rose, you know what I mean? So that could be its own separate attraction. Because the plant did bring life, so I think why not expand that? And then I think with Elemental, you definitely could do something with Elemental and Epcot and its own attraction as well. But that's just off the top of my head, though.
Yeah, that's a really great idea. This Wall-E and the gardening, because that's even better than the that pitch that I did. That pitch that I did for if they brought Radiator Springs racers, but I don't even think it would have been racers, but because OG55 had mentioned somewhere that someone had there was a rumor or something that They were back in the Chapek area, Chapek days of Disney that they were even considering cars for Epcot. So that's the whole reason why I'm even talking about this, because I'm not here saying, other than Test Track. If Test Track was not sponsored by Chevrolet, I would, and if Disney had Test Track back, no sponsor. If there was no sponsor, they would have incorporated cars into Test Track. But if not Test Track, there is no way you can put cars. Yes, that maybe you did it in the back of the Yacht Pavilion, because One Way Cars is the first movie. I don't know. No, but you did the ride, but you made it fit with. But I think Wally's even better.
Here's what I found in pictures of what is currently now Awesome Planet. Is probably going to follow along the lines of refurb, as here's a 16-second video of 10-minute show showing scenes around the Earth. Or allegedly, that's possible. But yeah, I think you could throw in the characters of Elementor into here, and you can get the same effect. I'm just curious now at this point. Are they just recycling? Someone's just recycling stuff and storing into the pictures of this theater here. But anyways, I can guarantee you that Elemental could go into this space. Or Wally,
And I think either one will do very well.
Mm-hmm. And I think the Eva on one side of Epcot and Wally on the other side is such a cool concept, because it's such a cool thing, because they coexist in the same park.
Yeah, I can absolutely definitely see Elemental being in this scene. We can see Elemental being in this scene, that scene. Yeah, that one. Especially that scene. There's on fire.
Right.
There's an explosion. So, you may not have to do anything too much.
What did you mean when you brought up the Toy Story 5? Wait, what was the character's name? The new character's name? The Tabiat?
Lilypad.
Lilypad. For if you brought that to. If you incorporated that for Toy Story Mania?
Yes, into Toy Story Mania, or if you could incorporate it into Toy Story Land. I don't know how you would incorporate, but just kind of think about how they
would incorporate it as a queue activity, or would you incorporate really into the Toy Story Midway Mania ride?
I think you can do a shaded queue, or okay. Everybody remembers the Museum of the Weird, correct? And how it's supposed to be a walkthrough attraction. Maybe a Lilypad walkthrough attraction.
How's it? Where?
Oh, that I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas. I'm just,
This is us, folks. We are so within our wonder.
Maybe your screen in the middle for your ride vehicle might be swapped out. The screen itself there in the middle of the vehicle, right there between the two shooting guns, on your vehicle, might be swapped out for lily pad screen, and that might be just only it.
Yeah, I would see it as a side activity or separate activity. I would not see it within.
They just replace that screen
within any ride or attraction.
Well, no, that's why I said it would be a walkthrough attraction. I don't think that like a dark ride. I think a dark ride would be a little too much because you have Toy Story Midway Mania, which is already a dark ride. But like a walkthrough attraction, oh yeah, for sure.
And as you just heard from me, I don't think nothing's going to happen with the lily pad. They're just going to add some details around the screen of your Toy Story Mania car and put some lily pads.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine if they sell lily pads and so many parents take the kids to, I don't know if they have, they do have Jessie meet and greet, and they all show every single child who wants to meet Jessie goes to show her the lily pad, expecting her reaction the same way that her reaction is on the Toy Story 5.
Okay, you know what? How about this? If they were still making phone covers for phones, which I believe they discontinued last year, correct me if I'm wrong, they were making lily pad covers for the phones. And that's it.
Oh, I can see that.
I don't think they're making any more printings, of because they discontinued that over in Tomorrowland last year.
Just like what I wanted to bring up, if Brian's concept about the sleeping thing and the attraction, if that was a Pixar, that was a film at the same time from Pixar, or even not the merchandise, especially if it was from another Pixar film or another Disney film. Imagine the merchandise that they would sell, especially at the Disney shops at the Orlando International Airport. People are already like buying that special pillow from the movie or inspired from the attraction, and for their flight on the way to Orlando or back home.
I mean,
all the merch possibilities.
I mean, the way that I'm kind of thinking about this now is,
can you even bring your pillow on the attraction and just put it behind your head?
I would think maybe like the pillow would probably be like the main character or something to that degree, I guess. I'll have to play around with her, but yeah, there's definitely got to be a way that you can make anime characters about sleep and make that a whole movie, because I really do think that ride about sleep would actually be very popular. I really, really do.
Oh, hands down. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of people would park hop to Epcot just for that.
Listen,
rainy day or scorching hot day.
Yes.
Aside from the Skyliner, aside from the Skyliner that can cool you down, that's another attraction.
Yes.
That's another.
I did joke about it being 7 minutes, but I think Horizons was like 18 minutes. You can make that 18-minute ride and no one would care. No one would care.
You said 7 minutes. I don't think 7 minutes is enough. Oh my god! And all the parents. Imagine the dads that have a headache from the day, from the crying kids and all that. I have a migraine. I'm going to this film. It's like a rejuvenation, a reset.
Right. That's why I said that, make it as long as Horizons was for like 18 minutes. Make that ride 10 minutes, and I think everybody will be fine.
Yeah, I kind of funny that you mentioned about sleeping and stuff after I mentioned Horizons, and guess what? Horizons is 18 minutes.
So, well, there it is.
And if it's 45 minutes like Universe of Energy, sir, time to wake up. Time to wake up time, sir.
But realistically, I'd be kind of more curious of like, oh, what's in this scene? Because I got 30 scenes.
Just one more 45 minute journey.
Yeah.
I really want to play around with that this weekend and just kind of see what.
I think the whole sleeping for Pixar film is so refreshing. It's so refreshing.
No, I will agree with that for sure. So I'll play around with it.
So remind me, what are you working on, Braylon?
Right now, not really too much of anything. I haven't really found a project that.
But you mentioned about something about to do with sleeping, huh?
Well, I mean, yeah, I do want to play. No, seriously, I want to play around with that, but like just for the fun of it, not like to pitch a Pixar film, but just like for the fun of it, just to see if I can play with that. But like in terms of like theme parks and stuff, I haven't really found a project that I really want to do. I know Dark Universe has said they're expanding into something. I'm sure I could probably find some type of horror thing. I already talked about Sinners, which there's a ride right there. Like as of right now, I really don't have anything.
Yeah.
Not to say that I don't get inspired, like I research and stuff, but like I really do love doing our projects where we're responding to what's happening with a project. And right now it's just nothing there right now. So
I'm just trying to. I came up with an idea just now. We got the Imagination Pavilion. What if you do something with sleep on an extended portion of the Imagination Pavilion?
Potentially. Oh, you know what? I just thought about it. There's that kaleidoscope tunnel. You can make that kaleidoscope tunnel a ride. You have all the colors above you, and you're falling asleep. And there's like, no, seriously, there's white noise. Because people do sleep to white noise. They do. They sleep to white noise to fall asleep and stuff like that. You can have, wind blowing and the coolness falling upon you and stuff like that. There it is right there. See, it just took a minute.
I give an olive branch and, Braylon makes it a miles.
I don't know why I'm thinking about Katy Perry promoting that.
No.
God Lord. I thought we just was trying to get over the fact that, like, oh my gosh, Taylor Swift is going to be singing in Toy Story 5. Can we not?
Well,
I saw that.
That's not as shocking though, because she was in the beginning a country singer, so and she's singing at the end of the movie at the end credits, right? It's not like she's singing in the she's singing in the middle of this. Jesse,
I thought she was going to be singing for Jesse because, like, I've been heartbroken before many times. Many boyfriends have lost me. Well, I
want to say something because unlike the song "When She Loved Me" by Sarah Lockett, her name.
Yeah.
I don't think she can see. I don't think TS. I don't want to say TS. I don't want to say her name. I don't think TS can make people. I don't think TS can. She can do a song, but I don't think she can make. I don't think she can do a Toy Story song that is
no.
Well, here's the
very
thing, right?
tearful to the tearful to the eye.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to that couple of things here, okay? For one, she made a very adult.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you.
She made a very adult song about her boyfriend. You can go listen to that on your own time. The lyrics are very graphic. Number two, I think Toy Story is trying to reach new audiences, even though it's the film that set off the animation industry. So everybody should know it by now. But number three, you do know that I am the media nerd of everything in the culture, right? Taylor Swift did a series called the Eras Tour on Disney Plus. Go watch that now. So I'm sure that with Taylor Swift being on Disney Plus, I'm sure that was an easy ask for her to do a Toy Story song. So just
I want to clarify when I said that she cannot make a song or make people teary. I'm talking about in co-relation to Toy Story. That by Toys, the inclusion of her doing an emotional song.
Well, as long as she did.
Not saying it's not possible. I don't know if it's possible, but that's what I'm. That's what I'm referring to. I am not saying by her in general on her albums or anything.
Well,
clarifying that.
Well, as long as she did not do a remake of "You Got a Friend in Me," me and her are cool. Just don't touch that song.
That's
yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that though?
No, I don't.
Version. You got a
no.
Stringing your guitar.
I would rather see Phil go insane.
Outside, so I can't hear you. Bye-bye.
I would rather Phil go insane with Ron saying "There's not one a million times" before hearing Taylor Swift redo "You Got a Friend."
No, not that song. When she loved me.
Yeah, I agree.
When he loved me.
You can do I'll away, and I'll just bring in Florton in her place, and he'll sing.
Wait, Phil. What did you say? Because I said I'd rather see you go insane with there's literally not one before Taylor Swift ever will remake "You Got a Friend."
And I said that in rare case right now, I agree with you, Bray.
I'm sorry I'm sorry I gave you such a horrible punishment. That's really bad. That's really bad.
I mean, she's old.
I mean, we do get to be saved from Taylor Swift not remaking that iconic song. So, I mean, in the words of Lord Farquaad, it's a sacrifice we gotta be willing to make.
You was talking about a friend in me, right? The song "You've Got a Friend in Me." I thought the song was "When She Loved Me."
No,
we were talking.
But either one does not need to be. Either one does not need to be. When She Loved Me, if they've done that would not be good.
I think if Taylor Swift remade that song, I don't think she really would understand that even her own fans would be like, okay, hang on a second, we love you, but you're going way too far. What are you doing? No.
I guess that 99% of your songs are like "When She Loved Me," it's always like, "Oh, my boyfriend left me hundreds of times." So, Lord, no, please don't make this.
I will say that the song that she did for Toy Story 5, it fits her vibe, and it fits her style. So,
and I had to listen to it, and I have no plan to. So,
I'm curious to see how they have done Toy Story 5. I'll say this, right? Because a lot of people are like, you would think after Toy Story 3 it would be over. Listen, I'm going to say this with a lot of love. I hope that Disney and Pixar are doing this because they genuinely see the story evolving and trying not to make the Toy Story franchise be the Disney Fast and Furious franchise where we get Toy Story 10. Okay, listen, I don't want a Toy Story 10. No, I don't want it. No, I don't need Woody saying, you know, guys, we're a family. I don't need it. We got people, okay? That is his damn job. Even though nobody asked for 10 films, that is his damn job. If I see a Toy Story 10, I promise you, if y'all ask me, Bray, could you make a Toy Story 10 announcement at D23? I'm just going to let you know right now. I'm not going to follow nothing in that damn teleprompter. And you better hope to God that I hit my mark and make the announcement and make it clean.
By that time, you're going to have a Frozen 7.
Lawrence, fuck you. Disrespectful.
I know. That's
why. One was enough. Sincerely, we didn't need 2 nor 3. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I'm guessing, Phil showed me that Sid, do you remember Sid from the first Toy Story?
I remember Sid,
yes, he was in the Phil showed me that I miscatched it. Was in Toy Story 3. He was the garbage man. He grew up as a garbage man.
I don't remember that at all. But
yeah.
But listen, all jokes aside, I don't think we need 10 films of everything, okay? So I know I was being facetious when I said Toy Story 10, but sincerely though, they're already on Toy Story 5, okay? Sincerely. Now, in the same token, if I'm Tom Hanks or Tim Allen, Braylon, disrespectfully, fuck you. We'll do these films for as long as we want to and make our money. Which I feel them. You know what I mean? Do what you do. I'm just saying. How would you feel if you got to, that age and it's like, so are we really going to do Woody?
Well, they said that this one took 7 years to make. This one took 7 years. And I had no hopes for ever since Toy Story 4. Toy Story 5 have Jesse be the main character.
Okay. Well, I mean, animated movies do take a long time. The main thing is, I think that the reason why Toy Story works is because there is a youthfulness to the franchise, and you don't want to see Buzz and Woody, and Walker. Well, back in my day, I used to buzz to the rescue, but I can barely get to rescue myself. I had a horse named boy, what was your name? I can't remember my horse's name. We don't need that, okay? We don't need that shit.
But you guys know that that's possible though, because they could do one where we have Andy didn't want to get rid of his toys. Well, he got rid of like the other toys because he was grown up, but he had to move. But he didn't want to get rid of Woody, right? He did not want to get rid of the. Imagine if they did one where Bonnie wanted to get rid of Buzz, and then Buzz ends up in the Goodwill. He's all dusty and he's missing a battery and.
I have a theory, and it's going to be just how it's going to end. Hear me out. You know how Toy Story was in number 2? That's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to end in Toy Story 2. The way that Woody could have gone to a museum, they're all going to go to a museum. I'm serious. Barney's going to grow up like everybody else and going to be so old, they're going to just go to a museum.
I mean, for the record, there is a toy museum in New York City, so Phil is not wrong in his thinking here. You know what I mean?
And they were trying to avoid that in Toy Story 2 because
wait, are we saying that Al is gonna do it? Al is gonna do it?
No.
No,
No, we don't need a fat man being a chicken.
what happened to him? Oh yeah, that's what ended up with him.
You know, I heard that he became a human being that the rest of the country voted for. So I guess Al went from anime to real life. So a very sad end for the rest of us, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Sure
Hey, by the way, I found footage of Fast and Furious 99.
No, sir, we're not doing this. No, we're not.
I got it on the feed.
Fast and Furious.
Speaking of Brian is all into Puma shoes. I went for the first time in the Puma store, a Puma outlet store, and my whole I was like, Brian, well, I'm in the Puma store. I know how Puma shoes are, so I was just, but then I kept remembering you point out, one of those shoes was comfortable and all that. And the first thing that I noticed was they had shoes off of Fast and Furious.
Oh yeah, yeah. I smell an Oscar with this movie.
Did you enjoy the Puma shoes? Were they comfortable for you? They were comfortable for me.
Oh, I didn't try any shoes. I just went in the store.
Gotcha. By the way, Phil, the way that Florentin was blasphemous with Frozen 7, you're being blasphemous with Fast 99. Fast 10 Part 2 is the final film. This motherfucker is ended, damn it. It's ending. Now they got
messing with you, man. But I just found footage from Fast and Furious 99.
Stop.
Real.
That shit right now. No, we're not doing this. No. Now listen.
The audience wants to see it.
Now they are gonna have like TV spin-offs and stuff like that, so Fast will never die. But the movies are dying. Okay? This thing with Part 10, Part 2, that's it.
Aw. It's just only a minute-long clip.
No, that's
I would not mind if the final Frozen film is freezed. They're all freezed.
You know, I will gladly freeze them to death. You know, just for the cause. You know, just.
Oh, by the way, did you, Brian, me and Phil, we watched and reacted to the Hexed trailer, and I told Phil that I read some because I told Phil that I heard someone mention that the girl in Hexed, that that's what they said. They said that she's probably a transgender girl, and Phil is not into the whole messaging thing and all that. But when we watched the trailer, you know, all I saw from that girl, she's Elsa.
You know,
she has the same face, same expression.
Yeah, Florentin, I learned about what Owl City was today, and I sent the short to you. Yeah, now I understand why people kept on mentioning that, because and that's why people were connecting the trans thing to the Hex. Because Owl City, if I find the history here, is quite questionable show that Disney had made.
That film was from the creators of Frozen and the creators of Zootopia. So the creators of Zootopia did the whole environment, and then the creators from Frozen just did the girl. And I told Phil that this movie is kind of as if they want to continue Wicked. They cannot use Indina Menzel, but but instead they just used another Elsa. They
Well, I
designed
mean,
another
here's the-
Elsa, but it's
okay,
not
so-
Elsa.
So here's the thing,
I
right?
got the short for you if you want to see the review summary of what Hex is.
So let me say this. I am going to disagree with both of you right now on Hex. I'm gonna tell you why. The way that Elphaba has come through and destroyed everybody's soul, right? I do think that there are young ladies and there are young men that feel hexed in them. They feel ostracized. They feel alone. They don't feel like they belong, right? And that coming of age story of trying to figure out who you are is a constant story that will never die. And I think the way Elphaba allows so many adults to feel free, I think that maybe this character can allow kids to feel free, right? And if you think about Harry Potter and how many kids have been able to find their way with Harry Potter, I think that this could be it for X, potentially. I mean, we're asking Disney to create original content and then we're going down them. Like, it didn't look that bad. And not to mention, too, the book. I just want to give a shout out to Nintendo and Yoshi and the book. Because there is a game with Yoshi and a book that actually comes alive. So listen, there's signs all around, but I'm going to give it a shot. I'm legitimately going to give it a shot. My sister asked me to be better than Disney, and I'm trying to be better. I'm trying, sis, but it's so hard because Disney's making it so hard. I mean, sister, Florentine just was blasphemous with Frozen 7, okay? And I was kind to him by not chewing his head off, okay? Just said that just behind the 8 ball with his energy. But he didn't mean a Frozen 7. He was just tired. He had a long day, you know?
Yeah. Anyways, before I move on to you bringing up the reaction video for context of what all the rumors were, that's why it makes sense, you know, text. I did send you guys previous 99 in your Instagram, so thank me later. You can bring up the reaction video to the Hex if you want to.
I think I'll probably be giving me some sleep here soon because I am a little bit tired, but
which one I've got?
Because right now
Disney just released the first trailer to their upcoming animated feature film, Hexed, and almost nobody seems to care about it. In fact, people are calling it a ripoff. But why is that? So this movie, Hexed, is about a girl who gets pulled into a world of magic witchcraft and gets into all sorts of magical shenanigans. Sounds pretty bland, right? And that's the main issue here. For so many years now, Disney's been criticized of how safe they are with their animated films, relying on the same storytelling formula, the same character archetypes, and the exact same animation style for every single one of their films. They hardly take any creative risks these days, it's all kind of just the same. And I'm not saying Hex looks terrible by any means, but there's just nothing that makes me want to see this movie, if you get what I mean. The animation feels very generic, the characters seem boring, and the witch world itself doesn't particularly look unique or exciting in any way, it just looks so bland. It's the kind of fantasy setting that we've seen over and over again. And then there's the main protagonist. Now you see, Disney has a track record of all their main characters being very quirky, clumsy, and just very socially awkward. Like, they're all kind of the same. This is what many people refer to as the adorkable archetype. And the main character of Hex just seems to fit that mold perfectly. Like, there's nothing about this character that's really interesting so far. This might be because the main character got changed from a teenage boy to a teenage girl. And I don't know.
Ooh, there we go.
Yep, there you go. That's
Wait,
why I
that change?
shared with you this morning, Florent. And when I woke up this morning and saw this, like, my shorts feed, you know, on YouTube, like, okay, now I understand why people were saying that's a trans. Listen there.
Well, I think that the trans thing is a fucking ass stretch. Okay, first of all,
well, because when it was originally,
hang on, let me.
Hold on. There's more context to after this. You know, mentioned.
Wait, did they say the character changed, or did they say that the production changed their mind?
Listen again.
It's really interesting so far. This might be because the main character got changed from a teenage boy to a teenage girl, and I don't know why they did that, but that definitely led to some issues with the character since they didn't really have enough time to develop her. But let's address the biggest complaint people are having. This seems
So they're kind of wondering if that is.
Seems like a one-to-one ripoff of the Owl House, which
Now listen how bad this one is. This show. That's why people are connecting two and two together.
was also produced by Disney Television. That show was about a girl who ends up in a magical world full of witchcraft and gets into all sorts of shenanigans. Now, am I saying that Disney ripped off their own show? No, not at all, because if they were to fully rip off the Owl House, they would have to include gay or LGBT themes in their movie, and they can't do that. They're too afraid of that. Anyway, let me know what you guys think of this movie. I think it looks meh.
Okay, so let me say this, right?
Well, based on that, that's why people are saying that person's not, you know, or maybe not going to be, but at least what Disney is allegedly saying lately, they are trying to be safe, going back to the concepts of, you know, what made Disney successful. At least that's what they said.
Well, let me say this, right? I do believe that Erica, you know, brought up the fact that she was with her family, I believe, and there were some people that actually brought up like, oh, you watched the Owl House or something to that degree, right? That's one. Number two, the fact that they changed it from a boy to a girl, that is more gender than anything else. And number three, we do know that Disney does have a huge young, you know, female audience. So I see, that's why I don't really like jumping on to stuff like that, because it's like they changed it from a boy to a girl. That's not really a controversy. Like, come on now. For real.
I'm not trying to start anything here. I'm just saying what people are probably fucking saying.
Well, I got that, but that's not transgender. They changed it from a boy to a girl.
And then I'm just saying that's what freaking people are just jumping on. You know,
right. That's like a movie changing from a dog to a cat. Like Bolt could have been a cat instead of a dog. Like, come on now.
I'm not trying to pick no side. Am I picking a side here?
No, you're not picking a side. I'm just pointing out the.
I'm trying to be fixed in the middle. No spin zone, but no.
No. This is not directed towards you, Phil. I'm pointing out the storytelling mechanic of how it's behind the 8-ball energy with that. That's not directed towards you at all.
No, I'm just making sure that nobody pillages my house tomorrow.
Oh, you fine. I just had to explain that part of it. Like, that's probably more of a storytelling mechanic, because one of the other things that people say is that Disney doesn't really care about mothers, right? So in this film, it is a mother and daughter, right? So there's that too. So that's why I just breathe, do the research, and just let it fucking breathe, man.
Yeah, I mean, we could watch the trailer down here, but we don't have to.
Well, I mean, I don't know how Disney would do with copyright, so I just, you know.
No, if I were to see this film, my question would be, if I saw it after, and if I imagined in my head the same film with the same character, but as a boy, I would be curious to know if my thoughts would not based on the character, but would the film be better off? But to them, I guess it must have been better off as a girl.
Well, we'll end the night with a higher note. With see if Flaunting picks out the certain character quicker than before.
Once upon a time, a hideous ogre and a delusional donkey embarked on a journey to the magical city of further away.
First of all, can you pause this real quick?
It's really happening.
Pause it
Do you
real
know
quick. I said this on my show this morning. The land is far away, not further away. They need to fix that shit. It's not further away. It's far away.
And
That
they
was,
just wanted to be different.
huh?
They just wanted to be different than just your typical far away.
No, I know, but
Yes,
that's
then
canon to the franchise. But go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
It's really happening. Do you know what that means?
I need a makeover. Get my arms yoked and my back jacked, my ass added, maybe even tighten up my badonkadonk. No, definitely not.
So what you're saying is Shrek and Donkey off on another...
No, don't say it.
Two stalwart friends.
That's not what this is.
On a whirlwind
Donkey.
big city.
Oh, I'm caked up like a friggin' bakery. Wanna date a snowman?
Did Flaunton notice that this time?
Yes. It looks like a horrible onion.
Yeah. Here's a still of the onion. Yes.
You did a good job, though. I will say. I wanted them to jab Elsa, but I don't know how they can do it.
Man,
Speed up, Shrek.
you really can't help yourself, can you?
Hell to the no, I can't. Shrek and Donkey, two stalwart friends off on another whirlwind big city adventure. Oh, this is bad. Baby, come.
By the way, Flaunton, did he mention about like maybe have an alphabet in there?
Oh yeah. If you go back back where the clock tower is, there's
This one?
I think it's after that. It goes very fast, so
yeah.
Shrek and Donkey.
I'll tell you when to stop.
They flew
Maybe
past.
right after that.
They just flew.
Right after.
There. That one?
No. Yeah. Just a little bit. They. Oops. Yeah. You see. They brought up that second Oz reference, but that's I think that's a Wicked reference.
That now I could tell now when I did this this morning in my show, I said this is a Small World reference.
Yes, it's a Small World clock.
With the clock tower and eyes, yeah.
Yes.
That looks even creepier.
First friends off on another whirlwind big city adventure. Oh, this is bad. Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see there was something in everything about you. Roxy!
Donkey! Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
I have to say, I think with DreamWorks, I think we're gonna be A-okay.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Institute for the
Because it wasn't under Illumination, it was DreamWorks. So, well done, y'all. 6 hours, 34 minutes, and 2 seconds we've been on. I'm gonna read the Daily Motivator, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get on out of here. But thank you guys so much. Been a fun conversation, and Phil, we are cool. I just wanted to mention that for the story.
I know we're cool, but the audience is going down the house tomorrow, so you know.
Oh,
I know. I'm gonna have all the Swifties come after me.
Oh no! I
don't know which one's worse.
Listen,
I get the people who like, what do you say about it? Us.
I think my audience very well knows that I'm a defender of people being good people. But that storytelling mechanic, I just had to break that down because I'm like, no, I mean Disney can do a lot of things, but they ain't gonna be that damn stupid. But let me get the Daily Motivator up here, and then
I think my point was Sarah McLachlan did such a such a legendary job at when she helped me in Toy Story 2 that no one can top that performance.
Yeah,
and
Thornton's
the
gonna
emotion
get
that it brought. So
No,
that's my point.
Thornton's going to get attacked by all the Swifties, and then I'm going to get attacked by the alphabet community. Yeah.
No, it's all good, y'all. Y'all will be fine. Y'all will be fine. So right here, you don't pay for the price. You don't pay the price for success. You enjoy the price for success. There it is there. So it's time for the Day Motivator for Friday, June 19th, 2026. What you enable. Let me come on camera and read this one, child. I'm trying not to fall asleep, so maybe if I sit up straight. 6 hours live, y'all. This was just supposed to be a 2-hour conversation. It really was. Listen, I try my best.
You know how it is.
Tight.
You bring me in.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
So-
me and Phil we did a 6-hour show without planning.
I know you did.
But we started out earlier, so we were better.
We talked about World Showcase. We reviewed 3 movies. It was,
Oh no, I believe it. And
then we talked about Toy Story 5.
Right. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. There's nothing wrong with a 6-hour show normally if you are just chilling. But if you are, and this is for future content creators too, if you are trying to pitch a concept, or if you're talking about hot topics, or if you're trying to talk about a destination, keep it to at least the 2 hours and 30 minutes to maybe 3 hours. But I only say 3 hours because sometimes an idea might spawn off another idea, but it needs to relate to the show. But
We
that's
talked about buses.
there.
We talked about buses for an hour and 20 minutes. You know, transportation being at the loophole being removed for an hour and 20 minutes.
I knowing you being the map, yes, I am sure that was an hour conversation by itself. With that being said, Friday, June 19th, Juneteenth, 2026, what you enable yourself, what will you enable yourself to achieve today? What fears will you make? What fears will you make the choice to transcend? What intentions will you follow through on with action? What assumptions will you step beyond in order to learn something new? It can be comforting to blame the shortcomings and disappointments in your life on factors beyond your control, yet those external factors are insignificant compared to the limitations you place on yourself. External factors certainly exist and can have great influence, and yet you have the power to choose how to navigate through the world. Through your attitude, your thoughts, your priorities, commitments, and actions, you can greatly enable yourself. You can improve your own effectiveness, allowing life-enhancing behaviors and achievements. Today has the potential to be filled with new value and positive experience. Step up, take charge of what you control, and enable that to happen. Ralph Morrison. You know, what you enable. I think about this often, right? And I thought about Chicago and what Malia and Sasha and Barack and Michelle and everybody there. I know that what everyone else enabled on November 4th has brought hell, destruction, and chaos to America. Okay, I'm just going to say that right damn now. Nobody in the country is happy with what we got. Especially the people that now they're saying, oh my God, my bills are this and I can't get that. You voted for it. But in the same token, we are seeing who is real and who is not. So the first thing I want to say about what you enable is
even though some people enabled the bad, there is still people enabling the good in the world. And I know that sometimes in this thing called life, you get somebody like me that's like, damn, you just go after anybody and everybody. You just don't give a fuck. If I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't be sensible in what I say. Now, Dr. Phil's a quack, but he did say something very important. If you open up somebody's head, what's inside is way worse than what comes out their mouth. So the first thing I want to say is remember that people are enabling the good in the world. That's the first thing I want to say to you. The second thing I want to say to you is this. External factors certainly exist and can have great influence, and yet you also have the power to choose how you navigate through the world. You cannot take on the world's burdens. No one can. Hell, we try to take on Disney's problems, and we do solve them better than Disney never will do them. But in the same token, once we take on those problems, we have the conversation. What do we do with that? Do we still say Disney is shit? Yeah, we do, but we also recognize that we are providing solutions. So you can recognize problems, but also, too, make sure that you also support others that they're providing the solutions that you're looking for, right? And like I said before, if we didn't care about Disney, we wouldn't say nothing about Disney at all, right? I mean, good guy, you have.
I don't. For myself, I don't want to say that I take on Disney's problems. I'm here just to go with just to remind, I don't know, to inspire people, inspire the audience, inspire all the people that visit, or inspire them the potential.
Yes. When I say we take on Disney problems, I mean we take on Disney's problems in terms of this format, but we don't carry the problems with us because at the beginning, middle, and the day, those guys have the power, right? So basically, just whenever you want to enable something, make sure whatever you enable doesn't consume you. We don't let this consume us. This is a part of what we do, but this is not everything. I think that's important.
And I think what's very good about how the only thing that is good about how things are going with how things are going, is it just reminds you too that it's okay. You're gonna get through it, because at the end of the day, Disney, whether it was Walt Disney running it or it was not Walt Disney and it's corporate running it, it's not our property. So
right,
we enjoy it, we make memories from it, but we're okay. It's not going to be the end of the world if Disney World closes. I want to be careful.
I don't know about that, Thornton. I mean, yeah, that's a very
nice. Well, gee, guys, we give you olive branches, and then you like we want.
Oh gosh, now I'm gonna have Disney people at.
Well, no. Here's the thing, right? I think that's a beautiful. Now, here's where Thornton was coming from. That is actually a really beautiful message to just recognize. If things do go to that point, right, you still have to keep living life. I think that is a wonderful point, right? However, Disney's revenue is 70% their theme parks. So I don't think they're going to shut down anytime soon. But I do get what Florentine means of sometimes when we do have a life event hit us, sometimes it can knock the wind out our sails. And so Florentine's just saying whatever happens in life, keep on sailing.
I mean, I want to say that Disney is a fundamental. I think Disney is a fundamental gift to what has gave us a piece of joy and opportunity. Gives a piece of joy and make memories. So
No, absolutely. Very well said. And finally, the last thing last thing I want to say to you all is you can improve your own effectiveness, allowing life-enhancing behaviors and achievements. I will say this. On June 19th, 1865, after the rest of America knew that was free, but it was 2 years later that the rest of the black Texans found out they were free. They had every right to be upset. But what they did was they heard they heard the win within the announcement, and they went forward with it. And that's why I want to say to each and every single one of you is whatever you want to do in life, when you hear that win in your assignment, that you've won in becoming a parent, that you've won in getting a relationship, that you've won in getting your career, that you've won in getting your mental health together, that you've won in being able to overcome pain, don't complain about how long it took, because the complaint that you did about how long it took, you're missing the fact that you won your freedom. I bet you're not gonna look at Juneteenth the same way again, huh? With that being said, everybody, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. My God, these two brothers that I love so much. Listen, I only stay up this long for people like this, okay? Because otherwise, I'm in the bed, okay? Listen, but anyway. With that being said, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do and do what you know. Never say you weren't born special, because you are always born a blessing. Trust you may not be where you want to be, by the end of it, you'll be where you need to be. Do what you've been chosen to do. Why is one thing to call yourself instead of being chosen? One love, much love, all love. We have spent time with you. You have spent time with us, and hopefully by spending time together, we rise to be great together. And always remember where you do radio, television, YouTube, living your best life, or in the words of Fiona, you are just pressing forward like Shrek because you do not want to date a snowman. Make sure the replay is not just very for you. That
was good.
Because you want to experience it again. We love you. We value. We embrace you all. Always remember, or receive love you gotta give it, or receive love you gotta give it, or receive love you gotta give it. Wherever obstacles you've overcome, where
love is worth melting for. Well, you can't melt, so
it's a kid's movie for him, so we should just let this moment just be. We don't have to talk about melting in that fashion. But I get what you mean, though. Yes, indeed. Make sure the replay is not just.
No, that's Shrek. Yeah, we know it.
For sure. Not just where you watch it, not just where you listen to it, but if you want to experience it again, we love you, we value, we embrace you all. Always remember, see love you gotta give it, or see love you gotta give it, or see love you gotta give it. Where obstacles you will overcome, where success you have achieved upon this particular day, we are extremely proud of you, but no one else is probably be proud of your damn self. And finally, hey, Disney, congratulations on getting Adobe, but you do need that thing called creativity, because just like a microphone, the microphone can only amplify what you say into it. The AI will only spit out what you put into it. So unless you have people like us who can really take swings and not give a damn what AI says, this is just a vanity partnership, so that way you guys can look like you're still that company. Okay? You got D23 coming up in August. I hope you got something good, because child, y'all got a lot of work to do. Fellas, any final words?
Well, I got questions for both, at least one.
Okay, I'll answer some questions
for tomorrow, guys.
Yes, I was thinking of talking about this post exit to the show before Brian gets his much deserved rest. But I'm proud to say that I'm proud to. I mean, this just came about this week that we might have a special guest this weekend.
Okay.
And since it's the weekend, if he's UK time, so it might be if he just messaged me, ask about the time and everything. So maybe tomorrow in the afternoon. So if even you, Brian, if you're available, I'll share the link and you can come in. This person, he did a very big. Phil is familiar with him. His name is Matthew. He is a family from OG55, Hiljada and all that. And he did a really big project on the Once Upon a Dream, Once Upon a Disney short.
Okay.
So it's going to be all, he's going to be able to, he started sending me questions what I thought about it because I just sent hearts about it.
Is he like a person that worked on it, or is he like a fan that did a documentary on it?
Oh, he worked. I think. Oh yeah, he worked on it. His name is on it. And
okay, awesome.
And Phil was shocked at how. But I think it's going to be a very good conversation. We're going to talk about animation studios and all that. So I think you will be interested in it. But
first of all, congratulations on getting that. And by the way, I do want to say that Phil and Florian have been taking swings in terms of their content, and I am very proud of them. Sincerely, I know that Florian has been doing. Phil has been doing more. I think the last thing that he tried to do was, traveling through Greece, I think. And then Florian, because he is such an architecture nerd, I say that in the highest esteem to him. He has also been taking swings. So I'm very proud of both of these men for stepping out on faith, because doing this is not easy at all. So I just wanted to give them some love, some credit, and some.
Oh, and thank you so much. I appreciate it, because when we watch, we met since Creole and the OG5 and all these channels, WD Pro, and you see that they have guests, and whether it's Phil, Brian wants to be, and myself, we see everybody have the discussion, and I was just saying, since BFP Imagineering, whoever we have guests, that would be amazing, because if they have ideas, it's like we're amazed. We keep getting these new. Every time we do a show, is new ideas, like the sleeping idea and all that. So it broadens the conversation. And yeah, it took kind of a while before. It took kind of a while, but I think it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun tomorrow. So yeah,
very well done, good sir. Mm-hmm. Very well done. Good stuff.
But like I said, you're the amazing. You two are the panel. You two are. Bill was our very first guest. I was the very first guest. I was the first guest here, and then for BFP Imagineering, Phil was the very first or second guest. So
Braylon said, "Hey, check out my channel for a remaster plan from Walt Disney World," and I checked it out. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here.
Yes. And I will say, I think that rebrand master plan still holds up. I think that that's a timeless plan. Like the video games that I chose in that plan and the plans that I chose, they all have a tie to imagination. They all have a tie to wonder. They all have a tie to being flexible.
And by the way, since he's from the UK, Phil brought up will be very good to talk to him about what he thinks about. You want to say it?
Yeah, since guess what's opening in the UK?
Oh yes, Universal Park. Yes, so I yes, that will definitely be a topic of conversation, for sure.
Here the UK, which is somewhere between Birmingham and
I will say this too. I bet you that Disney is watching, because we all know, like Fortune said, Mary Poppins was in the UK, so I'm sure that Disney will be watching to see if they can do something.
Oh, you know what? Since he's from the UK, that's another question. That's another question you can ask about what he would envision for the UK pavilion for new attraction.
Oh no, I meant like Disney. Well, I mean, of course that, but I meant like Disney, like watching Universal, see if they can do a Disneyland UK. You know, I mean, something to that nature.
I'm kind of curious then too, since he's closest to Disney Adventureland or Disney Adventure Park, or whatever they want to call it. You know.
Well, right now it's Disney Adventureland because there's only one. There's only one right now, right?
Yeah, just one.
It's not a world yet, except for the old
Venus in his backyard, you know, across the pond, rather should say. What could he do different?
I mean, yeah. The thing is, I've never spoken to him. So that's why. Unlike Phil, so my heart was beating. I thought we were gonna do it on Wednesday, but I'm glad that Phil was right beside me.
Yeah, I'm over
I
here.
don't know. Not saying that I could not maybe do it by myself with this person, but I've never spoken with him, so it's gonna be.
I tell you what, Phil.
Yeah.
You said that I should do my shows by myself. I have more nervousness of talking to myself on camera than me being off camera, or rather, you know, talking amongst you all. I have more nervousness of talking to myself on camera by myself.
Well, you know what you could do, and sincerely, because here's the thing, right? Somebody said to me that, you know, my shows can be downloaded as podcasts, or I should make the podcast, right? Just do this. There are plenty of people that I know. One of them is named Anonymous. I love her very much. You come after her, you coming after me. You come after me, you're coming after her. So that's our friendship there, virtual friendship. And all she does is she does her content just like this, right? You never see her. But also, too, people do listen to YouTube videos, right? So have your camera off and just go through the facts if that makes you feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, Fulton was feeling a bit nervous. You know, maybe I could change my logo to BFP Imagineering as it before I go.
I will say this to you, right? Because the biggest thing that I think that you need to recognize is, and I've said this to many friends of mine, recognize that you deserve to be exactly where you are. So for the interview tomorrow, don't question yourself of why you got the interview. Mm-hmm. Don't question yourself of the energy in the interview. Don't question of, oh my God, did I do that? That I made a connection. Oh my God, that's supposed to happen.
Actually, tomorrow is actually what's funny is the segment is kind of called Florentine. Well, yes, it's BFP. Just like all the titles that I come up with, they came out naturally. And that's the way. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. It's meant to be because I want people because BFP. I don't know if when people. I'm trying to think about the title. I don't want, but the thing at the same time, I don't want to call myself like theme park conductor or I don't know. I don't want to be called. It's right. I don't want to. I don't know. Anyway, it's more about. I think tomorrow is more about a person getting to share themselves, share something to us, and it's just us being wondered by it. So,
right. But I'm saying that advice to you because I know that whenever you're in an environment of that nature, sometimes it can feel overwhelming, like, oh my God, like, okay, I'm actually, damn, this is it. But recognize.
Well, the thing is, we're not doing it live. We're gonna do it. Well, we're gonna record it.
No. But here's what I'm saying though. Whether you do it live or record it, you still will feel nerves. That's what I'm saying to you in totality of it, right?
So
I don't think I will. It's interesting, but it's interesting when you're saying that.
That's what I said too.
I think I've come a long way. I think I've come a long way.
I'm just
Can
giving.
you imagine? Isn't it crazy? In the very beginning, like in the very beginning, I was thinking about doing my own streams and all that, but because when you came, when you invite you were kind of like the tutorial how to do streams. I never been invited to a stream, so and all that. So I'm not saying that I would not be able to pull it off by myself, but
I know you could. I'm just looking out because I want to look out, and I know that even if you have it together, you still will feel somewhat of nerves because it's just human nature to feel like, oh my God. So I know you're going to kill it. I know you will. I'm just letting you know to just breathe and enjoy and just to be yourself. As just a general, I know you got it.
I think I've been wanting this for such a long time. But
you know I'm not going to be braille without making sure that you get some advice. You know that, right? So.
But I think also it's different for me if you guys are apart, if you guys are there, if Phil is there, so so that's what's beautiful about it is it's not like the thing about it is we each get to show, because the way he messages. I feel he has a lot of similarities with Phil. Like he was messaging my version, and I hear Phil saying my version.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. No, but I appreciate you. Yes, and of course it's normal. It's of course it's normal to be nervous, but I understand when you're nervous is because you want to do a good job. And especially when you have to carry important topics. You want to make sure you got the correct, the accurate information, and you understand what you're planning. So much respect for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. It's not easy. I mean, I make it look easy. Because I think, how many shows did I do this week? I think I did, because Monday I did 2. Tuesday I did 1. Wednesday I did 3. Thursday I did 2. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I did 8 shows this week, all live.
You know, it's okay because I think I'm at a point where I want to try. I'm fascinated by trying new things, and then that way I can see in the future. I can say, well, at least I tried it, and I can say, well, it works. Well, I can see what works out for me and what doesn't work out for me. Like I was doing, how we did it. I did it with Phil, and then we did it here again, but I did it by myself. I did the Shrek and I did Gato, watch and react. But after the Gato was okay, but after doing the Shrek watch and react, I was like, man, this is not my thing. Watch and react to movie trailers. not to say I'm not saying that. I understand Ray and your despise for Beyond the Trailer. But,
no, here's the thing. I don't despise her. Here's the thing, right? I think
because of her with Super Mario. Yeah.
Yes, and then her walking out of a whole film where there are people who are doing it for free that would love to get paid to go to a film, and all they gotta do is just review it, and then they could just go home. I felt like that was disrespectful, but I mean, that's what she wants to.
No, I just think it takes a certain. I don't think it's because I can. It's not for me. I think there's a certain kind of person for everything. Just like that, probably Disney. her speaking the way she speaks, I mean, that's meant for her. Not meant for her, but that's her zone.
That's her
like,
thing.
The way she speaks and her tone about speculation.
Yes.
Like, if I had to choose amongst us and her, I mean, I would hire. I mean, she's the one. She's the one for that. I think we each have. I think we each. That's why for me, like her beyond the trailer, that's her thing. Watson reacts. For me, I want to find what's my thing. Just like, what is your thing? And what is Phil his thing? So.
Yes. And no, you definitely, and yet both of y'all have come a very long way. Like I said, there's a scripture in the Bible that says your gift will make room for you. And I think that's why I feel so. And here's the thing, I still get nervous going live, but I allow the tour to guide me through my nerves. So by the time, you see, the to be and the peacock, and then you see my logo, you hear the dun, 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 and then I come on and say hello, I'm off to the races. You know what I mean? So it's having that routine of, and everybody's a little bit different. Most content, you get straight into it. For me, I have that countdown show. I have the intro just to kind of warm myself up.
That's why I feel you discover all that more in the fun way when you like, for example, right now I'm on yours, but then if both of you or one of you is on mine, then I do my intro and I'll do that. I think it's going to be a fun way to just like we discover from Phil here, we find out his catchphrase and what makes him comfortable and his. But when you do it all by yourself, it's more like, I think when you're by yourself, like you can just sit there and you can be, especially if you don't know what you're doing. There's two ways. Either you're sitting there not knowing what to do. That's why sometimes when I go outside, I have all these ideas. But then if I stay seated in my room and just thinking, what am I going to do? And then I'm just sitting in front of the StreamYard and like not knowing, I don't know what to do. Or you can be that other person where, oh, I cannot do this. I'm not good enough for this. Or your mind is starting to tell you you're not good enough for this. Or like Phil, crap. Like, I don't know. So.
Yeah, I mean, what flaunting means by maybe what I think I just said crap pertaining to mine was that the Chicago show we did. I'm going to just keep that under wraps, and I'm going to use the clips for introductions for this project. So relating like the World's Fair thing, maybe introduction to maybe Tomorrowland. We'll find out. And the other half of the recording will be just pertaining to Epitaph Resort, maybe whenever that's done. It's just going to be sitting in the storage room for quite a while, so that nobody even remembers it. By the way, Matt, I can tell will be somebody I would be interested into hiring into BFP company, and to run the filming department. So I mean, I'm looking forward to him, and I'm not too nervous at all because I'm excited to hear what's coming from his mouth to our ears, because it gets our names out there and expands our horizons. But I will mention then too, I'm going to go on vacation on Wednesday to Mackinac Island in Michigan, and maybe do some recordings or live streams, maybe if I feel like it. Even though I said that I would from Conner Prairie in Indiana, which you didn't miss anything from Conner Prairie, I'll tell you that much. But if you know anything about Mackinac Island, I'm sure Graham knows. Fullerton Newport doesn't know because he's in the South. It's a beautiful place, and it'd be like the place that Walt would visit because it's a timeless, time got stuck there in Mackinac Island. There's no cars on the island, just horses.
Well, like I said, blessings to you both. Like I said,
Oh,
y'all.
but I have one more. I have just one more thing to ask. So Bray and all your catchphrase like "hey, hey" and all that. Did it come organically? Did it come naturally to you over time, or it became your groove, or did people?
I think it did. For me, the intro to the song came a little bit later, right? Because our original theme song is "Part of the Game" by Velveteen, which is a great song. I can't play it unfortunately because I would have to, erase it from the stream. But I think I just took it one day at a time, and that hey, 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 hello, hello, hello to you, you in, you welcome in. That just kind of came from, my 3P, because, I play things in three times, right? So the hey, 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 hello, hello, hello to you. And then the higher is waiting, low is available. But either way, we got to go on tour. Tyler Perry has a book called Higher is Waiting. And so I was like, oh, that's catchy, but I just need one more thing to just boost it. I was like, higher is waiting, low is available, but either way, we gotta go on tour. And that just kicks off every show of like, oh, we're about to go on this tour of content. I don't know what Braylon's got, but it's gonna be something interesting. And we're just off to the races. And then of course, by the time I come on the air, what the thumbnail, is, but you just don't necessarily know what I'm going to say. All of those things, it's just the time. It's really, really good. I think of, like I said,
That's the thing. That's the thing is all with time and unknown. So the unknown. So the thing about that is, especially when you're starting out, and you want to get that. You want to have that title for that channel. You don't even know what's the best title and all that, but you just gotta, time and the unknown will be known.
Oh no, absolutely. And when I made it to like that 1 million view mark, right? It was very profound for me, right? Because I thought about how many times I did fit in, like it didn't fit into anyone's box. I didn't fit into this thing called life, and how I just never really felt like I belonged. I'm just like, damn, it's like 1 million views of hey, 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 hello, hello, hello to you. The higher is waiting, low is available, but either way, we gotta go on tour. 1 million views of people wanting to watch real news, entrepreneurship, theme parks, commerce, pop culture, entertainment. 1 million views of people seeing me vulnerable. 1 million views of people seeing me angry. 1 million views of people seeing me happy. 1 million views of being consistent, right? So that million views for me was much more than just the number itself. It was to showcase that you do not have to just do anything in order to exist. If people are seeing you for the fullness of who you are, they will invest. And like I said, once I got to that million views, I'm like, it's over. Like I'm here now. Slow and steady wins the race. But I always remain humble. I always remain open, but most of all, I remain on the I'll always remain on the mindset of make sure that whatever you bring to this platform, is feeding what you are wanting to ask God for. I can't ask God to feed me positivity if I'm not feeding my audience positivity. So yeah. So
Yeah, yeah, true to that. Amen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, amen to that. So hopefully, while I'm away, guys, from Wednesday, I decide to live stream. Maybe I have aha Walt Disney moments because he remember he got his creativity from his vacations.
Yes.
That I'm not dry of ideas, but it's going to be a great time.
Absolutely.
I had something else I was going to say, but I don't have it anymore. Bye, y'all.
All right. Love y'all. I'll see y'all soon. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
I do have a song maybe I could try out for my channel. I did try out.
All right. Sounds good, my friend.
Bye-bye.
I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner.
Good evening. My name is Mark Woodbury. I'm the chairman and CEO of Universal Destinations and Experiences. Well, we're finally here. Tomorrow we begin a new chapter at Universal Orlando Resort as we open Epic Universe. We built this place for you. I want to thank you, our fans, for your love of our stories, characters, and immersive experiences that inspired this incredible place. Epic Universe represents over 8 years of meticulous planning, immense creativity, and innovation, combined with unmatched craftsmanship and operational excellence on the part of thousands of people who have brought to life the stories and characters that live beyond each of Epic's portals. But it represents so much more. Your love of Universal and the deep connections we've shared together here in Orlando over the past 30 years inspired us to dream bigger and to push the boundaries to create something extraordinary for you and for generations of fans and families to come. And tomorrow, as we open Epic Universe, I can't wait for you to experience this place for yourself. Now it's your turn to step inside, to lose yourself, and to share this place with the ones you love most. As we open this park, we hope your world becomes a little more epic. Tomorrow, Epic Universe becomes yours.
Are video games getting too expensive? This episode, we want to find some common ground because the CEOs want to raise the price even more.
Not with these broken ass games.
$5 million. That's how much San Andreas costs to make. Is it their fault for selling or our fault for buying?
Corporations claim all this stuff. Devs say otherwise.
Sports gamers, cozy gamers, whatever you call the people who play Power Wash Simulator.
I think it stings a little bit more because I'm spending my actual money and my mom is not. Imagine they get rid of all movie theaters and then charge you the same price to watch the same movie at home.
That's like every streaming service. It doesn't have to be the longest of games, but am I having fun with it? This is Lex. I'm Ronell. Let's get right into it.
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.
Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content.
I've been moving on my own accord, covering Black culture. There is more to life. I heard that, friend. Braylon, shout out to Braylon. Make sure y'all go follow Braylon in case y'all haven't. I love your content. I have been moving on my own accord, covering Black culture. There is more to life. I heard that, friend. Braylon, shout out to Braylon. Make sure y'all go follow Braylon in case y'all haven't. I love your content. I have been moving on my own accord, covering Black culture. There is more to life. I heard that, friend. Braylon, shout out to Braylon. Make sure y'all go follow Braylon in case y'all haven't. I love your content.
Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time.